We begin with the end in mind. Your future, your next step. By stepping into this place, you've become part of a global community of purpose-driven, future-minded, culture-shaping individuals. Together, we represent many nations, many languages, but we share one goal: to each use our influence to lead right where we are. So get ready to be inspired and encouraged. Get ready to be equipped for transformation, both within you and in those next to you. The potential of this community is limitless. We're starting with your end in mind, to become the best version of yourself, to design your tomorrow. Welcome to the Global Leadership Summit.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Global Leadership Summit 2024. Yes. Can I ask you just to quickly stand and just look around you and greet 3 people that you haven't greeted this morning, please. Maybe get to know someone close to you because you are becoming friends during the day. If you feel welcome, you may take your seat again. Thank you very much. So the Global Leadership Network is here to help you grow your leadership to maximize your impact in the world. From our side, a special word of welcome to Janine Couchman. She and her husband Jerry leads the Global Leadership Network in South Africa. Can we give her a cheer? All the way from Durban. Any first-time GLS people here? Just wave your hands. Can we give them a cheer? Yeah, there's a lot of them. So if you don't know, and this is your first time, this is an interactive event. So the GLS is hosted in Chicago every August, every year, and then it's distributed. And as you've seen in the video that we started with, it gets rolled out to 110 countries in 50 different languages. So what we mean with interactive, if the speaker asks you today to stand, to raise your hand, to clap, to shout, please participate. It's the largest leadership event of its kind, and the GLS has been going now for 31 years. There's one slogan, there's one saying we want you to remember from today on for the rest of your life. Are you ready for that? Everybody wins when a leader gets better. Everybody wins when a leader gets better. Can you repeat that after me? Everybody wins when a leader gets better. So my name is Donnie, and I'll have the privilege of being your host today. So I'll introduce you to a lot of exciting GLS stuff and resources, and then I'll guide you through the day, just guiding you along with our program. So just a few practical stuff. Our bathrooms, the way you enter there in our foyer, if you turn to the left, the ladies, the first door on the right, the men, the third door on the right, the bathrooms are there. When we leave for our snack and lunch times, if you go out the way you entered, you turn to the left, then you will go to our lunch area. There's also bathrooms there. If you turn to the right, you will go to our coffee lounge. There's also bathrooms there. Then in case of an emergency, so all the doors, although they are closed, they are open. In case of emergency, there's an evacuation space here on my right to the far left of our premises, and to my left, the far left, in case of emergency. We hope we don't need that today. Okay. Then, if anyone is in need of medical attention, we've got a paramedic on standby. So if there's anyone that needs medical attention, please come and let us know ASAP. 2 very important spaces that you need to know of is our resource center. If you go through that white doors on my left-hand side, go through the doors, the first one left is our resource center. We'll tell you more about that during the day where you can buy GLS Now, where you can buy books from the speakers that we will hear of today. And then if you go down the stairway, we have a reflection area. So anytime during the day, if you feel the need just to be quiet or need someone to pray with you, you are more than welcome to use that space for a time of reflection or contemplation. Then, one of the big values of the summit is that we as leaders should be humble enough to acknowledge that we don't know everything, that we are willing to learn and learn from anyone. Here are some words from the President and CEO of Global Leadership Network, David Ashcroft.
Without the right foundation, we're building on shaky ground. But with the right base, we can reach new heights. Up next, we'll hear from the President and CEO of the Global Leadership Network. As a pastor of LCBC in Pennsylvania for 32 years, David helped his congregation grow from 150 to over 22,000 people. Today, he provides community and coaching to pastors across Pennsylvania as President of The Advantage. David's passion for serving pastors and leaders now also fuels the GLN. He uniquely models what it means to strive after both humility and excellence, the catalyst to life change and unprecedented growth. Please welcome President and CEO of the Global Leadership Network, David Ashcroft.
For the past 12 months, what we focused on is you, because we believe in each and every one of you. We believe each and every one of you are leaders, and we believe deeply about you that you have influence. We believe you're not here by accident. As a matter of fact, we would say it's your destiny that you're sitting in the very seat that you're seated in now, facing the exact circumstances that you're challenged by today. And for whatever it's worth, you've been prayed for by more people than you can probably imagine. And over time, you will feel the power of those prayers. As those of you that are veterans to the summit know, our highest value at the Leadership Summit is humility. And it's with humility that we ask each and every one of us to declare at the outset of this Leadership Summit that we have so much more to learn about this mysterious, powerful force we call leadership. And here's what we know. Here's what we've learned over 30 years of having leadership summits. Armed with enough humility, leaders can learn from anyone. Pastors can learn from business leaders can learn from pastors. Armed with enough humility, the older among us can learn from the younger, and the younger from the older. And in fact, with sufficient levels of humility, the religious among us can learn from those who might not consider themselves as religious, and vice versa. It's all about humility. It's all about learning from one another. And while this event happens to emanate from a Christian church in Chicago, we hold sincere respect for those of you who choose to worship differently than we do, or from those of you who choose not to worship at all. But we have a request, and our request is that you would afford us, those of us who are trying to follow Jesus Christ, we would ask that you would afford us that same respect.
Good morning. As David has reminded us, having an open heart, humble spirit is a key for this event today. So let's take a moment and pause, take a deep breath, and prepare ourselves for this event. If you allow me this morning, I would like to pray for you for inspiration and guidance and meaningful connection with one another and our speakers. So let's close our eyes in prayer. Thank you, Lord, that we have the privilege in this morning to be together as leaders. Lord, because we know where leaders get better, everyone wins. And this morning, Lord, our desire is for your name to be lifted up, for people to grow, Lord, and in some way experience you in this day. We want to bless your name and give you all the glory in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Good morning, my name is Quinton. I will be your facilitator for the day. My goal is to help you dive deeper into the experience. I'll be guiding you through the reflections and discussions and pull out a few powerful insights to help us grow as leaders. So we've got an incredible lineup today of lots of speakers that will instill many values and truths in us. But as we start this morning, the champion of GLS, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand to Craig Rochelle.
What distance exists between you and excellence? The world will tell you distance is okay, that mediocrity is the status quo, but you're a leader who wants more than that. Our next speaker sees past the safety net of mediocrity and instead chases after possibility. The pastor and leader of Life Church. He has led his team in a missional approach to technology in the church that has resulted in the YouVersion Bible app being installed on 500 million devices worldwide. Podcast host, innovator, teacher, New York Times bestselling author, he's dedicated to closing the gap between what we settle for and what we're capable of, to giving all of us the permission to obsess over the things that will change the world around us. The distance between you and excellence, well, it might be smaller than you think. Please welcome Craig Groeschel.
I came today to talk to some leaders. Any leaders in the house today? I came to talk to some visionary leaders, some inspirational leaders, some bold and courageous leaders. I came to talk to some Christ-centered, spirit-filled, servant leaders. Leaders who love people, leaders who add value, leaders who inspire greatness, leaders who change the world. I came to talk to some leaders who want to invest in your own leadership and get better. Help me if you know it, because everyone wins when the leader gets better. I came bringing news today. I have some good news, and I have some not so good news. What do you want first? Let's take a little vote. Bad news first, get it out of the way, shout it out, bad news, good news, good news. I'm gonna get the bad news out of the way, bad news. And this is true. This talk is actually not for everyone. It's not for everyone. And I'm sorry, because some of you aren't ready for it yet. You could be one day, but honestly, you may not be ready for it yet. The good news is, this talk is for some of you. And I want to say very, very sincerely that for those of you that this talk is for, it honestly has the potential to change your life and your leadership forever. What if I told you? Most voices in society, most training in schools, most workplace expectations are neutralizing your potential impact, diminishing your passion, and crushing your internal drive for greatness. I hope this gets your attention. I hope it breaks your heart. I hope it makes you righteously angry. Because all the forces in society are conditioning you for conformity. And conformity is the quickest path to mediocrity. It's a little bit like, I don't know if you've ever seen the illustration, it's true that if you put a bunch of crabs in a bucket, let's say you got 8 or 9 crabs, and one little crab gets brave and decides, you know what? I refuse to be dinner. And that little crab starts to make an escape. And the crab starts to climb out. Who knows what the other crabs do? The other crabs grab the crab butt or crab leg or whatever they do. They grab the crab and pull him back into the bucket and eliminates any potential of that crab, maximizing his crab potential and getting out of the bucket. Elbow your neighbor and say, don't be crabby. Don't be crabby. Because if you haven't noticed it, when you're average, everybody's okay with you. But the moment you start to rise, the moment you start to dream, the moment you start to do more, people tend to pull you down back toward average. And I want to remind you that average never changed the world. Now, if you didn't know, I am a pastor. And so because I'm a pastor, I want to tell you that God did not create you to be average. I want to remind you that Scripture says that you are fearfully and wonderfully made. That every single one of you, you have unique gifts and you have talents and you have passions. That you are God's masterpiece created in Christ Jesus to do divine assignments as a spirit-filled leader on this earth that were created even before you were born to do. God prepared you to make a difference in this world, and he did not create you to be average. The moment you climb, though, people will try to pull you back to average. Now, to be fair, your friends, your family, they will celebrate your dreams and your passions as long as you're reasonable, right? I mean, the moment you're too driven, the moment you dream too big, they're gonna pull you back on down into that bucket and tell you, be sensible. Now, because I love you, I'm telling you the truth. You gotta be reasonable. And then they'll tell you why you can't and why you won't. And with good intentions, people that love you will cheer on your passions, but they will talk you out of your obsessions. And that's why today, what I wanna do, and this talk does have the potential to change your life and your leadership. For those of you that this is for, what I wanna do as one leader to another is I want to give you permission to obsess. Permission to obsess. Granted, you have permission to obsess. And not only do I want to give you permission to obsess, but I want to encourage you to press hard into your passion. I want to invite you, encourage you, inspire you to obsess about what you were created to do. Why? Because I promise you, if you don't obsess about something, you'll never be great at anything. Permission to obsess. Permission to obsess. And you may say, okay, Craig, you know, we liked you last year, but this is too extreme. Like, if I start to get obsessive, I'm gonna be weird. And I don't wanna be weird. I wanna be normal. I wanna tell you right now, don't be afraid to be weird. Because last I checked, normal wasn't working. Can we talk for a minute? If you look around, normal's broke. Normal's miserable. Normal's grumpy. Normal's bad attitude. Normal's a critical spirit from the guy sitting on the sideline that doesn't know how to play the game. Normal is quiet quitting. Normal is prolific excuses. And that's why I give you permission to obsess. You may want to refuse to be normal because there is more inside of you. I came to tell somebody, if you are a little bit extreme, that may be good news, because greatness is born in the extremes. Permission to obsess. I'll tell you the story behind my idea on this talk. In 2019, I started working with a performance psychologist. That's just a really cool way to say I got into counseling. Just, if you're in counseling, just say, call them a performance psychologist. I go, woo, okay? So I started counseling. And this guy did a battery of tests on me to figure out my personality, my makeup, and he said, you know, what do you want to talk about? I said, well, everybody says I'm too obsessed, and I got to dial it back, I'm going to burn out. Well, after doing all the tests, he said, hey, I got really good news for you. You're not too obsessed. God just gave you a little bit extra. He said, God made you this way, and there is a reason and a purpose. And he told me, he said, I am not going to try to change you. I'm not going to change you. You're not too obsessed. And he told me, some people aren't going to understand. In fact, most people aren't. And they may not like the way you do certain things. But he said, I'm going to help you live your God-ordained obsession in a healthy way to fulfill your mission to make a difference in the world. And I want to tell somebody here, the same is true for you. You have permission to obsess because God made you different than the person sitting next to you. God gave you a little bit extra in certain areas where you just care a little bit more than others. That there's a little more drive, a little more passion, a little more something that's in there, and it's not in there by accident. So you can't obsess about everything or you'll make everyone crazy, including yourself. But you will want to strategically obsess. And I'm going to give you 3 areas to strategically obsess in. And at the end of the talk, I'm going to ask you to choose which one of the 3 is the most important one for you to work on. The 3 areas to strategically obsess. We're going to talk about focus, we're going to talk about care, and we're going to talk about commit. Say it with me. We're going to talk about focus, we're going to talk about care, and we're going to talk about commit. Number 1, strategically obsessed leaders. Number 1, they focus relentlessly. They focus relentlessly. But most leaders don't. When you think about it, if you're talking to someone in leadership and you ask a leader, a normal person, you say, how are you doing? They're saying, pretty good, not bad. You ask a leader, what is the most common response to the question, how are you doing? It starts with B and rhymes with Izzy. Busy. How you doing? I'm busy. I'm busy. How you doing? I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. Busy is normal. Busy creates the illusion of importance. But busy leaders don't change the world, focused leaders do. There's a big difference. Busy leaders don't change the world, focused leaders do. There's a country preacher who said this line that I really liked. I can never say it as cool as he did, but he said, if the devil can't make you bad, he'll make you busy. In other words, if you just can't get off track, we'll just make you so busy that you lose your effectiveness because you're not focused. In fact, I would argue that for most of you here today, including me, the greatest barrier to productive leadership isn't a lack of commitment, but overcommitment. You're doing too much. You're doing entirely too much. In fact, I met a pastor of a church one time, and I said, hey, I'm Craig, you said I'm so-and-so, and he said, my church has 287 different ministries. 287 different ministries. I didn't know, was he bragging or is it a prayer request? I can barely keep 3 things moving in the same direction. And we have to remember, as a leader, our goal is never activity, but only productivity. Our goal should not be to do a lot of things, but obsessively doing the right things. And to say yes to the best things, what do we have to say? We have to say no to the good things. For some of you, the most spiritual word you can learn is no. And when you say it, you have to start with your head up like this, and then you have to bring it down like this, and you have to say it with passion. Now you got to go, no. Let's practice. Head up to the side like this, 1, 2, 3. No. Can we do another meeting? No. Are we going to spend money on something stupid? No. Are we going to do a project that's going to fail even though our other projects are succeeding right now? No. One of the most spiritual things you could do is say no. Because the most successful leaders don't grow with their yeses, they grow with their nos. Strategic permission to obsess. In fact, for some of you, what you may want to do, leaders, we tend to think to be better, to be more effective, got to do more. You actually don't. You empower more people, you do less, you do fewer things. Your importance is not measured by what happens in your presence, but by what happens in your absence. You want to be strategically absent. You want to do fewer things with more intentionality. So for some of you, this is your one. You can look at Instagram, the rest of the talk. This is your one. You don't add anything to your to-do list. Instead, you need to create your very own to-don't list. To-don't list. You need to obsess about what you do, the most important things, and then eliminate so many other things. And I'll try to explain it to you. The most important thing I do, as you can imagine, is I preach God's word to God's people. I obsess about every message. You will never, ever see me unprepared. I obsess about it. So I have a deadline. It's not a real deadline, it's my deadline. It's an artificial deadline, but it's my deadline. Message is due Wednesday at noon. In 28 years of leading Life Church, I've never once missed that deadline because that deadline matters because I obsess about it. Why do I need that deadline? because I can't do anything else meaningful until it's done. I can't think about anything else. So because of that, I have about a half day on Monday to work on it. Tuesday, here's on my to-don't list. Don't put anything on the day. There's not a meeting, there's not a brainstorming, there's not questions, Tuesday is blocked off. I don't do any meetings, anything on Tuesday. I don't make any decisions until Wednesday at noon. My office team knows. They don't come in and say, what do you think about this? Because I'm hyper-focused, hyper-obsessed about this. I am most productive in morning. So my assistant will tell you, in probably 15 years, I haven't had a breakfast meeting. I don't take them. And I'm not recommending you do that, but my mornings are, I hear from God, I see everything clearly. So I always block that mornings off for study. Because of the intensity of my schedule, and I'm telling you this not to copy, please don't copy. These are my weird obsessions. You need to find your own. My schedule, like yours, is stupid intense. So I don't go to restaurants for lunches. It's on my to-don't list. My assistant will tell you, 10 years, I haven't been to a restaurant. If you want to have lunch, you got to come to me. In my office, lunch comes there, saves us 20-minute drive, 1 hour, people doing things, 20-minute back. We're done in 45 seconds, and we're back in action. One other little thing, and this is a little side note, this really doesn't fit into what I'm saying, but it's really important. If someone wants to have a meeting in your team and you want to make sure it goes relatively quickly, don't do it in your office. This is brilliant. They want to have a meeting, you walk into their office. Because if they're in your office and you're done, you got to kick them out. But if you're in their office and you're done, you could just leave. Because I'm obsessed about accurately delivering a message that could change lives, there are dozens of things on my to-don't list so I can focus and obsess about the most important thing. It's a little bit like, I got to give you a Bible thing because I am a pastor, and if I don't, all the church folk go, Pastor, where is the Bible? Here's the Bible. Okay. In the Old Testament, Nehemiah had this God-given obsession. He wanted to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, and the enemies tried to distract him. Said, hey, get off the wall, come down here. We want to talk you out of doing what you're supposed to do. And Nehemiah said this in Nehemiah 6:3. He said, I'm doing a great work. I can't come down. I'm doing a great work. I can't come down. He's almost saying like, why would I stop the work to meet with you? Listen to me. This is not arrogance. This is focus. Some of you learn this. No, with the attitude. I'm doing a great work. I can't come down. Try it with me. It's fun to say. I'm doing a great work. Say it again and smile when you say it. I'm doing a great work and I can't. You see, I'm obsessed about something that matters so much to me that I'm unwilling to let your agenda distort my mission. I'm doing a great work and I can't come down because you don't grow with your yeses, you grow with your nos. Some of you, this is your one application. You need to strategically obsess and focus. Application question. Here's a question for you to apply. Discuss it with your team. What do you need to put on your to-don't list? And it may not just be you, it may be organizationally. Organizationally, we thought this was important, but this isn't important. We're not gonna do it anymore. Application, what do you need to put on your to-don't list? Thought number one, we're gonna obsess. We're gonna relentlessly focus. I'm doing a great work, and I can't come down. The second thing you wanna do is you wanna care deeply. You wanna obsess about caring for your people. Sometimes leaders will ask me, Craig, what's the most important thing in leadership? Is it your vision, your culture, your strategy, your product, your systems, or your people? And I always say it's your people. People develop the vision. People create the culture. People create the strategy. People bring about the systems. Your people matter. Your mission matters to them. Your people should matter to you. In fact, I'm really honored to have a bunch of leaders from my home church here. And because of the great team, Life Church was voted for multiple years the #1 best place to work in the U.S. for organizations with less than 1,000 people. We were named an exceptional workplace by Gallup for many, many years. And this is not an accident. You never like accidentally become like, wow, we just love working here. We don't know why. We do everything you could think that you want to do. Like we have flexible hours and we give unlimited time off and we have free counseling. If your marriage is hurting, we pay for your counseling. We make it a lot of fun. We do all those sorts of things. But people don't just want corporate benefits. They want relational connections. They want to be needed. They want to be known. They want to be valued. They want to be loved. And that's why you have to remember, leader, you can't lead people if you don't love people. If you're going to obsess about anything, you want to obsess about caring for the people who care about your mission. You want to obsess about valuing them, appreciating them, acknowledging them, encouraging them, inspiring them. Obsess about it. And this doesn't mean you're having a pizza party necessarily or playing laser tag once a quarter. It's more than that. Because every single one of you, I guarantee at some point, you probably worked for a boss and thought, she has no idea what I do. He has no idea all the sacrifices I make. He has no idea. How many of you have ever felt like that? Raise your hand. Okay, raise your hand. Do not point at your leader while they're here. Don't do that. Don't just a little, don't point at your leader, please. Here is the rule. Here's the rule that I hope you will live by. Obsess about it. You ready for it? Appreciate more than you think you should. Then double it. As soon as, and I'm not exaggerating, do it more than it feels natural to you. And once you've gotten to that point, then double the amount of appreciation that you show. Because we all want to be noticed. We all want to feel seen. We all want to know that our work matters. And so my rule that I live by is this, and my team will tell you that I do it. If I think something good, I say it. Anytime you think something good, say it. Why would you ever withhold a blessing from a team member who gives you 40 or 50 hours a week? Every time you think something good, say it, spray it, tell them, text them, write it, tell their spouse, tell their kids. We all need it. For example, I am still here today because of my pastor, Pastor Nick Harris. And I want to give honor to Pastor Nick. He is in heaven now. He brought me to my very first GLS, probably in 1993 or 1994, before it was called GLS. It changed my life. And when I was rejected for ordination, turned down by our denomination, my pastor told me, don't let man define who you are, only God defines who you are. He kept me in the game when I was ready to quit. And I don't know if any of you have a coach, a dad, a boss that you look up to and you know they love you, but they don't tell you all the time, and you're always trying to please them. Nick was like that, man. I just wanted to make him happy. And he was an old coach, and he didn't say it much. Well, he came to one of our all-staff meetings. I wanted to interview him to have him share wisdom with the team. Here's a photo of Nick at that event. And before we went on, he did something that meant so much to me. My daughter Mandy was with us backstage, and I was going to pray for Pastor Nick. And he said, wait, Greg. First, before we do this, Mandy, I need to tell you something. He said, Mandy, you may not know this, but your dad is really special. He said, your dad was the greatest guy that ever worked for me. His integrity is flawless. His passion for Jesus is unmatched. And he went on and on, and he said all this stuff. I don't even sure Mandy cared at all. But I was there, I'm ugly crying. I'm like snot flying everywhere. Like, he loves me, he values me, he loves me, he values me. He never did that again, but I'm here today to tell you that little bit made a difference. Like, I literally, to this day, am right here and would not be here if it wasn't for one man's belief, one man's encouragement. And you are called to be that to someone else. Can I just let this sober up? People sober you. People are giving you the best part of their lives. That's what they're doing. They're giving the vast majority of their time. They are giving their lives to what you care about. So you should give your heart to what they care about. Obsess about it. Obsess about encouraging and building and equipping leaders. Remember this. There are some leaders, they make you think they're good. A good leader makes you think that they are important. But a great leader helps you know that you are important. You matter. You matter to God. You make a difference. You matter to this organization. Application question. For some of you, this is your one. You kind of been taking your people for granted, and you should obsess about it. You should obsess about loving them, encouraging them, blessing them. Application question. Do you care deeply? Does your team know it? They know that you care. And very simply, if not, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Permission to obsess. You have a little extra and it's there for a reason. And I want to encourage you to obsessively focus, to obsessively care. And the third thing I'm going to encourage you to do, and this is where some of it, this will change your life, is to commit completely. All in, holding nothing back, bringing every part of your body, soul, mind, and strength, commit completely. Could everybody say those two words? Just say them. Commit completely. One more time. What are we going to do? We're going to commit completely. Those two words have more power than you could ever imagine. They're easy to say, commit completely. But very few truly achieve the deepest and greatest level of leadership commitment. If I sat down with you, we had coffee together, and I said, hey, are you committed to your mission? Are you committed to your nonprofit? Are you committed to your church? Are you committed to your ministry? Are you committed to are you committed? A lot of you say, yeah, of course. Of course I am. I'll give you a little illustration. I got to warn you. This comes from the Preacher Illustration book. That means it's cheesy, but I'm still going with it. This morning, I had eggs and bacon. There were two different animals that made this possible. Show me the animals, please. There was a pig, and there was the chicken. For my breakfast to take place, there were two levels of commitment. Do you see where I'm going, right? The chicken was involved. Help me out. The pig was committed. Jesus said it this way. He said, many are called, but few are chosen. I'd say it this way. Many are involved, but few are committed. If you want to truly be great, it's time to obsessively commit. Commit completely. Why? Because the potential of your impact, I promise you, is a reflection of the intensity of your commitment. We are in a culture now that doesn't really care. People are rewarded now in the workplace. Hey, just bring as little as you can, just try to get by, just make sure you get your job. Don't call me after hours. This is my time, blah, 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 blah. And you got to guard your time. But if I ask you this, how committed are you on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say? 1 to 10. What would you say? 1 to 10. 10 is like you're all in. 1 is like you're the devil. You're not the devil. You're at least a 2. You're alive. You're a 2. Whatever. But you don't really care. What would you say? If you say, hey, 7, that's not bad, right? The problem with 7s is 7s only attract other 7s or 6s or 5s. The 7s never attract 9s. And 7s are pretty good, but here's the problem. 7s don't change the world. Let me say it again. 7s don't change the world. And this is where some of you get mad at me. And people always push back, and they're kind of like going, well, how do I know if I'm a 7 or an 8? Or how do I really know? You're like, in my world, if you're really doing something that matters, there's kind of like just 2 numbers. There's 10 and there's everything else. Anything that's not a 10 is not a 10. And some of you are going to say, well, okay, I'm in a job that I don't really love. And I get that, because not everybody's in a place where you totally love and obsess about the mission. But if you are, like me, if you are a believer, there's a level of commitment that you're called to whatever you do. You do it as unto the Lord. You work at everything. You bring your very, very best. Maybe not because you love the mission, but because you love the God that you represent. Bring a level 10. People ask, okay, all right, I want to commit, but I want to make sure I have the best plan, the best strategy. What's the best next step? If we sat down and we were talking, you said, Craig, what do you think? This, what's the best next step? And I would say there's actually no way to really know. What I do when I'm working with people is I don't look for the best plan, but I often look for what I call the biggest buy-in. I'm not looking just for the quality of the plan, but I'm looking for the depth of the passion. Because you can have a really, really good plan that the leader didn't come up with or doesn't care about, and then it's not a great plan. But you can have a pretty good plan that the leader came up with and owns and loves and believes in, and it creates great movement. I'll give you an example. At our church, we have things that are called life groups. They're a community where we do life together, and our pastors are kind of held accountable to create community. So I was working with one pastor, and he didn't have much going on there. I said, hey, you need to start some groups. How many are you going to start? And he went like, 100. He just pulled a number around the year, like 100. Like, where'd that number come from, 100? You're not going to do 100. You're not doing 50 right now. I said, don't give me that. I said, I want you to go think about and come up with a plan that you believe in, something that stretches you but's doable, a short period of time, something that motivates your team. He went off. He came back a few hours later. He was lit. I mean, his eyes are passionate. He goes, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start 22 groups in 22 days. We're going to get red shirts. Why red? I don't know, but he liked it. They said 22 and 22. And every time someone starts a group at church, we're going to blow a horn. I'm going like, you had me with the shirt, you lost me with the horn. We're going to blow a horn. It's going to be amazing. We're throw confetti. And he was so into it. I said, great, go with it. This old boy started 22 groups in 11 days. Not because his idea was great, because his passion was deep. You gotta believe in what you're doing. Don't tell me what you don't have. Don't tell me what you can't do. Apathy makes excuses. Obsession finds a way. What are you? How committed are you? And that's why I told you, this talk isn't for everybody, because some of you are not ready yet. You're happy being a 6. And if you're happy being there, be happy being there until one day something lights up inside of you and you can no longer be a 6. I'm doing a great work. I can't come down. Application question, on a scale of 1 to 10, how committed are you? How committed are you? And then I just like lovingly ask you, one leader to another, if you're not a 10, what are you gonna do about it? Some of you, this is your 1. Passion to obsess. Focus relentlessly. Which is your 1? You need to be more focused. You need to care more deeply. You need to commit completely. I want to take you to the next level of obsession. And this is a little thing I made up. I hope you like it. I call it a whale of an obsession. Whale. W-H-A-L-E. And this stands for a wholehearted, all-encompassing life endeavor. Some of you, not all of you, but some of you, you're in a place right now where you can have what I call a whale of obsession. This is a wholehearted everything in you, all-encompassing your life points toward this. All-encompassing life endeavor. You realize you are created for this moment in time. This is something that you are uniquely called, empowered, and equipped to do. And I stand before you today trembling before God because I have a whale of an obsession. It's not random. My wholehearted, all-encompassing life endeavor drives me to do the crazy things that I do. Let me tell you what I love. I am obsessed with building the local church. I believe with all my heart that Jesus through the local church is the hope of the world. I obsess about the sermons. I obsess about the culture. I obsess about events. I wake up thinking about it. I go to bed thinking about it. I dream about it. I obsess about building leaders. Building leaders isn't something that I do, it's who I am. I love the thought that everything rises and falls on leadership, that leadership is influence and you have influence, that you can make a difference. I love building leaders and I love giving God's word. My life was changed by someone who gave me a free Bible. And now our church is trusted, started the Bible app, and by this time next year, we will have given it to over 1 billion different devices around the world. And I am obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with it. These things I can't do anymore. People ask me something like, hey, Craig, what's new that you're excited about? Every time they say, what new are you excited about? I feel like an idiot, like, nothing. Nothing. I mean, I'm still excited about the things I was excited about 10 years ago. I mean, I don't need anything new. I'm focused. I care. I'm committed. I'm obsessed with it. Hey, if you always need something new, You never had something great. I'm doing a great work and I can't come down. My quirky disciplines, let me just say, they're weird because I don't want to be normal. And they are not by chance. Every discipline, every obsession, it points to a mission. I'll tell you a few of them, and there are so many more. My team said you can't share most of them because they'd never come back and listen to you. But I get up ridiculously early. Why? Because that's when I'm fresh. I obsess about what I feed my body. I have predetermined meals. They're all planned out, and they're the same. And I have supplements. I put little things that I take at certain times. I obsess about when I eat and what I don't eat. And I've custom designed workouts to maximize my potential, not because I plan on competing in the Pastors Olympics, but because I want to bring my best mind, body, soul, and spirit to the work that I've been called to do. I obsess about my spiritual life, about my time in God's Word. I have a plan. I journal my prayers. I have daily declarations to renew my mind. I obsess about my marriage to Amy. And I want to tell you right now, it's not just good, but it's really good because we obsess about it. We guard our time. We plan trips. We take walks once a week. We take dates once a week. We have a prayer time. We have time in God's Word. We're not child-centered parents. We're God-centered couples together. We obsess about it. Together, we have created a family with 6 grown children that, believe it or not, they're all married, and they are all, 6 of them, and their spouses, obsessed about the very same mission that I'm obsessed about. It is a family obsession because greatness isn't found in the middle. It's born in the extremes. What I want to say to you, and I just want to say it, I care about you more than I can describe. You say we've never met. I don't care. I have this love for you that is crazy. So I obsess about this talk, like obsess about it. I'll show you a picture real quick. This is this talk. GLS 2024, Permission to Obsess. The opener is almost the same. If you look up in the corner, the date right there, go up to the corner, August 24th. That is almost 1 year ago from today that talk was out, and I was starting on it. And the reason I was starting then is because, like I said, not all of you, but some of you, this is going to give you permission. Everyone else tries to talk you out of it, to press into that something special. And you need to hear it from some other radically obsessed dude. That greatness isn't found in the middle. It's born in the extremes. And the reason I put so much into this talk is because it was in 1993 or 94 that my life was changed by one talk here. When I heard for the first time, I was a pastor, and I heard, like, you could be a leader. And it changed my life. Changed my life. Your leadership matters to me. You matter to me, and you matter to God. And I have the faith to believe that this talk or another talk at this event could change your life or your leadership. I obsess about it because good requires motivation, great requires obsession. Great requires obsession. So, where has God given you a little extra? Let's look at it. If you don't know, let me ask you 3 questions. Number 1, what do you love irrationally? Number 2, what breaks your heart? Number 3, what drives you crazy or makes you righteously angry? You may love serving people, unbelievable hospitality. You may love to see people come to faith in Christ. Your heart may break when you see people marginalized and forgotten. You may have a passionate hatred for typos, and you have a God-given mission to rid the world of print mistakes. Hey, permission to obsess. Because I happen to have a leadership mentor who's also my savior. His name is Jesus. He was pretty obsessive. His message was obsessive. You got to deny yourself, pick up a cross, and follow me. He was focused. He said, I came to seek and save the lost. Here's my to-don't list. I didn't come for the righteous, but I came for the sinners. He cared deeply. He loved the sinners. He reached out to the outcast. He said, greater love has no one than to lay down his life for his friends. He committed completely. He said, no one takes my life. And he gave his life and looked up to heaven and said, Father, it is finished. I did what you sent me to do. Permission to obsess. What is your one? I'm going to ask you to stand if you think about it. Focus, you need to be more focused. Care, you need to care. Commit. All of our locations, those who say, I need to focus, I need to obsess about focus. Would you stand to your feet right now? Remain standing, stand your feet, stand your feet, stand your feet, stand your feet. Those of you need to care more about the people around you. Love them, empower them. Those of you that commit completely, would you stand up to your feet? Commit completely. And I want to declare this to all of you. You have permission to obsess. Leave it all on the field. Your life is too valuable. Your calling too great to waste your life on things that don't last. You have, or you can have, a wholehearted, all-encompassing life endeavor. You have permission to see something that needs to be changed, a need that needs to be met, a wrong that needs to be made right. Obsess about it. Don't water it down. Don't explain it away. Don't rationalize it, and don't apologize for it. Seize it. Attack it. Give your life to it. Leaders, you now have permission to obsess. Now, go do what leaders do, because we know leaders change the world.
So can we give him a GLS cheer again, guys? Wow, wow, wow. If we can put on the lights of the house. So guys, let's take a few minutes and reflect on what Craig just told us. He said a few things: focus relentlessly, care deeply, and commit completely. Maybe there's a few things that resonate in your heart. So there's someone sitting right next to you. So share with someone sitting right next to you. Maybe there's some things you must leave. Maybe there's a few things you must do. And jot down in your books a few notes. I'm going to play you some music, watch the timer, and take this moment to reflect on what Craig said. But you have someone next to you, so please speak to them. God bless.
Janine and I would like to add our welcome to the GLS. It's so great to have you here. We want to thank our hosts today, as well as the incredible volunteers who will be serving you. Thank you for the excellent experience you are providing for your GLS guests today. Thank you also for the investment you are making in the leaders of your community by hosting the GLS. So we believe you will enjoy the day, give yourself space to breathe and to dream and to bring tomorrow to life.
Our aim is for the GLS to provide an annual injection of encouragement, learning, inspiration, and challenge for you to grow your leadership and steward your influence. We hope you will redefine and use your influence for the greater good and make an extraordinary impact in your organization and your local community. Leaders see something others don't. They envision a tomorrow that is different, better, and grander than today. So we love to share impact stories about leaders that will challenge you to rethink your perceptions of what is possible. We call these grander vision stories.
We celebrate these leaders and their stories, and during today, we'll be sharing a few that we hope you'll find inspiring. It was my privilege to join the team that went to Malawi to film their president's story.
After the story, we continue with a theme of story as Kendra Hall gives us ideas on how to harness the power of story.
Growing up in the village, I almost drowned in a pit full of water, and my dad, who was a believer, decided that we'll call him Lazarus, almost like come back from the dead. That's how I've lived. I wanted to be a medical doctor, so I went to the University of Malawi, at Chancellor College, but I didn't have peace. That's how I ended up studying philosophy, literature, and then I started preaching. I was going home from school, participating in revival meetings. I was one of the youngest preachers in those days. And people began to come to the Lord, and people began to affirm. And so that's how life changed for me. When I pastored, some things bothered me about our own country. I was involved in mediating between parties that at some point would not see eye to eye. And the Lord spoke to me. I pulled out my diary and I wrote it down that I want you to pastor this nation. I didn't know what that meant. And in my own interpretation, I thought, I will start a radio station, I'll start a TV station, I will be on television, MLI broadcasting, and I will give what I know to give and pastor the nation that way. I didn't go back to him to really ask God whether this was that until years later when I was pacing back and forth in my office, reading and praying. But this particular day, it was because some people had approached me to consider running for president. And what I had been struggling with God was every time I've stood up to proclaim your word, I pretty much have prayed to say, let me give the truth. And so I kept talking to the Lord, and I said, in politics, it's people telling you what you need to do and not the kind of thing that I have always relied on you to tell me what to do. And I don't think I can take this. The voice told me, didn't I listen to people's voices? Didn't I say that I had heard their cries and seen their sufferings, and that I had come down to deliver them? That's when I knelt down and says, all right, Lord, let's do it.
I, Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera. I, Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera.
While we will talk about servant leadership, we will talk about uniting Malawi and talk about prospering together, talk about ending corruption and following the rule of law. These have become my guiding kind of principles. That's what I wish for every Malawian. We must change Malawi's trajectory. When I look at these values that have shaped me, I see the Global Leadership Summit has been instrumental in helping, I know, not just myself in this country, in Malawi, so many others. I can see that there is a weaver that has connected all these things. Even when you get rejected, even when you see a door close and then another one opens, it is the weaver that is taking you through all these things. So I'm greatly thankful to God, the master weaver. I'd like for this nation to remember there was someone who came by and served. And his name was Lazarus, President of the Republic of Malawi.
When you harness the power of a story, you can move people from confused to clear. Up next, you'll hear from someone who leverages the research behind storytelling to help leaders engage audiences and win. Best-selling author and communicator, she's the go-to expert for storytelling. To design a tomorrow worth talking about, storytelling bridges the gap between your customer and your product, bridging attention, influence, and transformation. Here to show us how, please welcome Kendra Hall.
I am so happy to be here with all of you watching from all over the world. As you heard in my introduction, my name is Kendra Hall, and yes, if you were to distill my title down to 2 words, it would probably be professional storyteller, which, I feel like we should get this out in the open right now. If you are thinking to yourself, that sounds made up, it is. I made up my job. I told my first story when I was 11 years old. And I don't know, maybe some of you can relate to this. Since that moment, this job has felt more like a calling. I became obsessed, shall we say, with stories. But it wasn't until a few years later that I discovered the true power of story for influence, which is what we're talking about here today for all of you as leaders. Until I was much older, I was 17 years old, and I was in physics class. Now, it was my senior year of high school, and I have to tell you, physics class was my favorite class, which might come as a surprise to you. Coming from a storyteller, I never missed a physics class, not because I had any interest in physics, but because I adored Mr. Suresik. Yes, he was totally bald on the top of his head. He had this ring of salt and pepper around the sides. It was a good look. And I remember sitting in that front row of that physics classroom in the hard plastic chair, right? You remember, in the desk that kind of wraps around the side and squeezes you in, watching Mr. Suresik right on the chalkboard. He would like dance across the room and wondering how this guy could be so enthusiastic about something as awful as physics. It was mind-boggling to me. Now, unfortunately, as you might guess, my grades did not reflect my love of physics class. They were terrible. My test scores, abysmal. My lab notebook read more like a comic book than anything. It was bad. But at the very end of the semester, we all had to write a paper. Now, writing papers, that was in my wheelhouse, definitely something I could do. It was a 5-page paper on our favorite physics topic. How many of you have one of those? No, I didn't have one of those. I made that up too. I chose the topic gravity. Seems sort of omnipresent, meant something different at 17 than it does in your early 40s, but nevertheless, I chose the topic gravity. I went to the library, which was this magical place. Some of you may remember you used to go to gather information. Do you remember how much time we spent learning the Dewey Decimal System? Right? I really thought the Dewey Decimal System was going to play a bigger role in my life. But anyway, here we are. So I went to the library. I gathered everything there was to know about gravity. I came home the night before the paper was due, because that is always when we do our best work, isn't it? Right? Just right at the very last minute. And I wrote my paper about gravity. Let me break it down for you. Things go up. And then, after a while, they come back down. I mean, it's a simple concept. If you think of it, worthy of 5 pages, I'm not entirely sure. And sure enough, right before the paper was due, I was done with my paper and I had 4 pages. I was 1 whole page short. And I don't know about your high school, but at my high school, the only thing that mattered when it came to writing papers was how many pieces of paper had words on them. I was 1 whole page short, so you know what I did. I adjusted the font. Yes, I made it bigger. I tweaked the spacing, so it's like double. Now, this is an advanced technique. Margins. I squeezed those margins in, so it's just a thin. I knew that wasn't going to work. So at the very last minute, with no other options, I decided to cheat. You see, in high school, I was on the speech team. Yes, I was very popular, just like all of the speech and debate kids are. The story, don't laugh at that, it's true. Okay, so stories had worked really well on the speech team. I won a bunch of awards for it, so I wondered if perhaps it were a transferable skill, like maybe a story would work here. So I wrote a story of my love of roller coasters. I love turbulence on airplanes, okay? Everybody else grabs onto I put my hands up in the air, and I would wait all winter long so I could be one of the first ones to get into Valley Fair, which was the amusement park where I grew up, so I could be one of the first ones to get on Wild Thing. Now, Wild Thing was this big, green, twisted metal of a monster of a roller coaster, and you would sit in those roller coaster seats and feel the heavy bar come down onto your lap. And the first thing you did on Wild Thing was go straight up in the air, and the second thing you did was come straight back down, and that feeling you get in your stomach as it drops. My friends, that feeling is the result of gravity. So I took that story, it was about half a page long, and I put it at the front of my physics paper. I then put all the information, the science in the middle, and at the end of the paper, I came back to the story with that last half a page. I saved this paper. So this is the actual end of my physics paper from 1999. So the next time I get on Wild Thing and I feel the heavy bar come down onto my lap, I will look to the sky. Imagine Sir Newton and the apple that fell on his head. And I will thank him. That paper was 5 pages long. So I handed the paper in. I held my breath. I'm pretty sure Mr. Suresik was gonna see right through this. Clearly I had cheated. But when I got the paper back, on the front of it was a big red A. And on the back Mr. Suresik wrote one of the most important things I would ever hear. One of the reasons I am here with all of you today, he said, excellent application of information to real life stories. It turns out telling a story wasn't cheating. Telling a story is exactly what that gap needed. It brought the information to life. It made the message matter. Now, I know what is at stake for all of you is much greater than gold stars and good grades on paper, right? But I know as leaders, whether it's a corporate environment, whether it's nonprofit, whether you're leading your home, or at least you're trying to, that you've sensed these one-page gaps in understanding of the value of an initiative, in connection between you and your team or the world as a whole. And what I want to teach you to do today is to fill those gaps, not with more information, but rather with stories. Stories that make that message matter, stories that influence. And the good news is, these are stories you already have. You only have to know why and how to tell them. That is what I'm teaching you here today. Are you excited or what? Good news. Also, you don't have to be excited. I have enough excitement for the possibility of your stories to go around, okay? So here's how the rest of our time together is going to break down. First, in order for you to harness the power of your stories, it's important that you understand why storytelling works so well. What's happening when we hear stories? What's happening when we tell stories? Because as a leader, great storytelling is going to require an investment on your part to develop this skill, and I want you to know that investment is worth it. From there, I'm going to give you a few foolproof storytelling strategies so you can find and craft more compelling stories as soon as you leave this room. And finally, two very important things I want to leave you with. All right, let's do this. First, why does storytelling work so well? Well, there are many reasons, but I think we should start here. Stories are our human edge. We were born to tell stories. It is part of our biology. It is part of our DNA. It is the reason you are here today. It is through our stories that we're able to connect with people, that we're able to build a trust and relationships, that we're able to talk about complex concepts and bring them into context. If you're ever sensing a gap between people, that means a story needs to be told. Now, I'm not just gonna tell you this, we're gonna do a little audience participation so that you can practice. Here's what I need you to do. Turn to your neighbor, whether you're in this room or you're watching from at home, and say, good morning. That is not the exercise. Don't get your hopes up, okay? But now you all have a partner, and for my overachievers who turned around and said good morning to everyone, you're gonna have to choose one, okay? We need a few partners. And if you're watching this solo, go ahead, take out a piece of paper and you can work on this on your own. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to turn to your partner, and we're not talking yet about telling a story. You don't have to tell a story, but I want you to tell your partner about the importance of perseverance. Now, as leaders, this is something you have to discuss from time to time, right? You need to be resilient. So turn to your neighbor just for a few seconds. Tell them about the importance of perseverance. Go. Switch if you haven't already. Switch. All right, nice work. Everyone, come on back to me. Come on back to me if you're watching. How many of you, show of hands, have learned something nice about perseverance? Have you learned about perseverance? How many of you have had to persevere before? Yes, we all have to persevere. Great job. I appreciate all that hard work. Now, I want you to turn to that exact same neighbor. You don't even have to choose someone new. This time, I want you to tell them about the first time or the worst time you fell off your bike. Now, if you've never been on a bicycle before, for whatever reason, you could talk about the first day at a new job or the first time going to a new school and it was embarrassing and awkward, but the first time or the worst time you fell off your bike, go. All right, switch if you haven't already. Switch, switch, switch. All right, come on back to me. Come on back. You all lived happily ever after. Yes. Now, if you're listening right now, you can hear me and you're worried because I've lost complete control of the room. Know that this happens every time. Once they start telling their stories, they can't stop. But watch this. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right, now you have to stop. We got to keep going. But listen, you can always hear a few more stories happening, right? Okay, my friends, my leaders, let's talk about what just happened. Okay? Now, I'm sure you could sense this if you're watching it from around the world, but let's talk about what happened in this room right now. Now, you're all very participatory. I completely appreciate you talking about perseverance, but did you notice as you're watching from various locations that when you started telling your stories, the volume in the room was 5 times louder. It was a dull roar in this room, right? And not only that, but the whole room started to move. You were leaving in and out, and just a lot of this. Guys, that's not a good way. And I should point out, the way that you laugh at each other's pain, there's something to that as well. We're going to discuss that another time. We often hear that leaders are responsible for the energy in the room, and you are, but what do you do? And now you know. You tell a story. You listen to a story because humans are more themselves when we are telling our stories. If you as a leader are trying to engage and build bridges and influence and lead, share your stories, change the energy in the room. Don't you feel like you know the person you're sitting next to a little bit better now after hearing their bicycle story? Yeah, don't you like them more? Unless you were like, no, that person is crazy. Okay, so that's fine. And one other small thing. Wouldn't it take just a small adjustment of your bicycle story to make it a story about the importance of perseverance? Unless that was the last time you were ever on a bicycle, and then yes, you'll have to find a different story. But make no mistake, stories are the human edge. Great leaders share stories, build bridges, to fill in those gaps. Okay, the second reason storytelling is such an important skill as leaders is this. Stories are ultimately the thing that stick. It's what we remember. If you want to leave your legacy, be telling stories, and there's a reason for this. The storytelling process is a co-creative one. As I am telling you my story, for example, you're creating your own version of it in your mind. You're taking my words, yes, but you're adding your images, your emotion, your lived experience. And because you participate in the creation of that message, it lives within you and it will stay with you longer. Let me ask you, when I was telling you the story about physics class, how many of you pictured a high school classroom that you yourself used to sit in, right? Yes, yes. My roller coaster riders, how many of you were on the roller coasters? Yes, you're nodding your heads, you're raising your hands because I know what I'm doing up here. I don't know. I know that I am talking to humans, and as a result, you will meet me halfway and co-create that story together. Rudyard Kipling said it, if history were taught in the form of stories, it would never be forgotten. Leave your legacy. Tell your stories. Now, the next question is how, okay? So let's talk about a few foolproof, this is a mouthful to say, nope, I'm not, you can see the slide, okay? Storytelling strategies. The storytelling process really breaks down into 3 parts. In order to tell them, you have to craft them, and then you have to find them. We're gonna talk about those first 2 here today, finding and crafting stories, and where the process often breaks down is right there at the beginning with finding stories. And make no mistake, this is not a matter of not having stories. You have more stories than you could ever tell. It's a matter of unlocking them. So I'd like to give you a few strategies to help you unlock the stories within you. The first one is this, and this is really important for all of you as leaders. I want you to make a list of your values. What are the things that matter to you? What is important to you? Or maybe your qualities as a leader or a burgeoning leader. What makes you worthy to guide other people, which, by the way, you all are. Maybe you make a list of your passions or, as we talked about today, your obsessions. Making a list is not where this exercise stops. I want you then to find a moment in your experience that illustrates that, where that value was an action or it was tested. Simply saying what those values are only gets you so far. If you want someone to understand the importance of that, tell them the story so they'll co-create it with you and it will live inside of them. The second thing I want you to know about finding stories is stories attach themselves to the nouns in our life, the people, the places, the things, the events. So if you're ever tasked with finding a story and you don't know where to start, make a list of nouns. So here's another one that you can use. Make a list of important people in your life. Write down their names. And as soon as you write those names down, it will unlock stories and memories. Now, you'll notice, for any of you questioning whether or not you are a leader sitting in this room or watching this right here, right now, I could write one of the important people in my life as Mr. Suresig. Now, was he some grand hero with millions of followers? He was my high school physics teacher, and he changed my life. So keep that in mind. Write the nouns down, stories will reveal themselves. One last thing I want to mention about finding stories. And specifically, there are two people in this room I need to talk to. One is the person who's thinking, I have a big story. I have a hard story, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to tell it. And certainly give yourself grace, give yourself time, but also know that your story could be the exact story someone needs to start their own or survive the story they're in. Never underestimate the power of your story. And the second person I need to talk to is the person in this room who's thinking, I don't have a story. Who am I? Who am I to tell a story? And to you I say, think of the parables that have mattered to you. Think about the fact that I told the story about a high school physics classroom to start a presentation to a crowd of 80,000 people, okay? It's not the magnitude of a story that matters. It's the decision to tell a story. That is the decision a leader needs to make. All right, now let's talk briefly about crafting the story. You've likely heard that a story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. That doesn't help you very much. From now on, I want you to think of your stories like this. Normal, explosion, new normal. What was, what happened, and what is now possible as a result. Now, often we start right there in the middle with the thing that happened, and here are the results, but where the co-creative process happens is in that normal. You need to start there, build the case, draw them in. And then, of course, the next question is, well, what do I put in that normal? I want to give you 4 key components that my team of researchers identified as making a story more compelling, more memorable. Number 1, you need an identifiable character, a person that the listener, the audience, the human can identify and identify with. You need emotion in a story. And I would add something here, authentic emotion. It doesn't have to be about tragedy or glory or nothing in between. How many of you have gone through a myriad of emotions just trying to get here today, to sit in that room, right? These are the emotions that we as humans experience on a daily basis. Those emotions are valid and they connect us all. Include a specific moment. Have them sitting right next to you in that physics classroom so that co-creative process can start. And finally, specific strategic details. Let me ask you, how many of you remember the heavy bar of the roller coaster coming down on my lap? Yeah, do you remember that? Bonus question, how many times did I say it? Twice. Good, you didn't even realize this, but I know that by adding a strategic specific detail, your brain loves that and it drives the co-creative process all the way home. Spoiler alert, I'm gonna say it one more time before the end of this presentation. These 4 components belong in that normal and your story will be unforgettable. 2 final things I wanna leave you here with today. And the first one is this. The most important thing for you to remember, particularly when the story doesn't go as planned. How many of you have ever missed a goal, had something go sideways, have something go wrong? And in that moment of chaos, there's a lot of phrases that we can say to ourselves. God has a plan, this too shall pass, there's a reason for everything. The phrase that I like, in addition to all of those, is this. This is the middle of a story. And And why I love this is because it gives us permission. Middles are messy. They're stressful. They're confusing. Middles of stories are what drives us to look at the spoiler alerts in our favorite movies or TV shows. It's what has us flip to the end of the book to see how it all turns out. Middles are supposed to feel like this. And I don't know about you, but sometimes that's a relief. And number two, it opens the door for curiosity. Like if this is the middle of a story, it's kind of tough, but I wonder how this whole thing is gonna turn out. I wonder who this character is and what they mean in my story. Who is the person I will become as this story continues? As leaders, when you face these challenges, maybe you're facing one right here today, always remind yourself, this is the middle of a story. The last thing I'll leave you with is the most important story any of us will ever tell. And that is the story we tell ourselves. All day, every day, you are telling yourself stories. It's happening without you even realizing it. And the truth of the matter is, they're not always nice, right? These are the stories that are there to keep us safe. They cause a doubt. They make us worse at what we do, or at the very least, make us feel miserable. These stories, these negative self-stories, add up to limiting beliefs that keep us frozen in place and keep us from achieving the greatness that you were all born to achieve. Here's the good news. You can choose which stories you tell yourself, and the choice of that story can change everything. I want to give you a small example from my own life. I mentioned one of my callings is to be a storyteller here with all of you, but my other calling is to be the wife of 15 years and counting. Hopefully there will be many more, okay? To my husband, Michael, and the mother of 2 middle school children. My son is going into 8th grade. He's 13, and he is still my sweet, sweet boy. And my daughter, almost 12, going into 7th grade, and she is a force of nature. That's what I call her. My mother calls her Karma. She's not wrong, and I love my life as a mother and a wife, and I'm sure you can tell I love what I get to do here. And there was a moment in time where I didn't think I could love both enough. That by pursuing this passion, this calling, this obsession, I'm here with you means I'm not home with them. And I had all of the stories. The pickups I missed, the field trips I didn't go on, right? The person, brings something to the holiday party, and I always brought the plates. I didn't know, right? Go plate moms. And all of these stories added up and made me think that maybe I should take a break. That maybe I should put this calling on pause and be mama, which I know is the right decision for many people, but for me, it felt so wrong. And in a moment of desperation, asking what I should do, suddenly I realized maybe I needed to find a good story. Were there any good stories? And you know what? There were. There's a whole bunch of them. One of them stood out. It was many years ago. My daughter was about 3 or 4 years old at the time. My business was just starting to take off, telling stories, and I was questioning it. And I remember being on her bedroom floor. Everything was very pink. We were building something with blocks. And she looked at me and she said, Mama, which you listen, when she says that, she said, Mama, we are building a castle, which was helpful because I had no idea what we were building, and it was clear I was supposed to know. So I appreciated that. And she said, and we live in this castle, Mama, because we are 2 princesses, which to be seen as a princess by your daughter when there are alternatives. So I took that as a win. And then she looked at me one more time and her eyes narrowed, and that's when you know like something is coming. And she said, and it's a big castle, Mama, because we are 2 princesses who go to work. And I looked at her in all of her pride of being a working princess who follows her passion and pursues her. She doesn't understand the connection between working and bigger castles and mortgages. That wasn't a part of it, right? The pride she had, and suddenly I realized that maybe when I thought back on this story, I wasn't failing my children. Maybe I was teaching them to pursue their callings, to dream bigger, and to build castles and kingdoms beyond what I could even imagine. And that is a story I choose to tell myself. And it changed everything. So pay close attention, yes, to the stories you choose to tell yourself. My friends, we've been through a lot here together today. You now know why storytelling works, a few strategies for finding and crafting your stories, and two very important things I need you to remember, because it is my hope that the next time the stakes are highest and you feel the pressure coming over you, like the heavy bar of a roller coaster, you fear you might be coming up one page short, I hope you look to the sky. You remember our time here together in this moment, and you choose to tell a story. Thank you so much for the honor of this morning. I can't wait to hear the stories you tell. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Who of you love stories? Can I ask to take your summit guide and somewhere just write this question? What story do you want to leave with today? What story do you want to leave with today? Ponder upon that question. I have the privilege of introducing the first resource today. It's GLS Now. If you turn to your summit guide on page 44, you will find all the details, and we're going to have a look at a video now. So what GLS Now is, we have the privilege of taking these speakers that we're going to listen to, except Amy, and 7 others home with us. And that access code, that GLS Now, is available in our resource center. As we stated in the beginning, if you go through that white doors, the first door to the left, it's our resource center. So please, let's have a look at the GLS Now video.
Experience GLS Now like never before with a new platform. Continue your leadership development journey wherever you are. Access and stream the talks and supporting content in your browser, mobile application, or smart TV. With GLS Now, access world-class, fresh, and actionable leadership content from the Global Leadership Summit. Exclusive access to GLS content, talks and interviews from 2019 to 2024 at your fingertips. Multiple language soundtracks and subtitles, plus supporting materials. Inspiring creative programming and bonus content from other Global Leadership Network events. Download content to your mobile device and watch offline. Purchase additional content directly through the website. Monthly exclusive content from the archive available only to GLS Now users. Maximize your leadership potential with GLS Now. Download the app on iOS and Android today. GLS Now.
So GLS Now is available in our resource center. Our second information piece for the day is the Global Leadership Development Fund. So we believe that leadership matters and that everybody wins when a leader gets better. To help make the GLS available, accessible and affordable, especially to those in under-resourced communities, the Global Leadership Development Fund was established. So the next generation is in great need of leadership training, but they lack the means to get it. The Global Leadership Development Fund is an opportunity to make a way for young leaders to attend the GLS. If you would like to contribute and invest in the leadership growth of someone, we invite you to look on page 43 of your summit guide. You will find all the details there, the QR codes and the banking details. However, there is no pressure. We know that you have already paid for your ticket, and we would just like to ask you to prayerfully consider making a donation to the Global Leadership Development Fund. All the contributions that we take up here, it stays in South Africa. I hope you enjoyed the first two talks. Can we see by the raising of hands? Yes. So it's now time for a snack break. Remember our resource center. Remember our reflection area. You will go through the main doors as you entered. You will receive your snack. When you get to the outside, you turn left. There's a lunch area. And to the right, there's a coffee lounge. You are more than welcome to get up, get your snack, and we will regather again at 10:45. Enjoy your snack time. Thank you very much.
In the end, we all want to do good work. We all want to bring beauty and relief and hope to our world. We all want to get to the final detail, to step back and to see that we made an impact. But before we can design our tomorrow, we need to look beneath the canvas. We're here, each of us, to dig below the surface, to embrace humility and greater possibility, to uncover what we need to grow, to learn, to step forward. There are assumptions we need to lose. There are grudges we need to let go. There are doubts we need to surrender. Sometimes the work of progress is the work of pushing against the way that things have always been. Perhaps the picture you have in your head, the path you have in your mind, needs to be reimagined. Could there be a novel solution just ahead? Could there be more options on the table? Could there be a breakthrough just around the corner? True growth is never easy. Sharpening ourselves and refining our leadership can be a challenge, but we are here for it. Because we know that the real work is not what we do or create. No, the real work is who we are and who we are becoming. No matter where you are or where you come from, you hold the brush to your future. Choose today who you want to be. Acknowledge your strengths, your weaknesses, and your opportunity to leverage both. Find the courage to try something new. That's how you design your tomorrow. This is the Global Leadership Summit. With who we want to be in mind, we begin.
There's nothing you can do that can't be done. Nothing you can sing that can't be sung. Nothing you can say, but you can learn to play the game. It's easy. There's nothing you can make that can't be made. Nothing you can save that can't be saved. Nothing you can do, but you can learn to be in time. It's easy.
welcome back from the break. I hope you enjoyed your snack. Can I ask you to connect with the person next to you and just answer this one question? What was your one big idea, your one big takeaway from our first session together? I'm going to give you a minute for that. Just connect with the person next to you. What was your one big idea, one takeaway from our first session together? Okay. It was Trevor Hudson that once said, experience not reflected upon is a wasted experience. That's the reason we give you time to reflect and contemplate and have discussions. So in this session, before lunch, we will listen to two speakers. And maybe you're asking yourself, but why did we play a Beatles song this morning? And no, Paul McCartney is not in the house. We're going to listen to Marcus Buckingham, and he's going to talk to us, unleash the most powerful force in business. Can we give him a warm GLS cheer? Thank you very much.
No one wants to be overlooked. As leaders, we have the ability to notice, value, and appreciate our team, to see their humanity as an asset, not a problem. Today, we are joined by world-renowned researcher, author, and co-creator of the Strengths Finder tool. His work and research have impacted lives across the globe, helping leaders to lead from the authenticity of who they truly are. His latest book, Love Plus Work, reminds us all that in designing our tomorrow, we have the ability to design love into all our employees and customer touchpoints. Learn how from our next guest, Marcus Buckingham.
Weirdly, what's on my heart is nervousness. Because lately I've just been feeling as though presenting is so much more nerve-wracking than it used to be. And I was wondering why. Like, why has God put that in my heart? Well, what's that for? Because you all seem really nice. I don't know why I would be nervous. You all seem great. But I think it's because I was just talking to Craig just before I came out here. And I lost my dad. My dad passed a few years ago. And Craig's dad passed last year, and he just said, were you and your dad close? And the moment he said that, for whatever reason, the passing of my dad has made me realize just how short life is, isn't it? And gosh, I don't know, it hits me every day. I miss him so much. And it's made me realize that for all of us, the nightmare that God's put in my head for whatever reason is that we get to the end of our lives and we never really have a chance to express everything that's on our heart. That we get to express maybe a quarter of everything that we've been blessed with. And then the people around us got to receive a quarter of who we really are. And that's kind of just an awful nightmare to think about everything that's inside you, and you get to the end of your life and you've lived some second-rate version of someone else's versus a first-rate version of yours. And so my nervousness, I think, comes from the idea that if I could just give you one thing that you might be able to take away, that you could apply differently on Monday, that would help you live a first-rate version of your life. And I don't know if I'm going to do that. I hope I can do that for you. And specifically around you as a leader, no question, every day is good to be a leader, isn't it? Every day is a good chance to step into your role. But there are certainly signs that now, of all the times, if you yearn to lead, these times are calling you more urgently than perhaps they've ever called you before. There are so many signs of why we need you as leaders. The one that I look to most, frankly, is trust. 30 years ago, when I first started working for Gallup, when I was 11, I started asking trust questions. We all did. Like, do you trust your school? Do you trust your local government? Do you trust the company you work for? Do you trust your hospital? Do you trust media? Do you trust the armed forces? Do you trust the police. We asked trust questions. And of course, it varied a wee bit over time. But today, 2024, was the first year where, of all those things I just mentioned, none of them were north of 15% of people, 15. None of them were more than 15% of people saying, I strongly trust those institutions. We're living in a trustless world where we almost feel like the commanding heights of our world, those largest institutions and organizations, we don't trust them. It's like they're not made for us. Something about it is off. And yeah, there's a lot of different reasons why. We were sitting around having coffee. We might sort of dive into a bunch of reasons why that trust has evaporated over time. But I'll give you one of them. One of them is because we haven't taken seriously the most powerful force in business and in life. And no, I'm not talking about AI. The most powerful force, and that's important, I get it. But we haven't taken something so simple, we haven't taken it seriously. So my hope this afternoon is to share with you what that force is and then perhaps give you some way in which you within your own life as a leader can unleash it. Is that okay? Okay, all of us, although I don't know, we may have different approaches and different styles as a leader, all of us on some level live by, if I could get I'm going to back up one here, if I can. Can I back up? There you go. All of us somehow think this, as leaders. We want certain outcomes. We want our church to grow. We want our team to grow. We want our customers to grow. We want our people to grow. We all want those outcomes, but we know we can't force them. So we got to create experiences which drive behaviors, which drive outcomes. We know we can't force it. We got to create experiences which create the right behaviors. Here's one real life example. This is a large retailer. Those of you not in the US, it's a large, I can't mention the name. Anyway, they've got about 8,000 stores. These are some of the stores. And the theory of the company is the better the customer experience is on a scale of 1 to 5, the more will drive customer behaviors and the stores will make more profit. And if you missed stats class that day, that blue line is called the line of best fit, which basically means the theory is basically true. The more positive people are in terms of their experiences, the more they buy, the more profitable stuff they buy, the more they tell friends and family to come back to that store, and the more profit the store makes. So you'd have thought, right, that if you wanted to build more profitable business, you'd say, well, where should we start looking in order to learn what we should do to build more great stores? You'd have thought, well, I would have thought, you'd go study the blue dot on the top right. Because clearly that one's got a lot of really positive experiences. You'd have thought you'd start there. But they didn't actually, and most of us as leaders don't. They looked at all the dots around the 2 and the 3, the 2, the below average experiences, the 3, the average, and they went, well, look, there's an awful lot more down there. So if we could move the 2s to the 3s and the 3s to the 4, 5s, then in aggregate, the whole thing will shift to the right. Many of us think that. We look at that blue dot in the top right and we go, nah, that's an outlier. Let's look at the below averages and move them up a little bit, and then we'll take the averages and move them up a little bit. When we're doing that, I'm sorry there's a bit of data here, folks, but when we do that, we're assuming the world is linear. We're assuming the world works like this. If you move a 2 experience to a 3, or a 3 to a 4, you get the same amount of outcome increase. And if we've got an awful lot more stores in the 2 and 3 range, then we should really focus on moving those 2s to 3s and 3s to 4s. That's why we take the 4s and the 5s, by the way, and we call those top 2 box, don't we? Or percent favorable. And so our strategy becomes, let's move the 2s to the 3s and the 3s to the 4, 5s. Problem is, the world doesn't work like that when it comes to leadership. The world's not linear. When it comes to experiences driving behaviors, drive outcomes, it's what's called curvilinear. If you were to ask me, hey, Marcus, take the last 30 years of research into customer experiences or employee experiences and show me a graph of how it really works, I'd show you this graph. It's curvilinear. Moving 2s to 3s doesn't get you much. Moving 3s to 4s doesn't get you much. It's only when you do something with team members, with employees, with customers that's so positive they go 5, that you're going to see an increase in productive outcomes. I'm going to give you a mindset, mind move. In fact, I'll give you a few of these, but here's one. A mindset isn't wrong, it just keeps you stagnant. A mind move is a shift in the way you think that enables you to reach for more. A mindset for most of us is that 4s and 5s are basically the same. That's why we put top 2 box on stuff. Here's a mind move. 4s are 3s, not 5s. Don't shove the 4s with the 5s. You're putting apples with oranges. Look at the 5s. Study the extreme positives. As that doesn't fly in the face of what Amy was saying this morning. We got to be able to iterate and shouldn't fear failure. But we should all become deeply interested as leaders. These aren't outliers. There's something magical in these 5s. If we want great outcomes, we got to study the 5s. We got to become experts in extreme positives. Now, when you do that, in study after study after study after study, customers, team members, employees, if you study the 5s and you do focus groups, you do interviews, you do what's called primary qualitative research, you ask open-ended questions of the blue dots at the top and you go, what the heck is going on in that store? What the heck is going on in that church? What the heck is going on in that tip? When you do that, the word you bump into again and again and again and again is that one. Sorry. People say, I love that job. I love that manager. I love that company. I love that brand. I love that. I love that. I love that. Now look, as a repressed Brit, I wish they didn't. And for the last 30 years, I've sort of tried to change the word. I tried to change the word into engagement or satisfaction or strengths. And those are jolly good words. I'm not saying those are bad. But when you actually get to the 5s, what people are saying is love. And they use that word all the time. I shouldn't be changing it because it's not sciencey enough or businessy enough. When people say 5s, they're going, I love it. Even with their job. And by the way, they don't say I love all my. If you look at the top 5s, superstar performers, they don't love all that they do, by the way. So if anyone ever says to you, hey, find a job you love, you'll never have to work a day in your life again. Run, run, run away. There's no data that says the most productive people love all that they do. They don't find a job they love, but they do find the love in what they do, which is different and doable. They take love seriously. Shame on me. Mea culpa. I kept hearing it. I didn't miss it. I heard it every darn focus group, and I kept pushing it away. We need to linger on love, and this is true. We try this in 28 countries around the world. Scandinavians mean by love the same as Japanese, the same as Germans, the same as people from Aberdeen. Love is love is love is love. It's the first thing you reach for when you're born and the last thing you cling on to before you die, and the entirety of your life is like a scavenger hunt for love. And when we say love, if you think about it, it's not just like uber satisfaction or liking turned up to 11. It's a different category. Just like 5s, you got 5 and like not 5. 4s, 3s, 2s, and 1s are just not 5. Love is the same. You got love, and then everything else is just not love. And if you're struggling with this, just imagine water, boiling water. When can you predict that water's going to change from a liquid to a vapor? When? Right? Yeah, 212. So if I take, well, actually, for the rest of the world, for those of you following, it's 100 degrees centigrade. So for the rest of this example, just minus 13 divided by 2. I'm sure you'll follow along. It'll be fine. It's no problem. But for those of us here in the US, if I take water and I heat it to 11, it's not boiling. I heat it to 111 Fahrenheit, it's not boiling. If I heat it to 211, it's not boiling. Only time when you can predict the water's going to boil is 212. So when it comes to predicting water, you got boiling, everything else is not boiling. Same's true for our emotions. If you want to predict what someone's going to do, you've got love and you've got everything else. And everything else isn't bad, but I promise you, psychometrically, you can't predict anything from like, enjoy, satisfied. You can't. When somebody goes, I love it, oh my word, all of a sudden, you're in a different category of experience. Which means, again, I'm a data nerd, but you go through that data door, you bump into this. Love is predictive of behavior. Love is yeah, love is magical. Love is spiritual. Love is God, but love is predictive of human behavior, which means if you want to do a mind move, love's soft. Woo-woo. No. Love's predictive. It's a predictive force. Let's go one step further. Love is the most powerful force in business. Love is the most powerful force in life. And here's what's weird. We don't have a strategy for it. We have a strategy for doing things efficiently. We have a strategy for doing things effectively. These days, we have a strategy for doing things artificially intelligently. We don't have a strategy for doing things lovingly. What does it even mean? Do things lovingly. Does that just mean nicely, friendly, huggily? What does it mean? What's our strategy? It's the most powerful force in business and in life in terms of driving productive human behavior. We don't have a strategy for it. I did a presentation to a bunch of chief human resources officers last month in New York, they couldn't even say the word. We need love out of the workplace, actually. It's the most, we can't even say it. So what I'd like to give you is an idea that we can actually, yes, we can design it in. We can design love in. Here's some thinking for us, some thoughts that you could take away, hopefully to apply on Monday, about how would you design love in? How would you do that? First, let's just agree on what it means. The Greeks, right, they had 8 definitions of love. Probably know that. Michael J. today talked about Gary Chapman's 5 love languages. But actually, it turns out you push on the data. Sorry, Gary. I mean, great, but there's no data saying there's 5 love languages. There's no data for the Greeks saying there's 8. There's 8 billion definitions of love, isn't there? There's as many definitions of love as there are people alive. And yet, if you look at any country, something must be consistent about it, because in every country it drives behavior. So yeah, I get it. You're all different. We're all different. But there's something quintessentially human about love, and we get it when we see it, and it drives our behavior. So if you were to say to me, Marcus, take the last 30 years and just give us one definition of what people mean in focus groups or interviews when they say, I love that, I would offer you this. And it's maybe a tiny bit different from what Arthur shared today, a little bit different. It would be this. Love is the deep and unwavering commitment to the flourishing of a human. That's love. When you say, I love that teacher, it's because he or she saw past your GPA to the you of you. When you say, I love that manager, it's because that manager wasn't just looking at you as your performance rating. They saw you, the human, and they wanted to try to figure out how to take what was inside you and let you out. There's even a movie. If I were to say to you, hey, tell me a bunch of movies you like, you might give me a whole bunch of movies. But if I were to push you and go, come on, give me a movie you loved. Of course, you'd have different movies, but any movie you loved, somehow that movie, or maybe just a scene in the movie, or maybe a character reached in and touched you in some way, so you walked out the theater bigger than when you walked in. Every one of us humans knows that we've been blessed with incredibly, unbelievably unique potential, and we lean in to anything that helps us do this, and we call it love, because it helps us do this. And in so doing, it's a wee bit different, isn't it, than caring? Caring's lovely, but it's not love. Caring is responsive, it's reactive. Caring is, there was a hurricane in Houston. Let's fly 100 people down to hand out food to those who need it, or water bottles. That's caring. Loving is investing in the community every single week in ways to help it flourish. Caring is the teacher who helps you figure out how to finish that poetry assignment. Thank you. Loving is that same teacher taking your poem and, unbeknownst to you, entering it into a statewide poetry contest. That's loving. Loving is proactive. Caring, the caring manager is the one who stays behind to help you clean up after your shift is done. Loving is the manager who says, come in, sit down, I love you. You're fired. I still love you. I'm taking the initiative to go, look, I put you in this job, it's the wrong job, I love you, but this job is not gonna help you flourish. And I have a deep and unwavering commitment to the flourishing of a human. I put you in the wrong job, I'm gonna get you out of it. So love isn't soft, is it? It's tough. We got it in the words, don't we? Tough love. Think about some of the toughest conversations you've ever had with another human. It's somebody who so deeply loved you, they were saying things to you you've never been able to take from anyone else. That's loving. Love is proactive. So if you think about it, the mindset, mind move, the mindset is, oh, you know what? People are just a means to an end. There are some leaders who think mechanistically like that. The mind move is no. Person's flourishing is the point. The American Management Association slogan used to be getting work done through people, which isn't bad. But if you took a loving approach, it'd be no, getting people done through work. Work is the instrument, people are the point. Work is the instrument, people are the point. And I know it's a higher bar. I know it's a 5 and the 4s don't matter. So I know it's hard for those of you that lead to actually make a person feel that they're flourishing, that they're seen as a whole human. Oof, I know it's harder, but it's just everything. So if you want to think about how you design that in a busy, demanding world, how do you do that? Well, here's one other mindset, mind move for you. Mindset is that balance is health. We should strive for work-life balance. If you ever found that moment of balance, by the way, if you say, oh my word, it's Friday afternoon, I got it, it's perfect. My work's good, my family's good, my finances is good, mom and dad are good, the community's good, my faith is good, it's all perfect. If you ever found that little moment of balance, you know what would be going through your head? Nobody move. I got it. I got it. Don't. Balance is stasis. Health is motion. Nothing healthy in nature is balanced. Everything healthy in nature is moving. Health is motion. How do you move through your life? All those different domains that Arthur was talking about. How do you move through every one of them and draw the nourishment you need to keep moving? If you think about health is motion, then you come up to these two roles that we play. These are the two most important roles you play in your life. You might go, no, it's parenting, or it's leading, or it's leader of my faith community. No, those are sub-roles. You need to be able to move through your own life and draw the nourishment you need to keep moving. No one ever tells you this, but every activity has energy in it, and all of us are so different that we draw strength and energy from different activities. That's why actually a strength isn't what you're good at, and a weakness isn't what you're bad at, because there are some things that you're really, really good at that you hate, right? A strength is an activity that strengthens you. Every activity has energy within it. In fact, my entire book that just came out was Love and Work is just all about that. How do you figure out what particular activities that you loved? Not for individualism's sake, but so that you can contribute it. Love is a precursor to contribution. Love is a decoder of the mystery of you. And we could probably spend all day thinking about how do I decode in a world that doesn't know me, in a world at school that all talks about my grades versus what I love. At school, at work, it talks about my goals versus that which I love. That are sort of separated work from meaning and love from meaning. We could really dive into how on earth do you find that which you love and turn it into work. But for the time that we have, I'd actually rather like to focus on this one, the maker role. How do you, because you have to make experiences for other people. As a leader, what are you as a leader? You're an experience maker. That's what you are. Leaders are experience makers. This is an experience that Craig and David has put on, with all their teams have put on. There's a beginning, a middle, which is where we are, and an end to it as you leave. It's an entire sort of choreographed experience. But also climbing into an elevator is an experience. Walking into a team meeting is an experience. You never leave a room at zero, do you? You either make it a little better or a little worse. You either design the experience to do this, or you ignore it and design it so that we end up lower, unelevated from where we were before. You're an experience maker. And so the question for you as a leader is, here's a chappie. Chappie's a new employee, or a new customer, or a new church member, or maybe an existing church member who's calling you about something, or an existing employee that needs to talk to you about family leave. They're at the beginning of an experience. And over here on the far right, you've got the end of the experience where they're walking around with love in their heart for you. They're telling people, you got to come work for this company. They're advocating you as a leader to friends and family. They're walking around full-hearted. So the question for you as a leader is, how'd you get from there to there? Because in the middle of there to there is an experience. Now you might say, hey, look, love is magical. Love is spiritual. Love is indescribable. Just something happens. Something happens. And yeah, there is some of that. But I'll tell you, if you reverse engineer love, and I know how weird that sounds, but if you reverse engineer, you find two things. One, you find there's a sequence here, a sequence of emotions. And the second thing you find is there's 5 of them. There's 5 of them. And I'm going to show you the 5, because the first thing I want to feel if I move through the experience is a sense of, where am I? What is this world? How do I work it? I would then want to feel like you know how I am feeling, and that you can draw me in so there's emotional harmony. I want you to feel like you can see me, make me feel my unique story matters. This one is, and now, then, show me who you connect me with. This one says, make me bigger at the end of it. And this is a sequence. It's not hierarchical like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's a sequence. You can't come in on the far right and work it backwards. Love doesn't work that way. Love is built. I'm going to spend the next 10 years of my life trying to train 1 million leaders a year in how do you take this model and turn it into a method. Because you can design love in, as strange as that sounds. But today I don't really want to give you a deep dive into it. If you want to stay close, just go to the GLS page, my GLS page, and you'll see ways, because for the next 9 months, I'm just finishing this book on just this. Harvard and I are going to publish it, I think, next April. I don't know. This is just everything. I want to give you, though, today a pair of specs, which in Britain is spectacles, right? Glasses. Glasses. DLI specs, design, love, in specs. Design, love, in specs. You put them on, the rest of your time, I want you to be able to put them on. You'll never see the world in the same way again, because when you put them on, you split the world into loving and unloving. Loving means being seen as a whole human. Unloving is being seen as a means to an end. You put them on, suddenly the world looks like this. This is an experience continuum. Far left is a bunch of experiences you don't want. You know that. Far right are those experiences that you really do want as a member of a church, as a member of a team, as a customer, as a student, as a patient. You want loving. Where do we live, though? Like, where do we live most of the time? We live here, don't we? We live in a transactional world. We live in a world where, as individuals, we sacrifice our humanity and sell our time and our talent to particular companies. It's a transactional world. Here in the United States, by the way, maybe around the world we don't use these terms, but here in the US, you're not an employee. You're called an FTE, full-time equivalent. FTE, or worse, headcount. How many times have you walked up to your manager and, I need a couple of headcounts. I need half a headcount, half a headcount. Give me half a headcount? You are a cost. Your humanity is reduced to a transaction. You're a customer. You're not a customer. You're your average basket size, or you're your lifetime customer value. We are allowing a world in which we are living in the problem with the world today isn't that it's immoral, it's that it's amoral. We've demoralized the world. We've taken what are humans with all of their beautiful flourishing, and we've turned ourselves into elements, financial elements of a financial transaction, and we've let it happen. My prayer for you today is that you don't let it happen anymore. Put those goggles on, and suddenly the world's split in two. You got stuff on the right that's loving, everything else is unloving. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. It means you got to put strategies together as a leader that mitigate it. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Handoffs, which we encounter all the time, are unloving. Think about hospitals. When you go to the hospital, you don't have one person shepherding you through the entire. You've got an administrator who checks you in, hands you off to a nurse, to a different doctor, to another different doctor. And the person who has to hold all of the details of your whole human life is you. And you don't even know what details matter. You imagine anything more unloving? Doesn't mean you shouldn't do handoffs. It means you got to be aware handoffs are unloving. Try to open a bank account, call the airline, call your insurance company, and you'll hear that same handoff. And you have to go to a restaurant, and you're the one who has to hold the whole of your experience from one handoff to another. The best hospitals have figured out they get terrible patient outcomes when people feel handed off. And so they've created, many of them, a role called a hospitalist. And the hospitalist's job is simply to explain you to the healthcare providers and the healthcare providers to you. It's loving. I don't mean you shouldn't hand off. I mean, when you do, it's unloving. You need to mitigate it with something loving. Here's another one. Shape-shifting is unloving. Delta last year took their frequent flyer program and they changed it. Some of you know this. And they changed it to a frequent spender program. They brought Boston Consulting Group in, who told them that you could get more money out of the transaction if you ceased to see people that you served as passengers and you saw them instead as wallets. And so we as passengers, we were like, well, I thought you were, what's the word I'm looking for? I thought you were an airline. And now you're a bank. Are you a bank? It's super. Now, of course, we pushed back on that. You might have followed this. They had to change it right back around. Why? Let's call it what it is. It's unloving. Southwest Airlines, sorry, globally, but over here in Southwest, in the US, we don't get assigned seats with Southwest. Some of us like that. I actually like that. I know what I'm getting. Last week, did you see this? They changed it. Why? Because they want to compete with Spirit and Pioneer. Okay, but I thought you were this, and you've shape-shifted, and now you're that. You've become incoherent in terms of experience design. Okay, that's a failure of leadership. God loves Southwest, but they've done something here that just feels it's unloving. Here's one. Why do nurses burn up? All the way through COVID, oh my word, those poor nurses. Now, there's a lot of reasons why they burn up. The job's stressful, absolutely. But the real reason why nurses burn up was never mentioned. Span of control. The average span of control, nurse supervisor to a nurse. You know what it is in the US? 1 to 40. One nurse supervisor to 40. That poor nurse supervisor can't see the flourishing of a human. Each of those nurses has no one to process a tough conversation with a doctor the day before, or maybe a super distressing call with a patient the week before. he or she can't process that with anyone because there's one nurse supervisor to 40 nurses. We shouldn't call them spans of control. We should call them spans of attention. I'm sorry, human beings need attention. What's the secret to engagement, Marcus? Attention, 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 attention. So it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have large spans of control. Sometimes we have to. But we better put in something which gives leaders the responsibility of checking in with each person on that team somehow every week. You know, what's the best ritual for a leader? I'll tell you what, check in with each of your people for 15 minutes every week. Ask 2 questions. What'd you love about last week? What are you working on this week? What'd you love about last week? What are you working on this week? If you're listening to that and you're going, well, I'd love to do that, but I've got too many people, then you've got too many people. If you're like, well, I'd love to do that, but I'm too busy leading. No. This was the leading bit. This is the leading bit. If this bores you, the idea of touching base with someone, by the way, I'm not saying checking up on. Your good people don't need you to check up on them. This is just checking in with. Why? Because humans need attention. Sorry, we do. And if we don't get it, we wither like flowers in the shade. And so if you're listening to that and you're going, look, this doesn't sound very interesting to check in with people 52 times a year, then that's fine. Just don't lead anybody. This is leading, right? I'll give you 2 more, and then I'll give you 2 more, because this is real world stuff. It isn't, it's not soft. This is outsourcing. I went to a Coldplay concert recently. Every experience, by the way, has a before, a during, and an after. The during was amazing. Like Chris Martin and his chums, they'd choreographed everything so that we had fair trade products, and then we had flags waving, and there was 3 songs in the middle where he said, turn off your cameras and your phones so we can just sway together to the sound of Yellow or whatever we were listening to. Oh, we all had bracelets too, which lit up with the surprising color yellow while Yellow was playing. But you had 30, 40,000 people with yellow bracelets. It was all felt, oh my word, it was like, oh. And then it took 2 hours to get out of the parking lot. And we went from this unified warmth to fighting like bumper cars, trying to get out of the car and get out of the parking lot, Why? Because Chris had outsourced the parking. And there's no knock on Chris. I don't expect Chris to know a lot about parking. Chris Martin, lead singer. But he'd basically gone, after we're off the stage, I don't know. But we as humans, we go through experiences. There's a before, there's a during, there's an after. When you don't think about the after, it's jarring for us. That doesn't mean you don't outsource. It means you understand that it's potentially unloving, and then you mitigate it lovingly. Chick-fil-A is a company that I'm blessed to work a lot with. Every single operator at Chick-fil-A, yeah. Every single operator doesn't actually work for Chick-fil-A. It's outsourced. But they've taken this so seriously that we need to mitigate it through careful selection and education. If Chris Martin had done that, they would have selected the vendor really carefully and then taught that vendor on what it is to leave a car park, or parking lot, sorry, in a Coldplay-like way, in a yellowy way. Didn't do that. Chick-fil-A did that. And now if you do that, by the way, it is now, for those of you who know this, it's now harder to become a Chick-fil-A operator than it is to get into Harvard. When you take love seriously, you understand what's loving and what's not, and when you have to do something that's unloving, you then mitigate it with loving strategies. One last one, which is huge, and then I'll stop. AI. AI's unloving, folks. It's in the language, artificial intelligence. What do we want? We want genuine emotion. What's that giving us? Artificial intelligence. We want genuine emotion. The definition of love is a deep and unwavering commitment to the flourishing of a human. Well, I'll tell you what, AI doesn't know what flourishing means. It never can and it never will. That doesn't mean we don't use it. It means we better understand what it's for, fit for purpose, and we better double, triple, quadruple down as leaders on designing loving experiences. Why? Because that's what humans need. If you think about everything for us, you know what, life just keeps rolling along and you just get more of what you expect. No, it's a mind move. You get more of what you accept. And there's too much in our world that we've allowed to happen. We haven't pushed back on things that are unloving. We've let ourselves be reduced to elements of a transactional equation. It's not acceptable. And the people that are going to fight back against it and create more loving worlds for our generations to come, as Megan was saying, is you. You can design love in. You can design love into the experiences you create. And as the famous love poet said, Pablo Neruda, probably the greatest love poet of the last 100 years, love, he says, is born in savoring. If you don't savor those things that you love, those people that you love, if you don't marinate on it, you'll never birth love. But it lives in intelligence. Love lives in intelligence. If you figure out how to design love, it's not easy to design loving experiences. It's not easy for, say, Chick-fil-A to teach and to select and to be careful curators and stewards of that. It's hard. It's really hard. Love lives in intelligence. You got to take love, that which you love, and turn it into contribution. And then you can't kill love, but it does die. It dies from neglect. And we are living in a world, right, where we don't understand that where you look, you go. We don't look at love. I'm so to blame. We couldn't even talk about it. And you start talking about transactions and transactionalism and the sexy new technology, and we stop talking about love and what it means. And for us humans, that is death for us. I'm not saying AI is a destroyer of love. I'm saying it's devoid of love. So for us, we ask you, as followers of yours, as customers of yours, as church members of yours, we are asking you, yes, we want you to believe in yourself. Yes, we want you to believe in your mission and your purpose. Yes, we want you to believe in us. But more important than all of that, what we are really deep down begging of you is please believe in love. And that's what I wanted to share with you. God bless you all, and thank you so much for inviting me along. Thank you.
Marcus shares a valuable truth that love is decreasing in society. But there's a valuable truth that we can change it. And we're going to spend a few moments just communicating and speaking to one another. How can you change the love aspect in your workplace, your ministry, or wherever you find yourself? Is there a few ideas that you can brainstorm on to change the love aspect in your community? We'll watch the timer on top, and we're going to spend a few minutes just speaking to the people around you in changing love at your workplace.
Dražen Glavaš was a communications expert, an ethics professor, and a consultant, and he brought the GLS to Croatia in the early 2010s. He was of the generation that was just becoming adults when communism collapsed, and there was so much opportunity and yet challenges in that moment.
As far as leadership is concerned, Croatia has a huge crisis of leadership. The big leaders that have led the country have disappointed the people. So now there's almost this idea that to be a leader means to be corrupt, to be negative, or to be wielding too much power.
People in Croatia can't really find meaning and purpose in what they do every day. But Dražen challenged us to think of ourselves as leaders wherever we are, because we as human beings have influence. We influence each other.
Dražen was all about building people, not building places. Places can be sold off, run down. People would last.
We believe the Global Leadership Summit can play a crucial role in forming the future leaders of Croatia, which in turn will change the whole future for our country.
So the summit is presented by the Global Leadership Network with the hope of inspiring and equipping leaders to bring about positive change right where they are. And their end goal is that more people will lead well and use their influence to bring about positive change.
So the first GLS was 2012. Dražen handpicked people to come there. People that maybe he couldn't have invited to another event, he could invite to this. He wanted every area of society. So you have politicians, you had artists, you had business people, you had ministry people, you had pastors, priests. He wanted to create this kind of unified identity as we are Croatians who care about our culture and our society and where it's going.
GLS changed me in my business environment because in Croatia we are doing business more like you do it just for the payment and you can go home. But after GLS I realized that it's so much more, that we are doing our business really for the people. The implementation started to change me. And every time when I changed something, I saw the positive outcome of it in my personal life, but also in the lives of others who was learning from me.
So Dražen led the GLS in Croatia for 6 years and then passed away suddenly about a month after the last GLS that he led. It was a huge shock. He was only 49 years old. He left behind a widow and 3 teenage sons. I was the one who had the time to be able to say, I can step in and be the coordinator for this in Croatia.
GLS is a huge production, and Dražen, he put everything into it every year. When he saw people that hadn't ever met talking together about truth, about integrity, and about how do you lead a business, and these are my problems at work. When he saw that every year, he said, we're doing this again.
Well, Croatia is a small country, so when we're already gathering 500 or 600 leaders in Zagreb just around GLS, it's making a difference. It's connecting people in a way that's very different from other leadership conferences or experiences.
One thing I'm passionate about, to really invite people to GLS who are not sure what they are doing, why they are doing it, to hear about business, but also then to hear that Jesus really loves them and that God has a plan for them.
I think the GLS is extremely important for young people. I think there might be a notion sometimes that people think, oh, I can watch a video on my phone because we have a lot of YouTube videos and TikTok videos. Actually attending the GLS summit and hearing those specific things in that context and being surrounded by other people who want to grow as leaders, I think that's just an amazing experience.
So I truly believe that our society will contribute and move away from the past by bringing together the business sector, people from non-profits and people from churches together and on one platform, and use GLS in order to learn, be better, be more focused for the impact we want to make together.
I am so thankful to God for Dražen and how he always wanted to involve us as crew. So I think it would bring a big smile onto his face.
If you think in your country that it can't be done because it's too messed up, I can guarantee you that's exactly how people felt in Croatia 20 or 30 years ago. And yet one person with enough drive and passion and faith, like Dražen had, combined with the quality of what is in the GLS, you can bring change in any place and culture in the world.
Leaders are consistently looking for ways to stand out. To get there, we have to learn from the past to get better today, both from the wins and the losses. If we want to stand out, we have to think outside the box. Today, we want to combine research and a fresh perspective on a common experience that will allow us to take actionable steps forward. Our next speaker is known for her thoughtful research on the subject of failure. A professor of the Harvard Business School, she has been at the top of the Thinkers 50 global list of the top management thinkers since 2011. The author of countless books, articles, and case studies, her research on psychological safety and failure showcases her desire to do work that contributes to the betterment of society. She is about to show us when we look at failure the right way, we can tap into unlimited potential and purpose. To stand out as a leader, here to talk about the right kind of wrong, please welcome Amy Edmondson.
Hello! Wow! What a thrill to be here. Thank you. Okay, let's get started. Listen, I've been studying failure for 3 decades. Okay, and I've come to a conclusion. Wait for it. Failure is a part of life. Okay? And it's a part of progress. It absolutely is, but I get ahead of myself. It's not as simple as it first appears. Our intuition about failure fails us. So where should we begin? Let's begin with science, shall we? Now, I suspect that all of you are familiar with the concept of DNA. But probably very few of you manipulate these tiny compounds for a living. Well, that's what Jen Heemstra does for a living. Jennifer is the first woman to receive tenure in chemistry at Emory University in Atlanta. She's pretty successful. Right? Does that mean that everything that goes on in Jen's lab every day with her young scientists ends in success? No. In fact, Jen estimates that 90% of the experiments that she and her colleagues run end in, wait for it, failure. Right? So how do you get out of bed in the morning? Well, she understands the absolute need to detoxify failure or her team will not be successful. Right? Jen understands that failure is a part of progress in science, and I will add that it's a part of progress in any field. In fact, it's a part of progress in life. So she goes out of her way to say cheerful things like, we're going to fail all day, because she understands what I'm going to clarify as the right kind of wrong, the right kind of failure. You know who else understands this? David Kelly, a Stanford engineering professor, co-founder, and then longtime CEO of IDEO, arguably the world's most successful innovation consulting firm. And David will run around to the teams and exhort them to fail. Yes, fail. He'll say, fail often to succeed sooner. Now, is he saying go ahead, give the clients sloppy work? Of course not. What he's saying is, if you want to be innovative, you must be willing to tolerate failure on the way to success. Now, all of this is well and good. In fact, it's really even part of what I'll call the failure craze. But here's the problem, right? Deep down, we know failure is bad. We learned it long ago. We learned it in elementary school. That was where we started really caring about what do people think of us. We learned that it's better to get the right answer than wrong. It's better to succeed than fail. And it became part of our makeup, right? It became part of how we operated in the world. We wanted to be successful. We don't want to be rejected from the tribe, right? And worse, our organizations, that's where I do my research, tend to make it worse. Let me tell you about a story. A few years ago, I'm talking to some senior executives in a very large financial services firm, and they said, they knew my work, right? They said, Amy, that fail fast stuff, we love that. That's fine in good times. But now, they said, facing the turbulence that lies ahead, now it's important that everything go well. I sure empathized. But here's the problem. It's wishful thinking, right? In turbulent times, by the way, those are the ones we're in turbulent times, it is more likely than ever that things will go wrong. And in turbulent times, innovation is more important than ever. We gotta find and solve problems, right? And so what they didn't really appreciate was that when they declare, either explicitly, as they were doing, or implicitly, that failure is off limits at the moment, guess what happens? It doesn't produce perfect human beings. It produces silence. Right? What happens is failures will still happen, and you won't be hearing about them. That's not the outcome they wanted, I guarantee you. And so, what these executives and the rest of us truly need to understand is this. Yes, there are failures that we should work hard to avoid. I'll tell you about some of them. And there are failures that we must, like it or not, learn to welcome. The challenge is knowing the difference, right? So let me offer a framework that I think helps, right? So it's 3 archetypes. In my research, I have found that failure essentially comes in these 3 buckets. Basic failures, which are failures, undesired results, caused by a single thing, usually human error. They tend to take place in familiar territory. I depict here a automotive assembly line because there are very few places that are as predictable as familiar. But let's say a team member makes a mistake, does a task wrong, you might get a defect in that car. That would be a basic failure. Complex failures are ones that have many causes, not just one, but a handful of causes that come together and create an undesired result, where any one of the factors on its own would not have been enough to produce the failure. Okay, neither one of those are good news. Both of those, and we can go into detail on this, are theoretically and practically preventable when we're at our best, right? And then there's the third kind. This is the kind that Jen Heemstra and David Kelly do for a living. These are intelligent failures, which I will define as the undesired result of a thoughtful foray into new territory. These are indeed the right kind of wrong. Now, to bring this framework alive, let me illustrate. I'll give you an example in each category. So, a basic failure. Back in 2021, an employee at Citibank, 2020, sorry, that might be an error, in which case I own it, that accidentally made a mistake, checked the wrong box in a form, if you can imagine, and accidentally transferred $900 million to a group of lenders. So basic failure, right? Simple human error, bad outcome. So I use this example to make the point that basic doesn't mean small, right? Now later, a judge issued a controversial ruling called a finder's keeper's ruling that precluded Citibank from getting the money back, right? I know. It's worse when it's human life, and I have stories like that too. But let's go on to, you may recall this just a few years ago when that magnificent structure in Paris, Notre Dame, burst into flames. We lost that beautiful spire that had been there for 1,000 years. What caused it? Many little things. Workers smoking on the scaffolding. Electric bells with wiring had been installed amidst that 1,000-year-old wood in the roof. I could go on with a handful of what I'll just describe as small deviations from best practice. Not a single one of them enough to produce this massive failure, but the perfect storm ensued. and led to this really tragic outcome. Now, there's a great story, it may be apocryphal, but I'll tell it anyway, about Thomas Edison. A lab assistant came up to the famous inventor and said, "Gosh, it must be so hard for you with all these failures." Edison turned and looked at the young assistant and said, "Failed? I haven't failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Right? So Edison, like Heemstra, like Kelly, understands the right kind of wrong. If you want to be a pioneer, if you want to venture boldly into new territory, and all of us must do that to a certain degree, you must be okay with failures along the way to world-changing successes. Okay, so let me define. How do we know, right? Because it becomes very tempting to say, intelligent failure. I'll just call my failures intelligent and be done with it. There are rules, okay? So here they are, one at a time. I say 4.5 rules. You'll see why. Number one, it takes place in new territory. Jen's lab is pursuing the leading edge of scientific research. It's not possible to look it up on the internet and say, what's the answer here? Number two, you have a credible opportunity here to advance toward a desired goal, whether that be electricity or a new life partner. Number three, it's informed by available knowledge. In other words, you've done your homework. You're not just randomly trying things. You've thought about it. You've found out what we do know. Jen's students will read the literature before they design and execute an experiment. And number five, the failure is no larger than necessary to gain the new knowledge, right? So we want to do the right-sized experiment. And what's the half criterion? Take the time to learn from it. You've paid for it, get your money's worth, right? So the failure's lessons are identified, shared, and used. Well, let's go through a few. Ray Dalio, maybe you have heard of Ray. Ray Dalio graduated from Harvard Business School back in 1972, and by 8 years later, he was a phenom. He was on the evening news program all the time. He had founded a very successful investment company, Bridgewater Associates, and had 8 years of unmitigated success. Dalio was especially proud of his ability to predict long-term trends. He did his homework. He paid close attention to a handful of economic indicators that led him to the conclusion in 1982 that the US economy was about to go into a very deep recession. He bet everything he had in his life and in his firm on that bet. And he lost everything. He had to borrow money from his dad to pay the rent. Okay, let's take a look at our criteria. New territory, absolutely. Investing is always new territory. You can't see the future. Opportunity, he thought he'd make a boatload of money. Good reason to believe it could work. Nobody was a better student of markets than Ray Dalio. As small as possible? Oops, right? He violated the fourth criterion. But you'll see that, in fact, he did not violate the fifth or the half. He says, and I love this quote, he says, in retrospect, that failure was the best thing that ever happened to me. It gave me the humility, there's that word again, it gave me the humility I needed to balance my aggressiveness and shift my mindset. Ultimately, it's all about shifting your mindset. Shift my mindset from thinking I'm right, I'm the smartest guy in the room after all, to asking myself, now this is the tiniest shift ever, but boy is it powerful. Shifting my mindset from thinking I'm right to asking myself, how do I know I'm right? I love that. Just that little tiny injection of curiosity, even if it's about your own thinking, will go a long, long way. Now, in my research, when I'm looking at intelligent failure, most of the time, I'm looking at innovation work in company settings, right? So one of the innovation projects I studied occurred at Telco, one of the baby bells. I won't tell you which one, and you'll see why in just a moment. Now, Telco was very, very good at what they did. They had customer satisfaction ratings in the high 90s. They had, all sorts of good things. They were very, very well-run traditional company. Now, R&D came up with a new technology that would allow customers to get that much-needed high-speed internet access that at the time they lacked. They had a pilot. It was small. The very best customer service reps were included in that pilot, and it was a smashing success. So the executive team, as you imagine, made the decision to approve the full-scale launch in the big city. I'm sorry to say, this was not a success. In fact, it was a fiasco. Something like 500 customers waiting on average for some aspect of their service to work. 15,000 orders were late on any given day. Oh, customer satisfaction ratings plummeted to 13, right? That's a big, we understand that innovation, sometimes there'll be some dissatisfaction, but this was a mess. Oh, and marketing had been in the midst of a new branding campaign. So this was a mess. It took months and months and millions of dollars to dig themselves out. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say it wasn't the right kind of wrong, and yet it was in the innovation context. So, diagnostic question here is this. Why didn't the pilot prevent the fiasco, right? Well, you know the answer, right? It wasn't representative of reality. It was rigged to succeed. In fact, I will say about the pilot that yes, the pilot was in fact in new territory, but the pilot failed us by being such a success, right? A good pilot succeeds by failing. It doesn't fail by succeeding, if you know what I mean. Let me clarify, right? So a good pilot should have a yes to all 4 questions. Number 1 and 2, is the pilot being tested under typical representative circumstances or idealized perfect circumstances? Is the goal to learn or to prove to higher ups that my baby works, right? And is it clear that compensation and performance reviews are not based on a successful outcome of the pilot? And finally, did you do anything differently? Because otherwise you probably didn't learn very much. And so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the new tech launch fiasco was not the right kind of wrong, and indeed because it did not fail enough to learn what would really work in reality. So if you design a good pilot, it'll look like this. New territory, of course. Opportunity, yes. Good reason to believe it could work, but the failures you will have will be small and you'll learn a lot from them. Mindset shift. What we're really talking about here in our lives and in our works is for all of us to take the intelligence, yes, the true intelligence of intelligent failure to heart. Why? Well, because in new territory, and every day is new territory to a certain degree, the only way to make progress is through trial and failure. Notice I don't say trial and error. We're not talking about mistakes here. We're talking about failures in new territory where we didn't yet know. So intelligent failures, by their very nature, are not preventable. But guess what? They are avoidable. Wait, am I making no sense here? What's the difference? You know, right? They're not preventable because we just don't have the playbook yet. How do we avoid them? Just don't take any risks. So Nikki Mecklin, a nurse in New Zealand, sent me this beautiful image of a bowl that she created in the pottery at a pottery class. She said she'd been working for 6 weeks to learn how to spin the wheel, and she said I'd made 5 beautiful bowls, and then I was making this one. She said I got a little bit cocky. I was loving those beautiful thin walls, and then all of a sudden, thunk, my hand hit the side of the bowl, and it went, crazy, like you can see here. And my clay instructor came along and said, right into the bin it goes. And Nikki said, but I decided to keep it. I'm a perfectionist, she said, and it was a good reminder to me that we're not perfect and that there's beauty in imperfection. She said, so now I have a place to store my river pebbles, and boy, are they beautiful. So she says, this is my reminder of taking risks and being willing to live with the consequences. These, of course, Nikki's work absolutely hits our 4 criteria, right? New territory, she hadn't done this before. She wants to make a beautiful, thin, elegant bowl. Good reason to believe it can work. She's made 5 after all. And is this a major fiasco? No, of course not. All of this brings me to our need to rethink, what does excellence mean in an uncertain world? It's our taken for granted mental models, our intuition fail us, because excellence in an uncertain world looks like this. Do everything you can, checklists, vigilance, teamwork, to prevent basic failures. We have the knowledge, let's support each other in using it. Do everything you can to anticipate and mitigate complex failures through, again, teamwork and speaking up. I'll say more about that in a moment. And then finally, welcome the intelligent failures. Go for them. Do not hold back. So excellence today means error awareness. Being vigilant enough to catch and correct errors all the way through a process or project, along with a willingness to take bold risks, along with a willingness to experiment in new territory. Now, just to clarify what I mean by preventing basic and complex failures, I had the privilege of interviewing Ben Berman, a captain at United Airlines, and he told me, he used to be an airline safety expert. He used to do those analyses of the black box data that showed when things went wrong, what happened. So when he has a new crew, which is roughly a weekly experience, this is how he opens the briefing meeting. He says, and I quote, "I have never flown a perfect flight, and it won't happen today either. I need to hear from you." Right? So he's saying excellence, no matter how good we are, no matter how experienced I am in aviation, means you will speak up. I will err and you will tell me. I don't care how high in the hierarchy I are. Now, Ben did admit to me in the interview that it really bugs him that he's never flown a perfect flight. So he is human, right? A great leader, but he is human. So excellence in an uncertain world. I saw this on the internet recently. I just loved it. This is not failure, missing the target, right? This is failure, leaving the darts on the wall. This is what I call playing not to lose. Being so risk averse, we don't try something new. This is called playing to win, going for it, right? At work and in life. So what can you do as leaders, all of you around the world, what can you do to ensure intelligent failures in your organization? I'm going to say it's 3 simple things. Please know that simple doesn't mean easy. Set the stage, create space to explore, and respond and reinforce. Set the stage means convey an inspiring purpose. I know that's at the very heart of leadership, and I know you're all good at that. But emphasize that if we are going to reach that inspiring purpose, we will have to take risks. We will have to experiment. We will have to learn more in this uncertain world as we go. And then do what you can to create this space where people can experiment, where they can experiment in safe ways. We don't experiment in the midst of a passenger a journey. We experiment in the simulator, for example, in aviation. So create those opportunities to experiment. Do everything you can as a leader to distinguish between preventable, basic and complex, and intelligent failures so that people are willing to cheerfully welcome the intelligent failures like Thomas Edison described. And then finally, how do you respond when things go wrong? Well, first, share the news widely as possible, because there's nothing worse than an intelligent failure in your organization that gets replicated next week, right? No longer intelligent the second time around, so share the news. Reward speaking up. Right? When someone comes to you with a question, a concern, a mistake, reward it. Reward discussions of problems, reward sharing of failures. This is where I've spent a lot of my life's work, is this idea of psychological safety, where people really believe that their work environment or their family environment is safe for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, and even failures. Not that it's easy. I don't think it's ever easy or fun to do that, but that it will be welcomed and valued around here. please know that psychological safety, it's been getting a lot of attention recently, is not about being nice. Sorry. I mean, I'm not saying be mean, right? But it's about being candid. It's not about being comfortable. Let's face it, learning is a little bit uncomfortable. Intelligent failure is a little bit uncomfortable. It's not the same as job security. That's a whole other topic. And it is certainly not about lowering standards. More on that in a moment. We can have the highest standards and still have a psychologically safe environment where candor is welcome. So how do you know if you've got one? Well, I'm going to ask you to check your ratios. What do I mean by that? My finance colleagues are always talking about checking ratios. It makes them sound smart, so I thought I would borrow their language. In a given week, let's say last week, what % of what you were hearing was agreement and progress and all's well and good news versus, I disagree, I have a problem, I need help, bad news? If you're hearing the stuff on the left side there, I guarantee it, you will have had a better week. More pleasant. I also guarantee it might not be the full story, right? And so we need to learn to welcome, and that's psychological safety. How do we thrive, really? How do we thrive as a fallible human being? I think first it starts with accepting, yep, we're all fallible human beings. I learned this from a wonderful thinker, psychiatrist, Maxie Maltzby. He says we're all fallible human beings, FHBs for short. Well, how do you thrive given that terrible news? Well, you encourage yourself and others around you, your colleagues, your family members, to take smart risks. Take a chance, right? Take a chance rather than risking regret for not even trying. Be mindful, supportive, and vigilant in upholding high standards, the highest standards, both, and I think in particular for physical safety, Ben Berman, and for moral action. Right? We can strive, we can hold ourselves to these very high standards. But that said, resist perfectionism. We cannot be perfect. We are not wired that way. So resist perfectionism and instead set realistic goals, the kind of goals that require stretching, and don't expect immediate success or immediate payback. So what you're trying to do is practice persistence, reflection, what did I learn, what happened, and taking accountability for your part in the things that go wrong. And by the way, if you have the stomach for it, and I hope you do, apologize that's part of the accountability. And then when you fail, not if you fail, but when you fail, learn and pivot. Right? So thriving as a fallible human being can be done. Right? It can be done. But it's not necessarily, the list on this page are not things that come naturally to us. We have not been socialized to thrive as fallible human beings. We've been socialized to try to make it look like we're perfect, which kills innovation and makes it unsafe. It would make air passenger travel unsafe. It would make healthcare, where I've done a lot of my research, unsafe. And so, there are undeniably storms ahead. The 19th century novelist Louisa May Alcott wrote, "I'm not afraid of storms, for I'm learning how to sail my ship." Well, we all in our turbulent world face storms ahead. And I believe we can learn to sail our ship. How do we do that? We must shift our mindset from, hey, I'm right, to I wonder why I think this way. We must learn to welcome failures along the way to success. And fundamentally, these are team sports. We must shift from expecting perfection to expecting progress. From playing not to lose to playing to win. So let us learn how to sail our ships together. Thank you.
Leaders.
So let's take a few minutes to reflect on what Amy said. We have placed the countdown timer behind me. So let's do the most of it. Let's use the time wisely. Amy shared a few things, and something that stood out was, for myself, am I aiming for perfection or am I focusing on progress? What about you? What stood out the most for you in this session. And I realized that sometimes I struggle with failure. And she gave us a few points how to detoxify failure in our own lives. So take a few minutes, ponder on a few thoughts, and then share with someone sitting next to you. How do you deal with failure, and what can you change in the future? Thank you.
The Women Leaders Network is a new initiative of the GLN and is a global movement of local cohorts that identify, empower, equip, and release women in leadership. We desire to see women leading well alongside men and fully using their God-given leadership gifts for His purposes. Our vision is to see a unified global network of women leaders, bringing transformational impact to their churches and local communities. We've witnessed incredible growth in the Women Leaders Network since its launch last August 2023. More than 3,000 people receive regular updates on this global movement. There are 82 local cohorts meeting across 22 different countries. That's over 1,700 women gathering regularly to grow and encourage one another in leadership. Each cohort is uniquely different, but equally significant. As women stand together, walls are coming down. Women who are vanguard leaders, champions and allies with the men standing with them, looking toward the next generation and making room for them at the leadership tables. These leaders are strong and courageous, yet filled with grace and compassion. They are being elevated locally to bring alignment globally. We are seeing the global leadership network be more effective as women and men come together under their calling to pave the way for others. We are stronger together. We are wiser together. We are better together. Join us today and connect.
So this is an invitation to all the ladies. If you are a woman leader today here and you want to connect, we invite you to join the Women Leaders Network. On page 3 in your summit guide, you will find Janine Couchman's contact details. You can make contact with her and join this initiative. Can I ask you to stand, please? So let's just start with that one important sentence that we started with. Everybody wins when a leader gets better. Okay, that's the one you need to leave with today. But as Amy said, in what I heard is get outside your comfort zone. Because I don't know about you, but I don't like failure. I don't like failure. I don't like making mistakes. So this is a huge stretch to me. We are now going for lunch. But before we go to lunch, can I ask you, and you need to hear me out first, just make a 360 like this, and then look around, which person do I need to make contact with during this lunch break? And it's not your spouse, it's not your co-worker, it's not the person that you came with. Whose new story do I need to hear? So can I ask you to do that 360, not too fast, slowly, and consider which person do I need to spend lunch with? Okay. 2 final remarks. Remember our resource center through that white doors. Craig Rochelle's new book, Think Ahead, is there. GLS Now is there. And then we've got a 45-minute lunch break now. At any time you feel the need just to reflect, just for some peace and quiet, or someone that you need to pray with you, through the white doors, down the stairway, take some time to reflect. We'll see each other again at 13:15. You've got a 45-minute break. Enjoy your lunch. Through the doors, you'll receive your lunch. To the left, it's our lounge area. To the right, our coffee lounge. Enjoy your lunch. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Can I see by the waving of your hands, did you have a good lunch? Awesome. So as the video suggests, that sometimes even the brightest of minds, they get it wrong. So we are here to inspire, and I hope this event will transform your leadership journey. So I've got 2 surprise giveaways. So let's start with Craig Rochelle's Think Ahead. So I'm going to ask the question. Please don't shout it out, just raise your hand, and then if the luck falls on you and you've got the answer, you get the answer right, then maybe you can get a surprise gift. So the first question is, what is the name of the product where you can get access to the talks and content from this year and re-watch at home? Karabu. GLS Now. There you go. Enjoy. And next question. According to Marcus Buckingham, what is the most powerful force in business? Mr. William. Love. There you go. Prophetic leadership. So can I ask you to put your hands together for our next speaker, Mr. Erwin Raphael McManus. Enjoy.
To be human is to experience gaps in communication. To be a leader is to overcome those gaps and to learn to tune ourselves into the frequencies of our teams. Our next guest is no stranger to the intricacies of communication. He has spent over 30 years coaching CEOs, teams, companies, and leaders on how to unlock their personal genius, how to most effectively communicate, and how to lead at the highest level. As leader and pastor of Mosaic, award-winning author and artist, he has proven that communication is not just a tool for leaders, but an art form for all, requiring strategic attention and crafting. With the right tools, you will learn to close communication gaps and point your team toward success. Here today to teach us the best ways to communicate with your team, please welcome Erwin Raphael McManus.
Hey guys. If you are at all wondering what it's like to be up here, it is wonderfully terrifying. And the big question just crashes into my brain. Why? Why do we do this? Not just why does someone choose to stand on this platform, but why do we choose to sit in those seats, listening to one speaker after another speaker after another speaker? What is it about us as this unique species known as humans that find communication to be so essential to our development, to our progress, to our experience? We humans are designed for connection. And that connection cannot happen without communication. Right now, something beyond physics is happening. I'm standing here in this moment, and 250,000 of us will gather together, though separated by time and space. And I will make sounds that will travel in visible waves, that will cross time and space, and could potentially invade your soul, cause an electrical reaction in your brain, ignite images in your imagination, and if you allow it to, might seep into the essence of your being and change your life. When I hear someone speak into my life, I understand they're invading the deepest space of who I am. How does this happen? A part of it is that we humans are designed as open-loop creatures. We're not like reptiles that are closed-looped. I don't know why people choose them as pets. The snake will never love you more. The iguana doesn't care about you. But humans are designed differently. We're affected by outside factors. When you walk into the room, and if you're depressed and you get around people who are filled with hope and excitement, you potentially will walk out filled with hope and excitement. Or if you walk into a room filled with hope and excitement, and you walk into a room filled with people who are depressed, discouraged, and negative, you might actually walk out discouraged, depressed, and negative. You've probably had moments in your life where you felt the temperature of your soul change instantly through a conversation with someone who has incredible influence in your life. It's because you and I, we're designed as open-looped creatures. So when we speak and that sound emits, it translates into meaning, and that meaning translates into something even deep, significant. Did that happen inside of my head, or did you hear it too? I emit an extraordinarily high level of electromagnetic current. So technology and I are not friends. But we will make it through. But you have to give me back those 3 minutes. And when I began reading the scriptures, I was so fascinated about what it said about us as human beings. And one of the things that really was a curiosity to me was how language was essential to the story of the scriptures. All the way back to Genesis chapter 11, when humanity decided to build the Tower of Babel to prove that we were bigger than God, and God separated us, we are told, by creating languages. So languages then became the dividing factor of human communication. And then fast forward to Pentecost, to Acts chapter 2, and the initiation of this new movement started through Jesus. The miracle of Pentecost is that every one of them began speaking in their own language, but everyone else heard it in their language. It was as if God was reversing the pattern of separation to integration by simply giving us a way of understanding each other. We humans have this deep need to be understood and to understand. But what happens so oftentimes is language that is supposed to connect us actually separates us. Language that is supposed to reveal us actually conceals us. We even have a language for it. We use words like lying, deception. We use a language that tells us that our words are not always connecting us to one another, but actually separating us from each other. I have a theory, and it's really irrelevant, but I'm going to share it anyway. I'm convinced that Adam and Eve did not have language. When the scriptures say that Adam and Eve were naked and unashamed, I think that actually means more than simply that they could see each other's bodies. I think Adam could see everything that was inside of Eve. He could hear her emotions and hear her thoughts. And that Eve could see everything inside of Adam. She could feel his emotions and hear his thoughts. And that's why they were naked and unashamed, because they had nothing to hide from each other. Can you imagine right now if everyone in your life could hear your every thought?
and know your every emotion. I've been married for 40 years, and I know my marriage would not have lasted. I would have heard all the times Kim had thought about me, I should have picked someone else. Or the times I might have had a thought about Kim, can you be more perfect? I'm not going to say what I was thinking. If we could not hide what we actually thought, what we actually felt, who we actually were, we would feel so naked and ashamed. But what if there's a journey back? If we can actually move to the level of communion and community and connection that we were created and intended to have. It is not incidental that the etymology for the word communication is the same etymology for the word community. You cannot have community without communication. It's also the same etymology for the word communion, because you cannot have communion without communication. You cannot move to the deepest level of human intimacy if we don't learn how to connect, how to hear each other, how to understand not just what we're saying, but what is actually said. Which led me to studying human frequencies. And I know that a conversation about frequencies can seem somewhat esoteric or bizarre. But I just want to maybe lay it out on a more practical level. My wife Kim is here. We've been married 40 years. And early on in our marriage, I traveled a great deal. I still travel, but she travels more than me, so we meet up in between trips. And we have this wonderful relationship to each other. But early on in our marriage, I had been gone for a week or two, and I came home one night, and the moment I walked in, my wife Kim said to me, and I'm not saying this is the first thing I remember, or the first thing that I reflect on is the first thing she said. I walked in and she said, take out the garbage. And when she said that, I had not matured yet in my understanding of human frequencies. So when I heard her say, take out the garbage, I heard, take out the garbage. I didn't hear, oh my love, my heart has leapt as you walked into this room. I have missed you more than words could express. My bones ache from our separation. I need you. And because of that, would you express your deep love for me by taking out the garbage? And I've grown in my understanding of human communication. But then again, when she said take out the garbage, I did not react well. I did not respond with maturity that I needed. And so I said, I just walked in. I've been gone a week. Can I just rest? I'm tired. She felt terrible. She said, I'm so sorry. Please sit down, just rest. I'll make you dinner. She's making me food. She's being so kind, so gracious. And within minutes, I get a phone call. It's some of the boys. Now, I'm 65, but I still love playing basketball. And the guys called me up and they said, hey, we rented a gym. Do you want to come play basketball? And I said, give me a minute. And so I walked over to Kim and I said, hey, honey, my love, my heart, the oxygen I breathe. After I take out the garbage, do you think it would be okay if I went and played basketball with the guys? And she said, oh no, you're so tired. I wouldn't let you do that. You just sit down and rest. And I said, no, it's like a miracle. I have so much energy. It's incredible. And she said, okay, wait a minute. Let me get this right. You've been gone for over a week. You just got home. And you'd rather go play basketball with the guys than be home with me. I tried to remind her how important it was for her that I have strong male relationships. And I said, well, when you put it like that, it sounds very wrong. And then my beautiful Irish, blue-eyed wife looked at me the way you only do in romance novels. And she said, sure, go right ahead. Men are not the smartest of the species. And when she said that, I could have listened to her words, or I could have heard the frequency that was actually communicating something far deeper and more critical to my future. What she was actually saying when she said, sure, go right ahead, is if you choose to leave me for those guys, I'm going to make the next few weeks of your life so miserable, you're going to regret this choice, and maybe even for years to come. And I said, no, honey, I choose you. We humans listen in layers. And as we grow and mature and deepen, the layers grow and mature and deepen. But in the same way it applies at a very interpersonal level, it also applies on a larger platform. I was at an event, and I wasn't certain if I would give the details, but I am going to give some of the details. I think it was the last time I was ever asked to speak at one of the Global Leadership Summit events internationally. I was in Germany. Maybe that was a bad decision to begin with, to have a Latin in Germany. I was there with several thousand leaders, and I was so honored to be there. And speaking with a translator is an art form in so many ways. And I made a statement, he translated. I made a statement, he translated. We had a groove. He was exceptional. Pop, 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 pop. It was just incredible. And all of a sudden, I knew that I was going to say something controversial because it's who I am. And in the middle of my talk, I was just revving up for that moment where I was going to make that statement where every German in the room would be absolutely unnerved by me. And when I made that statement, he translated and I stopped. This is in front of several thousand people. And I said, wait a minute. You did not translate what I said. He goes, what? I said, you did not say what I said. You changed what I said. He goes, how could you know that? You don't speak German. And I said, that's not the point whether I speak German or not. Did you translate what I said or did you change what I said? He goes, I changed what you said. This is in front of everyone. I said, you changed what I said because you did not agree with what I said. He goes, yes, because you have to be wrong. It went something like that. To this day, no one has any idea what I talked about that day. They just remember that moment. And afterwards, he asked me, and others asked me, how could you know he changed what you said? And I said, because I stopped listening to words years ago. I listened to frequencies. And in that moment, his frequency violated the frequency from which I was communicating. I want to submit to you today that there's a level of human communication that transcends words and can connect us at such a deep level that it reconnects us the way God intended for us to live. And so this past year, I worked on a book called The 7 Frequencies of Communication, and we're releasing it today for this event. And I want to take a few minutes and walk you through these 7 frequencies to give you an overview. And each one of these frequencies actually has a shadow. And I wish we'd just take time to talk about the shadow frequencies, because so much of the modeling of communication on television and film is not one of the frequencies, but the shadow frequency that comes from the dark side of who we are. And we're raising up a generation that does not know how to access and use the power of these frequencies to connect at the deepest human level. And I am convinced those of us who are in a relationship with the God who created us are the ones who need to take stewardship over the power of words and use our words to connect humanity together rather than constantly tearing each other apart. So let me walk you through the 7 really quickly. I'm going to start with the one that I think is the most popular. It's the motivator. The motivator is a person who walks on the stage and they're already happy. In fact, they may be happier than you're ready for. They're full of energy. They're full of confidence. They believe in you. They believe in themselves. They believe in happiness. They believe in sunshine. They are like sunshine wrapped up in skin. And when you have a motivator, they see their communication frequency as having two principal purposes: to bring energy to the room and to deepen your self-belief, which to me is really interesting because I have a motivator in my life. He's not in my family system, but he's a friend. His name is John Gordon. And I met John Gordon over a decade ago. He was a Jewish Buddhist energy coach. And he had me on his podcast to talk about energy. And in that conversation, we began having a conversation about broader issues. And a few weeks after we met on the podcast, he became a passionate follower of Jesus. But he drove across the country to my house in LA in a hideous bus wrapped up with a sign that said energy bus. And I told him, you cannot park that in front of my house. I have a reputation, I have a brand, move it across the street. And when John came to faith, I would keep calling him an energy coach. And now he says, I'm not an energy coach, because he understands the source of that energy now. But he does the exact same thing. He walks in the room, he's so filled with energy, he believes in you, he believes in the power of every human being to make a difference in the world. And let me tell you, when I'm depressed, when I don't believe in myself, when I'm actually really discouraged, I just call John. It's like plugging myself into optimism and positivity and hope. And there's just something incredible about that. And there's some of you here, your natural frequency is a motivator. You see life as the space in which you need to inspire, encourage, and elevate people. And you are a gift to humanity, and you have more friends than you deserve. But next to the motivator, there's the challenger. The challenger is the person who sees their role in the world to call people out and call them up. They are not the motivator. When you're around the motivator, they don't see anything wrong with you. No matter how messed up you are, no matter how broken you are, they just see all the awesomeness inside of you, not the challenger. The challenger sees all the untapped potential in your life. The challenger knows that you could do more. The challenger's telling you, suck it up, do the hard work, pay the price. Challengers love Kobe Bryant. You get up at 4:30, Kobe got up at 3:30. Kobe got up before he was born. That's how committed he was. And when you're around a person with a challenger frequency, you are inspired to be more, but sometimes you start wondering, am I ever enough? Can you see what I have done, what I have accomplished? And their response is, who cares about that? That's yesterday's victory. Today requires new blood. And are you willing to bleed for the greatness inside of you? You also have a commander frequency. Going from motivator to challenger to a commander. And the commander frequency is that person that when they step into the room, you just know they're in charge. Before they even say a word, you're thinking, yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. I will do whatever you say. They carry so much inherent respect and trust. I just have to say this. Craig Rochelle is to me the perfect manifestation of the commander frequency. In fact, as he was speaking, I thought to myself, he has a commander frequency with a secondary frequency of commander. Commanders look at us and they know exactly what we should do with our lives, with our time. And they're very utilitarian in their language. I remember one time I was having dinner with these friends. They were all different leaders from different parts of the country. And one of them was my brother, Alex. And while we were at dinner, the waitress went by and my brother said, ketchup. And the waitress went, got ketchup, brought it back. It was like dark magic to me. I'm like, what just happened here? I'm the guy in the restaurant that's invisible. I'm the guy, hey, hello? Excuse me, I can't get the bill. I can't get water. There is no time where anyone actually feels they need to do what I say. My brother says ketchup, and she brings ketchup. And then she left, and I said, Alex, and you were like a commander. He goes, what do you mean? You just said ketchup, one word. You are so utilitarian with language. One word, ketchup, and she did it. He goes, I did not say ketchup. I said, yes, you did. He goes, no, I said, excuse me, miss, would you please bring me some ketchup? Only in his imagination, I'm telling you. So we did a brief survey. I looked at the other men at the table and I said, what did he say? He said, ketchup, ketchup, ketchup. So you know what my brother did? He said, oh, I must be wrong. No, he did not say that. He said, miss. She walked right over, came right to the table. He said, when I asked you for ketchup, did I say, excuse me, miss, would you please bring me some ketchup? And she said, yes, sir. Now, the reason I understand so much about commanders and challengers is because for some reason, God decided they were essential for my life and happiness. Because my wife, Kim, is a commander. That's her dominant frequency, and I think it's the only frequency she really admires. And not only is my wife, Kim, a commander, but our son, Aaron, who's 36, and he's here with us, he's also a commander. So clearly God looked at me and said, one commander will not do for you. And then we have a daughter, Mariah, who's 32, and they both live within 10 minutes of us. And our daughter, Mariah, is a challenger with a very, very flexible commander frequency as well. And so I have three people in my life, in my nuclear experience, that tell me what to do, and tell me I could do more. And it's just so exciting in my life every day to know I will never live beneath my potential. Then you also have the healer frequency. The healer frequency is this beautiful frequency. And so oftentimes people gather to hear individuals with a healer frequency because we're all so broken. And sometimes it's uncomfortable when you're hiding your wounds, when you're trying to act like you're not broken, when you go to a performance coach, not a therapist, when you're trying to deal with that inner child, but he's all grown up. But when you hear that person with that healer frequency, it can make you so uncomfortable. And yet, you feel so vulnerable. And you sense the potential of healing and wholeness in your life. Now, you can know when someone does not have a healer frequency. When they ask you, how are you doing? And you go, great. They go, great. They just keep going. That's not a healer. The healer frequency feels like this. How are you doing? No. Aaron, how are you really doing? It doesn't matter that there are almost 100,000 people in this moment with us. I just want to know, how are you doing? You're not so good, right? Yeah, I know. Because you see, when you're around a healer, they need you to be wounded. And because if you're not wounded, they're not essential. They're not necessary. I get so uncomfortable when I'm around a person with a healer frequency the first time I meet them. They always interject something about, don't you just hate small talk? Don't fall for it. Go, no, I love small talk. It's like, small is really good. It's way better than like big talk. And because it's just a setup to, I hate small talk. I like really having a conversation. And are you ready to go deep? And I'm usually like, no. Shallow's okay. Like, I'm good back here. But when I have healers in my life that I trust, it changes everything. Because there are moments in my life where I'm so desperate to be seen. I feel the pain and brokenness that somehow lingers with me. And after being alive for 6 decades, I realized that some of the wounds that got deep into my soul when I was 5 years old or 10 years old, they've so marked me that they become a part of who I am as a human being. And when you have someone with a healer frequency, it's pretty hard to lie to them. They just see right through you, into you. And when it's someone you trust, you just let them invade the space of your soul because you know that they can be trusted. And they're not there to condemn you. They're not there to add to your pain or sense of uncertainty or insignificance. They're just there to help you know that you are seen and that there is a way to wholeness in your life. But then there is a contrasting frequency that we call the professor frequency. The professor frequency is very different than the healer frequency. The professor frequency is driven by someone who understands data and knowledge and information as the vehicle from which humans change. When you have a professor frequency, you know the solution to everyone's problem is they need to learn what you know. And you are there to teach them. If you have a friend with a professor frequency and it's a really strong frequency, they somehow know something about everything. You can test them. You can pick random subjects and they've already studied it. Just in case one day someone would ask about squirrels. They actually studied squirrels and the stock market. They're really vast. And I remember I was doing this presentation in a completely secular environment at a place called the 100 Million Mastermind, where all these entrepreneurs and businessmen come together. And I made the statement that those with the professor frequency see data as the only source of truth. And there is someone there who is self-identified as having the highest IQ in the world, and I find him fascinating. And I'm assuming he's a little brighter than me. And he heard my presentation and took offense to it. He got my number and called me at home. It's a little terrifying when you get a call at home from the smartest man in the world who gets hired by governments to solve unsolvable problems. He said, you made the statement that those of us, he self-identified, with the professor frequency are the only ones who believe in data. I thought he was angry because I made him sound too limited. He goes, what else is there? I said, what? He goes, what does everyone else base truth on? There's only data. Everyone bases truth on data. And I was proposing things like, well, like what about like love? Data. He even later came out with a study on how to find happiness based on data. Because when you have the professor frequency, for you, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. And for many people, even in platforms, they think that teaching people theology is what will change their life. Or teaching them doctrines is what will change their life. Or teaching them ideologies is what will change their lives. And it's because these are professor frequencies that believe that the information changes everything. And then you have the seer frequency. The seer is the person who emits a frequency that creates not just vision, but hope. And I just cannot go without saying, the reason we're in this building, the reason we have this amazing event and experience here is because a person had a seer frequency and they cast a vision and they connected people to a deep sense of hope. And when you're around a seer, they paint a picture of a future that you just couldn't imagine until they painted it. And one of the things I've come to learn in my own life is that it doesn't matter if the vision comes out of you as long as it comes into you. And most of us spend our lives searching for a vision worthy of our lives. But there are certain individuals, and there's not a large number of them, who have the seer frequency. And when they speak, they see a future that must be created. They have a dream. And sometimes that dream is about a better humanity, and sometimes that dream is about a better product, and sometimes that dream is about a better future. But when you're around a seer, you feel compelled to stop looking backwards and you start looking forward. And I'm absolutely convinced we need more seer frequency in the world that stops fighting about the past and starts creating the future. And then the last frequency, and I will not spend much time there because they're very small in their number, are the mavens. The mavens are different than seers, although you might confuse them at times, because seers have a different picture of the future, a beautiful picture of the future, but mavens have a different view of reality. Mavens are the ones that wake up every day believing they're in the matrix. And they take the red pill because they're going to detach, they're going to detach, they're going to detach. Mavens don't try to be different. They spend their energy trying to be the same. They don't try to think outside of the box. They don't understand how you got in the box and why you choose to stay there. And I can tell you, even just from some personal experience, that my personal journey has been one with this very unorthodox frequency. And being married to my wife, Kim, I cannot tell you how many times I would share an idea with Kim, an idea that was overwhelming me, that captured me. And I said, honey, I just got to share with you what I see. And I would share it with her with so much enthusiasm. And she would say to me, please never share that anywhere. And 2 days before we came here, I was talking to someone, or maybe to myself, and she interrupted me and she said, what are you talking about? And I shared with her what I was thinking, and she said, you are just so weird. But every one of us in this room carry a frequency within us that becomes our dominant primary way of communicating and connecting. But I want to just lead us to this thought as we come to a close. There was a man in 1680 named Robert Hooke who first discovered the science of sematics, the visual expression of sound, and they discovered that different sounds create different images through sand sitting on metal. And then a man named Masaru Emoto, who I don't know the full breadth of his scientific research, but a Japanese researcher who believed that when you speak into water, it changes the crystallization of that water. I don't know about any of that, but I do know this. When you speak, you create inside of the universe of another human being. The Bible says that the tongue of a human being is ignited by the fire of hell, which means you can also be ignited by the light of heaven. What the Bible's actually saying is that human beings have this transcendent power that when we speak, we create universes inside of each other. When someone speaks hope, you're creating a different universe inside of someone. When you speak love and acceptance, you're creating a universe inside of someone. But when you speak anger or bitterness or jealousy or envy, you're destroying the universe inside of someone. The scriptures begin with one declaration from God, let there be light, and all of creation came into existence. You are created in the image of God. He has placed a power that's ignited by your breath that goes through your lips, shaped by your tongue. And when you speak words, creation happens. And there's some of you that might be listening, and I just want to say this. The Bible says that all creation declares the glory of God, which means the entire universe is speaking in a frequency, letting us know that God exists, but can you hear it? Your body has over 30 trillion cells, and you are part of the created order, which means every cell in your body is declaring the glory of God. 30 trillion cells in your body are saying to you, you are created by a God who loves you. You are designed with purpose and meaning. There's a voice that's calling you. Will you hear him and follow him? I had this atheist engineer from China come up to me after I spoke at an event. He said, you keep talking about the voice of God. What does God's voice sound like? I said, well, you're an atheist, so it sounds like nothing. He goes, well, what does it sound like to you? And I said, I have so many voices in my head. Sometimes it's so crowded. And I don't even know which voice is mine because they're not agreeing with each other. They're confused and in disagreement. And because you ever have a voice in your head when you're super depressed and the voice says, you've got this? Or a voice when you feel like you're insignificant and the voice says, you matter? Do you ever have a voice in your head that goes against what you're thinking and you don't know how that voice got in there? And he goes, yeah. I said, you're an atheist, right? He goes, yes. I said, do you have a voice in your head that's saying, there is a God, there is a God, there is a God? And this is not the best metaphor I've ever used, but I said, it's like a parasite in your brain, eating away at your reason. You are an atheist, you know there's no God, but this voice has somehow got into your brain and it keeps saying to you, there is a God, there is a God, there's a God. And this atheist engineer said to me, yes, it's like a parasite in my head. And I said, that is the voice of God. You and I, we are in the most profound way echoes of the voice of God. He said, let there be light. He spoke us into existence inside of the universe that exists in your soul. It is a universe waiting to expand through faith and through hope and through love. And if God speaks to us in frequencies, imagine how he wants us to hear each other. God bless.
To be
Wow, wow, wow. What a great conversation by Owen McManus. So there's 7 different communication frequencies. And maybe you can associate yourself with one of those 7. And maybe you associate your colleagues or your friends or your family with one of those 7. So let's take a time and reflect. And after we have reflected, let's speak to our friends and family sitting next to us about what frequency you are and what frequency they are. God bless.
aquilo que você deve fazer. Inspiration and motivation. The GLS
Ha sido una gran experiencia en mi vida.
Hey, I'm Craig Rochelle, and I've been attending the Global Leadership Summit for more than a quarter of a century. And it's no exaggeration to say that there is nothing that has shaped my leadership more than year after year learning from the best leaders in the world at the Global Leadership Summit.
One of the things that I love most about GLS is the level of effort and access being created for leaders and aspiring leaders truly all across the globe.
Yo, Michael Jr. here. I appreciate the GLS because it has helped me expand my friendships, my creativity, and my leadership ability. This thing is on point. Let's go.
Hola, mi nombre es Carla Millares.
Hello, my name is Bobby Rao and I'm from India.
My name is Shay White. I've been incarcerated for 21 years. Prison can be a dark, cruel place, but because of those who financially support GLS and bring it here to our facility in Rockville, Indiana, I was moved to begin a 100 Days Kindness Challenge inside these prison walls. So far, over 250 women have chose to participate, and we're seeing true change in our prison's culture. We now are also blessed to be the home of the first Global Leadership Network's Women's Leadership Cohort. Both of these programs help women develop leadership skills and become influencers for society here and upon release.
I have attended GLS here in the Kingdom of Eswatini and has made a huge impact. It inspired me to mentor young people in underprivileged communities through the work that I do. I have leveraged what I learned in GLS by helping these young kids understand holding each other accountable, resilience, dealing with rejection, and decision-making, in the good and bad habits.
Our country is in danger. Tens of millions of Ukrainians are suffering. We need strong and Christian leadership. I have been attending GLS for 12 years. It prepared me for today's challenges. Serving needy people and responsibility for our community. These key values become a part of our identity in Ukraine thanks to GLS.
My journey began decades ago when I attended my first GLS, and it changed my trajectory. I caught a vision to give others the hope that I so desperately needed. I want to inspire others to believe that even in the toughest places, with determination and compassion, we can create a brighter future from the pain of our past. Well, that hasn't happened yet.
You see, I'm just a teenager, and my story is still being written. My name is Cece, and I live in a rough neighborhood in Chicago. A few years ago, when my brother was killed, I was overwhelmed with fear and anger. But I'm choosing a different future, one filled with hope and a passion to become a peacemaker in my community. The training that I've received through the GLS has changed everything, and this is just the beginning. I am hungry, I am eager, and I am becoming a force for good. I can see my future, but I need your help. Many others like me need your help, because everyone wins when a leader gets better.
I can only echo what Quentin just said. Wow, wow, wow. Sure. Everybody wins when a leader gets better. So in session 1, we introduce you to the Global Leadership Development Fund. When you and I have the opportunity of making an impact, making an investment in leaders' life that don't have the resources, next generation leaders' life that don't have the resources to attend a summit like this. So at the back of your book and on the screen you will find a QR code. I hope you've thought about it by now. In the back of the book there's also banking details. But then also in the auditorium there's 3 joy boxes. If you brought cash, you are more than welcome to donate for the Global Leadership Development Fund through the joy boxes. And as leaders of this congregation, we decided all the cash that we take up as an offering for this fund, we will double it. Okay. Yes. So here's a story of a local leader who was impacted by a contribution that someone like you made, and the potential they saw.
Hi, my name is Lukolo Kendane. I grew up in the Eastern Cape. I found myself at school being a very disruptive student. One of my teachers actually saw that I had leadership potential. And as he took me out, he actually said, do you know that you've got leadership potential and capabilities? Because whenever you are disrupting in school, all of the class generally follows. That one conversation changed and altered the trajectory of my life. My first GLS, I was a grade 11 student. My teacher had, after he had taken me out, said, I want to help you and I want to invest into your leadership. And I was struck by the conversation. One, the intentionality of the teacher taking me aside. But number two, the fact that he was giving me an opportunity to actually think about my life and think about my impact and think about my influence. And so my first GLS, I was a grade 11 student. I went there. It absolutely changed everything about me. I thought about my life. I thought about my decisions. I thought about my influence, and I thought about what I wanted to do with my life. I felt like I could start small, even though I was a high school student at the time, and I could even do things in my very school. I left feeling inspired and encouraged, thinking, oh wow, I could make a change in my country. The impact has absolutely changed me because I don't view my world, I don't view my life just as something for me to benefit. I work with a phenomenal organization called Alpha South Africa, where we get to serve hundreds and hundreds of churches across the country, working in different denominations, working in different parts of the country. And it gives me great joy to be able to inspire, to motivate, and to walk alongside different pastors and leaders to help them think about how do they help their congregations, how do they help their communities, and most importantly, how can we change this nation? I'll be forever and eternally grateful to Mr. Daniels, my teacher, who invited me to attend my first GLS and the Global Leadership Network, for making it possible for somebody like me to go to my first GLS and attend many others, to be inspired and to be refreshed. Imagine how you can also be a part. Maybe you could partner with the Global Leadership Network to help raise more generation and next generation leaders to attend GLS. I would love for you to be a part of it.
Everyone wants to know their work matters, that our actions have an influence and leave something worthwhile. But how can we ensure that what we do will have a lasting impact? Here to share from his wealth of experience is the CEO and president of the Global Leadership Network, David Ashcraft. Previously, David served as the pastor of Lives Changed by Christ Church in Mannheim, Pennsylvania. His leadership took the church from one site with 150 weekly attendees to 19 locations across Pennsylvania with over 22,000. Additionally, David is the founder and president of The Advantage, a leadership collaborative that mentors and encourages pastors. David also serves on the board of directors of the National Association of Evangelicals and the GLN. He is passionate about the GLN's pursuit to serve more pastors, equip more churches, and inspire more leaders. Sharing about the hidden force that can destroy your legacy, please welcome David Ashcraft.
Well, it was right about 12 years ago or so that I had opportunity to sit in a small room with Jim Collins. There were about 15 people in the room. We were sitting around a big table, and as Jim Collins would speak, and Jim Collins, who wrote Good to Great, Built to Last, other wonderful resources for us. And as he spoke, it almost seemed as though he just oozed with wisdom as he talked to the 15 of us around the table. And as he talked, at one point, he began to describe his different levels of leadership. And if you know Jim Collins, he talks about leadership in 5 different levels, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. And he began to describe each of the levels. And when he got to the level 5 leader, I began to do what I imagine all of us around the table were doing, and I began to try to think, am I a level 5 leader? Might I have risen to the level that Jim Collins would consider the way he defines a level 5 leader? Might I be considered a level 5 leader, the highest level leader that Jim Collins would describe? And as he continued to talk, he went on to say something about being a level 5 leader. And he described the qualities and the traits of being a level 5 leader. And then he said something that just stopped me in my tracks. It stopped all of my dreams and all of my imagination and all of the fantasies that I was having about being a level 5 leader. And what Jim Collins said as we sat around the table that day, it actually changed the direction and the course of the rest of my life. Now, when Jim Collins actually had to say that day, as he talked about a level 5 leader, he said, you will never be a level 5 leader until you've actually left the organization that you're leading. And once you're gone, the organization is better with you gone than when you were there. And that just kind of rocked my world, because in other words, he's saying, I'll never be a level 5 leader until I've actually left the organization. Once I'm gone, then it actually thrives. It's better with me gone than with me there. And that was shocking to me. I mean, think about it. For me, to even be considered a level 5 leader, that meant at that time that I needed to leave LCBC Church, where I had pastored and led for over 20 years. I would actually have to leave this church that I love. And once I left, it would do better with me gone than with me there. And I have to admit, that is not what I had been expecting Jim Collins to say when he was going to talk about a level 5 leader. Leave the organization that you love, and somehow it's going to be better with you gone. Now, I've always known that there would come a time when I would leave and step away from LCBC. I knew that there would be a time when I would step away and step out of my role as senior pastor of LCBC Church. LCBC, by the way, just stands for Lives Changed by Christ. And we would just say that's who we are. We're a community of people whose lives have been and continue to be changed by Jesus Christ. And I knew I wouldn't lead LCBC forever. But up until spending that day with Jim Collins, if I'm honest with you, in the darkest, quietest moments of my mind, I thought when I would step away from LCBC, it wasn't necessarily going to be better when I was gone. I mean, in those dark moments in my head, I thought, well, surely they're going to miss me. Surely they're going to struggle. It's not going to be quite as good as when I was there. And I'm sure there's going to be wailing and gnashing of teeth as people just are moaning about the fact that I'm no longer leading our church. But that day, as we were sitting around the table with Jim Collins, what Collins actually said is, if that happens, if the organization you're leading now struggles when you're gone, if the organization that you are leading now isn't stronger with you gone, then he said, you've been a terrible leader. There's no way you're a level 5 leader. You've been a terrible leader, because when you step away, it needs to be better, stronger than when you were there. And that never was really in the front of my mind. So that day, it started me on a journey, a 10 to 12-year journey, working hard to ensure that whenever I did step away from LCBC, it was going to be better when I was gone than when I was there. And what I took away from Jim Collins that day is, if you and I want to build a strong legacy, because when we step away from the organizations we lead, at some point, we're building our legacy. We're preparing what people are going to think about us, say about us, what we're going to leave behind when we're gone. Collins was saying, if you and I ever hope to be a level 5 leader, if we hope to have a positive and strong legacy, then somehow we've got to ensure that the people we're leading now will be better off when we're gone than when we're here. So what I'd like to do is describe a couple of lessons, maybe 3 lessons that I learned in that process of what it took to kind of work my way to the point where I felt like LCBC was going to be better when I was gone than when I was actually there. And there were dozens and dozens, so many lessons that I learned over the years of working towards that point of stepping away from LCBC Church. Today, I just want to give you three of the biggest lessons that I learned in moving away, transitioning away from LCBC. And these lessons will impact your legacy, my legacy, what people will think, what people will remember, whatever's described about us, whatever people take away from us in the future. These 3 lessons will impact what is said. And the first lesson is actually this. When it comes to preparing your transition so that your organization is going to be better when you're gone than when you're there, When you begin to think about leaving the organization you are now leading, the first lesson I would tell you is time is either going to be your best friend or it's going to be your worst enemy. Time will be your best friend or your worst enemy. If you're going to leave your organization well, whether you're leading a church, whether you're leading a business, whether you're working in some kind of ministry, it doesn't matter if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, or 70s. I would just tell you the time is going to be your best friend or your worst enemy when it comes to making that transition and leaving and transitioning well. And if you begin planning your transition well enough in advance, the likelihood of you having a successful transition goes up exponentially. But if you wait until the last minute, or if you wait until the last year, or maybe even the last 2 years or 3 years, I would just suggest that you're setting yourself up to fail. And you might not ever achieve the status of being a level 5 leader. And let me show you how it matters. One of the leadership principles that I learned right here at the Leadership Summit, as a matter of fact, it was, I think, on this stage right here years ago, is that a leader's job is to take people from here to there. A leader's job is to move people from where they are to where they need to be in the future, which means if today people are following you as their leader, you are their leader today, then if you're going to lead your people so that they're better when you're gone than when you're there, that means one of the things you need to teach them is how to follow other leaders. One of the things that you need to do is prepare them to follow another leader so that when you're gone, they won't be shocked. When you're gone, they'll be ready. They'll be willing to step in and follow the leadership of somebody else. Because again, remember, it needs to be better when you're gone than when you're there. What this requires is some planning. And we all know the old adage that failing to plan is planning to fail. And yet I'm amazed at how seldom we think about or we plan our transitions, our successions, our stepping away from the organization we're in. And so when I listened to Jim Collins that day, I mapped out a 10 to 12-year plan for my transition away from LCBC. And because I had 10 to 12 years to work on that plan, it allowed me to make sure, first of all, that the finances of the church were in order and there was a strong war chest for the future. And it allowed me to restructure and reorganize the staff and be sure that they were ready for the future. It allowed me to prepare people in my church for life without me as the leader. One practical thing was that meant I had to have other people speaking on the stage with me so that they were used to hearing other leaders, other speakers. And it also allowed me to prepare myself personally for no longer being the pastor. I had to prepare myself to be ready that I wasn't the leader anymore as we move forward. And then it also allowed me to begin working on preparing my successor to step in to my position. And so when it came to identifying a successor, we decided we were going to go internally with a candidate, and I identified the person that I thought would do well in replacing me. He'd been on our staff for about 10 years. His name was Jason, and I can still picture sitting in the board meeting when I said to the board, I think Jason is the one that ought to be stepping into my role in the future. And I can remember the expression on their faces. I can remember what they said to me. They said, there's no way. There's no way. Jason is not the guy that will replace you. And so I said, well, tell me why not? Why would he not be the one to replace me? And so they went ahead and they told me, and they had a myriad of reasons. They said, first of all, he doesn't have the training theologically, biblically that we feel like he should have. He doesn't have enough leadership experience. He's not a strong enough communicator, and he doesn't have the business acumen to step in and lead a large organization. And they kind of went on. And yet remember, when it comes to transitions, time is either your best friend or your worst enemy. And because we were just a few years into our process, we still had lots of time down the road. Then I was able to say, okay, well, then let's go to work on those deficiencies. And so we began to work with Jason and helped him in my transition for him to step into that role. And over the next 6 or 7 years, with a great deal of intentionality and a great deal of planning, Jason's deficiencies actually became his strengths. And it was all because we had time. He now has become the next senior pastor of LCBC, almost 2 years in, and he's doing a tremendous job, but it only happened because we had lots of time. Time was on our side. Time was our best friend, not our greatest enemy. And had we waited, and had I waited just for a year or 2 years, maybe even 3 years to plan out my transition away from my leadership role, Jason never would have been our senior pastor. And when it comes to transition, And there will come a time when each and every one of us will transition out of the roles we're in. And you may be thinking, this doesn't apply to me. I'm a long ways away from transitioning out of my role. I thought that too. But 10 to 12 years of planning, and time is either going to be your best friend or your worst enemy. So my challenge to you, whatever age you are, whatever stage you're in, begin planning your transition now. Don't wait. And I actually love what Bob Russell was a pastor, transitioned out of his role. This is what he actually said about his transition. He said, there are three ways that I can leave the church. He said, you can carry me out, you can kick me out, or I can walk out. And he says, I choose to walk out. I'm not going to wait so long that you have to carry me out because I've died in my role. I'm not going to wait so long that you kick me out because I'm no longer effective. I'm going to plan, and I'm going to choose to walk out of my leadership role. Now, I don't know about you, but I hope you're not kicked out of your role. And I don't know, carried out, that would be an interesting one, but I would just challenge you to begin planning. Begin planning for your transition now so that you can walk out, not only walk out, but walk out as a level 5 leader, where your organization is going to be better when you're gone. First lesson, time is either your best friend or your worst enemy. A second lesson that I learned in that transition also is the fact that, and really it's more of a question of who is taking top priority in your transition. Who is the most important factor? What's the most important priority in your transition? Is it you? Is it all about you in your transition? Are you the top priority? Or is it about others? Is it about the organization, your church, your business, the nonprofit that you're leading? Who is it that takes top priority? Are there others that might be more important than you? And if in your mind you're planning your transition and you're thinking it's all about you, and when things work out well for you, then you're probably not planning well. You're not stepping away at a good time. I'll listen to different leaders and they'll say, well, when my kids graduate from college or high school, or when I'm financially stable and ready, then I'll step away. And all of that is something that needs to be considered. But if all you're thinking about is you, then you're not thinking about what's best for your organization. You're likely not going to achieve a level 5 leader because it's not about you. It's not all about you. What's interesting is when you start thinking about transitions, a lot of different thoughts that come into your head. A lot of things about, I don't think this is the right time for me to step away. I want to give you a few thoughts that popped into my head. Stumbling blocks sometimes that keep us from planning for the future, that a lot of leaders never get around to planning their transition because of some of these very reasons. Let me give you some of those stumbling blocks. One of it is ownership, where you've been leading the organization for a long time and you think, this is my baby, this is my organization, this is my church, my business, and it's all about you. You own what you started. It's maybe about identity, where you find yourself wrapped up in what you're doing and what you're leading. You just say, this is what I do. And that was a struggle for me. For 32 years, I led LCBC Church. It's what I did. It's who I was, and this is what I do. And if I'm not pastoring LCBC anymore, then who am I? What is my identity? Another issue that comes up is capacity. Whereas you're thinking about that transition, you think, I've still got so much to offer. I've got so much to give. I've got so much capacity here. I'm still alive and kicking. I've got a lot to offer the organization. Or another is the issue of security. I'm not really financially ready for this. I'd like to step away, but I can't. I'm not financially prepared. Or maybe it's just resistance to change. And what you're thinking in your mind is nobody else can lead quite like me. Nobody else could lead this organization. Nobody else could pastor this church the way I pastor it. Or maybe for you it's time. And you say, I'm not old enough to start this process. I'm not old enough to think about this. And I don't know if you noticed in each of those different arguments as to why you don't plan your transition, but there's a common theme with each and every one. I don't know if you noticed the theme, but in all of those, it was about me, it was about it was about I, and this is my baby, this is my church, and what will I do? And I'm still alive and kicking, and I'm not financially ready yet, and only I can do this, and I'm not old enough yet, and it's all about me, and all these objections to transitions, they're all about me. And if you're resisting planning your transition because those are some of your stumbling blocks, then it's all about you. Now, don't get me wrong, all those things are important to consider. They may even be valid, but here's the lesson you need to learn. If you're going to transition well, It's not about you. It's about others. It isn't all about you. It's not about what's best for you. It's maybe about what's best for others or for your church or your organization. And remember, it never was your baby anyway. It was God's church. He was just allowing you to lead it and steward it for a while. And somebody else is going to come in and take God's church and steward it and lead it. But it never was about you. And believe it or not, you may be good at what you're doing, but somebody else can probably do it just as well. Maybe even better than you. You're not the only one. And you may still have capacity, but maybe God has other plans for you. You may have capacity and a lot of time on your hands where you think, I'm not ready to step away and not lead in any capacity, but maybe God has better plans for you. And so bottom line, if you hope to be a level 5 leader, your transition, it's not all about you. There are others that need to be taken into consideration. So lesson number 1, time is either your best friend or your worst enemy. Lesson number 2, it's not all about you. Others need to be involved as well. But there's one other lesson I want to share with you that I learned through my transition at LCBC, again, after 32 years of leading the church. And maybe one of my biggest surprises in that whole process were the emotions that kind of swept over me during that transition. And I knew that there would be feelings. I knew that there would be emotions stepping away after 32 years. I wasn't surprised by the fact that there were some emotions. I was surprised by which emotions were coming into play in my life. And by the way, it wasn't just me that experienced these emotions. It was my wife, Ruth. It was my family. It was the church family. It was Jason, my successor. We were all wrestling with emotions in that transition. Let me just give you a couple of the emotions that I felt personally and the ones that hit me hardest. One was just sorrow or loss. I mean, I thought, what am I doing? And probably the last 4 or 5 months that I would drive to the church each day, each weekend to lead this gatherings each weekend, I would think, what have I done? I feel like I'm driving to my own funeral. And the emotions were so strong. Insecurity was another emotion that swept over me. I just think, who am I now? Who am I? What do I even have to offer? What's my identity? And then there was apprehension and fear. What's next for me? Because I don't feel like I'm done. I feel like there's still capacity. But there was one other emotion that hit me harder than all the rest. And this is the emotion that actually hit me by surprise. And nobody had told me to watch out for this emotion. I never expected this emotion to rear its ugly head. Nobody had warned me about it. But it maybe was one of the strongest emotions that I've ever experienced. And looking back now, 2 years later, I believe this emotion is the hidden force that can destroy your legacy. This is the emotion that could keep you from ever becoming a level 5 leader. Are you ready for it? The emotion that caught me by surprise was pride. It was the emotion of pride. And I think pride is the emotion that might keep all of us from ever becoming a level 5 leader. Pride is the emotion that might keep any of us from actually having a legacy that's positive in the future. Because pride is this one emotion that it could actually keep your organization from being better when you're gone than when you're here. And as a matter of fact, I'm convinced pride is the hidden force that keeps most transitions from being successful. It destroys our legacy, or at least has that potential. Now, for me, I didn't even notice that pride was a part of my life and raising its ugly head until I'd actually transitioned away from LCBC. For me, pride wasn't something that I noticed until all of a sudden the church started being equally and maybe even more successful with me gone than with me there. And it's exactly what I wanted to happen. I wanted the church. I needed the church to be better when I was gone than when I was there. But I wanted that. But when I started experiencing it, all of a sudden pride started popping in. And I found myself feeling hurt that the church was thriving without me. And I'm embarrassed to admit it, but as LCBC was doing better without me, I began to wonder, am I getting enough credit? Do people understand what I did to help LCBC reach this point? When I left, we had 19 locations. And after I left, the church added 4 more locations. And so now 23. And I began to wonder, do people realize I'm the one that made the plans for those 4 locations? Did people realize I'm the one that helped raise the money, millions of dollars to build those new locations? And I found myself asking myself again and again, am I getting enough credit here? Do people realize how important I am to this whole process? And very quickly, I began to realize that pride was bringing out the worst in me and in my emotions. I began to realize that pride was the emotion that might keep me from ever being a level 5 leader, because if I allowed pride to have its way, I could have said something, done something that was very stupid, something that would destroy the transition. And sadly, powered by fuel and fueled by pride, sadly, I could have blown up the whole thing. And now, if you spend any time around our staff at LCBC, there's a phrase, there's a statement that we use again and again. It's been used since I started at LCBC. You won't find it printed on any of our literature. You won't find it hanging on banners around the church or written across office walls, but it's a statement that we repeat again and again with our staff on a regular basis. And it's a simple statement, really. It's not even that profound. The statement simply says this. It says, let's not do anything stupid to mess up what God is doing. Let's not do anything stupid to mess up what God is doing, meaning God is more than capable to do amazing things if we will stay out of his way and not do anything stupid. And to be honest, if I were forced to narrow down the job of a leader, I would say it's basically this. It's to keep and protect the mission and then don't do anything stupid to mess up what God is doing. It's not that hard to be a leader. Keep and protect the mission, then don't do anything stupid. And stupid could be a lot of things. Stupid can cover a lot of grounds. Typically, doing something stupid results in making a bad decision and taking a foolish risk. And it's been my observation that stupid oftentimes ends up being relational, where we get crossways with each other. I get mad at you, you get mad at me. Somehow we get sideways with one another. But probably the number one cause of doing something stupid, in my experience, it's pride. It's my observation that pride is the thing that causes most of us to fall. But then I said, let's just not go off of my observations. A quick glance of scripture actually tells you that pride is this destructive element, and it has been throughout all of human history. See, pride is this excessive belief in our own abilities, where we think we're better than we probably really are. Pride is thinking too highly of ourselves, and we all fall into it, and we look around at others and we think, well, they're good, but I'm better. We just think too highly of ourselves. And the truth is, pride is present in each and every one of us. It's probably present in your life right now. And my guess is your friends and family, the people around you, they know you struggle with pride. They're not ever going to tell you that you struggle with pride. You'd never believe them even if they did, but it's there. And it lives within each and every one of us, and it's pride that causes a leader to take an unnecessary or foolish risk, and it's pride that keeps a leader from seeking or listening to wise counsel, and it's pride that blinds a leader from seeing the true facts when making a critical decision. It's pride that causes a leader to make a choice that ends in humiliation. It's pride that causes a leader in transition to say something or do something to destroy a successful transition, and it destroys their legacy in the process. And you look at what God says about pride in the Bible. Proverbs 13:10. Pride leads to conflict. Those who take advice are wise. Or Proverbs 16:18. Pride goes before destruction, haughtiness before a fall. Proverbs 16:19. Better to live humbly with the poor than share the plunder with the proud. Or Proverbs 29:23. Pride ends in humiliation, while humility brings honor. And finally, for me, maybe one of the most frightening passages in the whole Bible, especially if you happen to be a leader. You find it in James chapter 4, verse 6, that says this. It says, God opposes the proud. He opposes the proud, but he favors the humble. I don't know about you, but there are a lot of things that I would not want to be in opposition to me, but more than anything else, the idea that God, my heavenly Father, God, the sustainer of the universe, would actually oppose me, stand in opposition to me because of my pride. I think, oh my goodness, what would it be like to have the God of the universe standing directly in front of you? Maybe his arms are crossed, maybe his hands are out, and he's not just stepping back and letting you do your thing without him being involved. He's actually standing in opposition to you. His hands are out, and he's stopping what you're doing in your life, in your church, in your ministry. Everything that you're leading, he is against. It's not a matter of, is he blessing my ministry? Blessings are way gone at that point. He's standing in opposition to you, and he's saying to you, I will oppose everything you do in your ministry and your work because of the pride and the arrogance that's in your life. And I'll oppose your agenda. I'll stand in opposition to your plans. I will oppose you because of your arrogance. And Martin Luther actually called pride the deepest of all human vices. And there's one other verse that talks about this sin of pride, and maybe that incites the wrath of God more than any other. It's Psalm 138:6. It says, though the Lord is great, he cares for the humble, but he keeps his distance from the proud. Maybe you find yourself feeling like God is distant. Maybe you find yourself feeling like the plans that you have are not working the way you'd hoped, and maybe God is standing in opposition. Maybe his hands are out against you. What a horrific thought to think that the God that you love and serve, the God of the universe, is actually keeping his distance from you. He's got his hands out in front of you and he's trying to stop you because pride resides in your life. And see, there's so much more that God could do. God could bless your ministry, but he's choosing not to. But he's not even withholding blessings. He's stopping what you're doing. He's in opposition of what you are doing. Now, I don't know if it shocked you or not, but I will tell you that over the last 2 years, I've spent more time confessing to God and saying, God, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Pride is creeping into my life. I'm worried about who gets the credit. Pride is creeping into my life, and the church is doing well. It's exactly what I wanted. It's what I worked so hard for, what you want, God. And yet pride is creeping in and causing me to be frustrated, bitter, angry, jealous. And so I talked to God off. I said, God, I'm so sorry. It's pride again. I know. I'm sorry. It's getting the best of me. And God, I'm sorry I've allowed pride to creep into my life again. And God, I'm so sorry. Because of pride, I've been tempted to say some things or do some things that could have destroyed pride. I could have done something so easily, so stupid, that would have messed up what you're doing at LCBC. God, I am so, so sorry. Now, every one of you are here because you're a leader. You are. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But you need to understand, you nor I will never be a level 5 leader if pride is running rampant in our lives. We will never be a level 5 leader if pride is destroying everything that we're working on and destroying our legacies. And there isn't a person alive that doesn't struggle with pride. And so maybe right now is an opportunity to stop and talk to God and say, God, I just need you to give me a clean heart. God, I just need to ask you right now to stop allowing pride to kind of creep into my life. And God, I know that it has the potential to destroy me, destroy my church, destroy my mission, my legacy. God, help me. Help me right now. Ask God to give you the strength that you need to keep you doing the right thing so that you don't do something stupid to mess up what God is doing. If we'll just stay out of his way, he will do amazing things in our ministry so that it will be better when we're gone than we're actually there. Because here's what I know about each and every one of you. God has uniquely gifted you. God has gifted you, he's given you experiences, and he's designed you in such a way that you can be a great advantage to those that you're leading. God has uniquely shaped you to live in such a way that you can be a great benefit to the people that you're leading, not because you're like anybody else in this room, but because you're you, and God's designed you to be a great leader. But don't allow pride. Don't allow pride to destroy what God wants to do in and through you. And each and every one of you have influence. Don't allow pride to take away your influence. And wouldn't it be something if at some point in all of our lives we could hear our Heavenly Father say, well done, good and faithful servant? Wouldn't it be something if someday we could look back and go, oh man, the organization, the church, it's better with me gone than when with me there. And I'm excited about it, God. I'm so excited to see what you're doing. That's legacy. When people look and they go, man, this is an amazing thing. Oh, it's pieces of you from 20, 30, 40 years ago that are still thriving. And I think God describes that level 5 leader as saying, well done, good and faithful servant. You've done well. So Kent Hughes was a pastor in Wheaton, Illinois, not far from here, at Wheaton Bible Church. He actually authored a number of books. In one particular book, he he describes the disciplines of a godly man. And in that book, he and his wife, Barbara, talk about their 4 children. As they're talking about their 4 children, they talk about 2 very specifically, 2 that had parts in a Christmas musical at their schools as they were growing up. And Kent and Barbara described their daughter, Holly, and Holly had the lead part in her Christmas program. They were doing O. Henry's Gift of the Magi. She was the lead. She was the heroine. She did amazing. She had her lines down pat. She had all the emotions correct, and she just wowed the crowd. And they said as a family, we sat and we watched our daughter, Holly, do her part and do it well, and we were so proud. And when the program was over, everybody stood and cheered, and we stood and cheered. That's my girl. That's my girl. And they were so proud of their daughter, Holly, for doing the part that she was given, and she did it well. Then they said it came time for their youngest son, Kent Jr., to play his part in his Christmas program. And Kent Jr. didn't have a lead role. As a matter of fact, he only had 4 lines in his particular Christmas program. And 4 lines, which for him were a big deal. Kent Jr. had learning disabilities. He hadn't managed to memorize the alphabet until he was in 4th grade. And so on a 4-hour trip over Thanksgiving home to visit family, the entire family in the car would say those 4 lines over and over and over again to help Kent Jr. get his 4 lines down. They said by the time we came back from Thanksgiving vacation, everybody in the family knew those 4 lines frontwards, backwards, except Kent Jr. Kent Jr. never had said those lines. And right up until it was time for his program, he had never said all 4 of his lines, not one time. His sisters, his brothers, they could say them frontwards, backwards. But Kent Jr. never managed to actually get his part out, not even once. And so it came time for his program, the night of his program. The room is full of expectation. People are excited about the program. As a family, they're seated together as a family, but they're nervous because they know Kent Jr. They know he's never been able to do his part before. And so he comes out on the stage, and to everybody else, he looks like just a normal, nervous kid. But to Kent and Barbara and the rest of the family, that's their son, that's their brother. They love him dearly. And he struggles with his part. And so he comes out, and the light shines on him, and he stands and he closes his eyes. And he says, "Strange feelings come upon me, although I know not why. The night is still around me, the stars shine in the sky." And he did it. For the very first time he did his part, and Kent and Barbara said the hardest thing of that was the 4 lines. They weren't all that meaningful. Those 4 lines, nobody else thought anything about it, but he did the part that he had been given. And they said as a family, we were so proud, and we wanted to stand and cheer, say, "That's my boy, he did the part that he was given." But nobody else noticed, nobody else cheered, the play goes on, and the night is finished. And they said, we were just as proud of Kent Jr. as we were of our daughter, Holly. Everybody else noticed Holly. She was the lead. Everybody cheered, everybody clapped, but Holly did her part. But Kent Jr., he did his part too. Nobody noticed. Nobody clapped and cheered, but he did his part. And they said, we were so proud. That's my boy, that's my girl. Now, I like to imagine that God, for each and every one of us, you know he's your heavenly Father. You know he cares deeply about you. And I like to imagine when you and I do the parts that we've been given, God stands up from his chair in heaven, maybe even leans down and looks, and he says, "That's my boy, that's my girl. They're doing the part that I've given them to do." And you've got a part that God has given you to do. To lead a church or lead an organization or lead a business or lead a ministry, you've got a part that God has given you to do. And some people notice a lot what you do, and you get lots of applause and lots of recognition, and you'd better do your part well, no matter how much recognition you get. Some of you've got a part that's small, and it's critical, but nobody notices, nobody applauds, and nobody cheers. But God says, you know what? You're my boy, you're my girl, and you're doing the part that I've given you to do. Do it and do it well. Now, if you want to be a level 5 leader, God says you've got to lead and you've got to lead well. And one of the parts of leading well is transition. One of the parts of building your legacy is transition. You're going to step away from the organization you're leading at some point. And God says, it better be better when you're gone than when you're there. That's the part that he gives us to do. And I think that's the part that so often we miss, where we kind of think, I'm out of here. And if they struggle, that's fine. And yeah, God says, no. when you transition, it needs to be better when you're gone than when you're here. That's the legacy that you leave behind. So my challenge to each and every one of us as we lead our organizations, no matter how old you are, how young you are, start planning now. Time is your best friend or your worst enemy. And you have the capacity, the ability to be a level 5 leader, but you'll never be unless you transition well. It's better with you gone. And do not let pride destroy what you're doing. Do not allow God to stand in opposition to you and say, you know what, I'm going to oppose whatever you're doing. My hope, my prayer for you is that you transition well whenever it happens, that your organization is better when you're gone, and then each and every one of us will hear God say, that's my boy, that's my girl. Well done, my good and faithful servant. Heavenly Father, first of all, thank you that you would even call us sons or call us daughters. What an amazing thought that you, the God of the universe, would care about us so much that you would call us sons or daughters. Father, that you would send Jesus into the world to live and die, to pay for my sins, our sins, so that in spite of our sins, we could spend eternity with you. Father, thank you for your love. Thank you for Jesus. And God, we're all here because we love you. We're here because we love serving on your behalf. We love the opportunity to lead on your behalf. And God, I ask that you would help us realize that it isn't over when we step away. We're not finished yet. As Jim Collins said, the organization needs to be better when we're gone than when we're there. And so, Father, may we lead in such a way to prepare well for that transition. May we lead in such a way that our organizations are better when we're gone. But Father, I ask that you would protect us from pride, that you would keep any of us from doing something stupid to mess up what you're doing. And Father, that we would have legacies where people may not know our name, they might not even notice us, but we can be satisfied because we know you, our Heavenly Father, is cheering us on and saying, that's my boy, that's my girl. Well done, good and faithful servant. Father, for loving us, thank you, and we love you, and I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
As we wrap up this session, let's take a moment and reflect on this powerful message of David and life transitions. He says something very profound. Will you be carried out? Will you be kicked out? Or will you walk out? I think there's something worth considering. Take time to think about this and contemplate. And life is always about transitions. Wherever we are busy transitioning into something else. So let's take a few moments by ourselves and think about this hard question of life, transitioning.
Inspire, equip, and activate the next generation to lead. For over 25 years, the Global Leadership Summit has been delivering world-class leadership training to 350,000 people annually, and your school could be next. The GLS Next Gen is designed to awaken emerging leaders in their leadership, faith, and life journey. We want to activate them to be a force for good in their world and connect them to a community of growth. True Life has partnered with GLS Next Gen to craft leadership experiences for both junior and high school learners, collaborating with schools to facilitate online or in-person events that are youth-focused and relevant to our South African context. We believe that everyone has influence. Join us to unlock a new level of leadership in your school.
I believe all of us have the responsibility to identify and to develop the next generation leaders. So in your summit guide, page 20 and 21, you will find more info regarding GLS Next Gen. Then just a reminder, our resource center is still open. There's books of Patrick Lencioni and other GLS Now access codes, and it will be open until 20 minutes after the GLS. Now we're having just a leg stretch, and we will be back 3:10. So quickly go to the bathroom, and then we're ready for our last two speakers, Michael Jr. and Arthur C. Brooks. Enjoy your leg stretch.
Our world needs positive change through leaders that can ignite transformation. Welcome to the Global Leadership Network. We believe you have the influence to lead where you are. We're here to inspire and equip you as a leader to leverage your influence. From hosting our events in over 100 countries to impacting more than 1 million lives worldwide. We're more than an organization, more than an event. We are a movement. Our vision? To come alongside, empower, and catalyze leaders like you to change your world. Join us on this journey of transformation. Together, we can design a better tomorrow.
Are you ready for the last session? Awesome. So one of the big things that is very important to the Global Leadership Network is getting better. So we would love to hear what worked for you from today, what was a highlight, and how we can improve. So please scan the QR code at the back, and we would like to hear from you through this evaluation survey. You're more than welcome to still contribute to the Global Leadership Development Fund. And here's our semi-last talk from Michael Jr. Can we give him a warm GLS welcome?
As leaders, we can feel stuck by the challenges that come our way, but there might be a new perspective for us to consider. Our next guest brings clarity through comedy. Speaker, author, comedian. He's made appearances on stages like TEDx, The Tonight Show, and Jimmy Kimmel Live. He challenges audiences and keeps them laughing while he does it. What if we use conflict in a way that was unexpectedly useful in designing our tomorrow? Conflict may be more helpful than you think. Please welcome Michael Jr.
So what if your conflicts were the key to your peace? What if your actual conflicts were the key to your peace? I know that sounds bananas, right? So let me throw some stuff at you. There's 4 words you can use at the end of any amazing story, and people will believe your story. You just have to use these 4 words. I'm gonna tell you an amazing story right now, and then watch what happens. So I met a lady who had a tail. Actual lady, she had a tail. I was at Walmart. Did you see what just happened in your brain just now? He was like, no, not a tail. Oh, yeah, I know her, Walmart. Yeah, I know her. No. Why don't you say that? You gotta pay close attention to what's happening. So people used to ask me, they used to say to me, were you the class clown? And the truth is no, I wasn't the class clown. My dad had this thing that also held up his pants. So I wasn't a class clown. In fact, I remember one time my dad wanted to teach us a lesson, so he brought us all together. We had this family meeting or whatever, and he said, hey, listen, I just want you guys to know, my mom was there. He's like, I want you to know that we're considering adoption. And my first response at that young age was like, no, I want to have to share my stuff with anybody else. Am I going to share my stuff? To which my dad replied, I don't know. You need to ask your new family about that. Okay. So I wasn't a class clown. In fact, school wasn't my favorite thing. See, I remember going into high school. I'm like 14 years old. I'm going into high school and I'm excited. I had all of these friends, and there was this one girl in particular that I kind of liked. Her name was Danielle. We used to walk home together. She'd be in front of me a little bit, and she'd act like she didn't like me at first, but then she kind of would slow down, and I would catch up, and we'd talk a little bit. It was like we were on the brink of maybe having a great relationship. And then, out of nowhere, they moved me from the classes that I was in into a special ed classroom. And I didn't feel like I belonged in this class. In fact, I wanted to get out of this class as fast as I could. but I couldn't get out. And then my friends, who used to be my friends, they started making fun of me because I was in this class. And my self-esteem just dropped. Like it dropped significantly. And I couldn't get out the class. And what I mean by I couldn't get out the class is I'm in this class and I want out. So I decide, okay, so I'm gonna work really, really hard. I'm gonna work really hard because at the end of each week, the teacher would give us these grades to let us know how we did for the week. And there was one assignment, the whole week I worked on this thing hard and I worked the whole week, everything I could. At the end of the week, I asked the teacher and she gave me my grade, which was a D-, the lowest passing grade. So now I'm upset. None of my other friends will talk to me because they're seeing me come out, in and out of this special ed classroom. And in this classroom, by the way, were these students that were just way different than anyone I've ever been around before. In fact, I remember doing the next assignment. I was upset. I was mad. I just wrote anything I could inside it. I didn't even care. I was like, whatever. And I turned it in, and the teacher gives me a D-, which is the lowest passing grade. And I'm upset. I'm like, how do I get a D? I don't understand how this happens. And then she says to me, what difference does it make? You're never going to be anything anyways. You should skip class sometimes. That's literally what she said to me. And in this class, now I can't get out this class. And in this class are these students. Some of them didn't have any social skills at all. I just didn't understand. They didn't get social cues. And then there was these thugs in the same room. Then there was these people in wheelchairs and some people who were barely functioning. And I'm in the class with them. And I can't get out. I can't test my way out this class. I'm in this class for 4 hours a day for 4 years. And the message I took from that is I'm not smart enough for people to like me. When I say the message, it wasn't a conscious message, it was a subconscious message. That I'm not smart enough for people to like me. So what do you do when you have that rolling around subconsciously? You work hard to get people to like you. You may even start doing comedy and writing jokes to get people to like you. Some of you guys have enjoyed some of these jokes. I enjoy them as well. I've made a career from that. Here's an example. Growing up, we were poor. We had no money. I was actually being sponsored by a family from Haiti. I don't drink 2% milk because I don't know what the rest of it is made out of. I think Jesus might have been black. Hear me out. He walked on water, but he didn't get in. So I would come up with comedy in school and in different places, and people would seem to like me as a result of the jokes, but they didn't really feel the subconscious thing I had rolling in the back of my mind that said I wasn't smart enough for people to like me because of that experience. So then I'm like, well, I need to get smart enough. And I start digging and reading all of these books and taking these classes and learning all of this stuff and getting all this information just like we're getting information today. Information wasn't enough. I want to illustrate to you that point. So I have a nonprofit called Funny for the Forgotten, where we go to homeless shelters and prisons and abused children's facilities, and we take comedy to those places, right? Why do you do comedy at a prison? It's a captive audience. It's one of the reasons. So I'm in this in particular prison, and I'm doing comedy for the guys, and then afterwards I have my microphone, and I start talking to some of the guys. So I'm going to show you a clip, and this clip it's kind of like Man on the Street, but we're in prison, so I call it Man Off the Street. Check it.
I think it's the best show I saw since 8.5 years.
Ooh, how long you been in?
I've been here about 7 months. I've been locked up for 2 years.
15 months.
You got your name on your, say, offender. Okay, cool. What do you think about today?
Oh, le doy gracias a Dios por dejarlos haber venido a traernos la palabra de Dios y dejarnos ser la felicidad de Dios que nos trae hacia nosotros.
He said he got filled with tongues today, too, the Holy Spirit. So that is awesome, man. Oh, snap, it's a DeBarge. I didn't even notice that. Did you ever say, hey, I might want to not have these gold teeth?
Yeah, actually, when I get out, I'm going to give me the Hollywood smile.
What's that?
It's veneer. The veneer teeth, all white.
Cool. That's what you had at first, though, brother.
that's what I had at first, but I'm gonna get it back, man.
I'm a black mold remover. I remove black mold.
Can't you just say I'm a mole remover? We know you're black. Hey, you got some ink on your chest. You got some ink. Oh, what does it say?
It says,
Hey, man, you ain't got to touch it and stuff while you talking to me, man. Are you rubbing on your chest while you talking to me, man?
No, man. It says a wise man knows how to defeat issues without raising a hand. He who does is find favor in anything that he does.
Wow. What you in for?
I'm assault.
Read your chest, dude. Information is not enough. It's on his chest. So making people laugh wasn't enough. Trying to become more smart wasn't enough. And then I started adding curiosity to everything that I do. Like, why do I have this desire to make people laugh? And when I talk about curiosity, I'm not talking about external curiosity. I'm talking about internal curiosity. So I started getting super curious about everything that I would do. And then I started looking at my comedy career, and I realized the way I write comedy is I'll start with a punchline. I'll start with the punchline, and then I'll write the setup to get to the punchline. And then I started noticing how I could adjust the punchline to get more laughs. And then I realized I could adjust the setup, and the punchline would be greater. Now I'm doing this math, every single joke this happens. I'm doing 75 to maybe 120 punchlines a show, up to 9 shows a night. Been doing this for 30 years. So I'm doing all of this math on all of this stuff, and I'm understanding the punchline and the setup, and I'm getting it in a big way. And then me and my wife were called to help marriages, and we're meeting with couples. We have these masterminds and these workshops, and I'm sitting with one couple, and they got this problem. And in that moment, God said to me, I want you to look at the problem like it's a punchline. And I was like, what the deal? And I said to one of the guys, I said, hey, before this happens, do you do this, this, and this? He was like, how you know? I was like, oh, no. And now we've been able to see some patterns that people go through that they're not even recognizing that they're going through. And I'm going to show you where the gold is, and it's kind of a recap from when I teased you last year, but this is where it's at. So I have 5 kids, right? And I travel a lot, so I can see them all. But look what just happened, right? So you guys already have some information about me. You already know a little bit about Michael Jr., but what did I do? I added to your information, right? I gave you more information. I have 5 kids. Yep, that makes sense. I travel a lot. Yep, that makes sense. And then I introduced a conflict. I said I travel a lot so I could see them all. And because you were curious throughout the conflict, you got to the next stage, which is revelation, exposed by your laughter. So there's information, then there's conflict, then there's revelation. Underlaid is curiosity. But without the conflict, I will submit to you that there's no revelation. I'll show it to you right now. So I have 5 kids, and I love them. See? Nothing. You're just staring at me because there's no revelation. There's actually no conflict. The conflict is the key. But what do we do with conflict? Specifically in marriages, this is one of the things we teach. Whenever conflict shows up, one thing we do is people say it all the time, they do it all the time. Marriage is all about compromise. If a bridge was compromised, you wouldn't drive over it. Ladies, do you want a compromised outfit? No, nobody wants to compromise anything, but you're creating a compromised marriage. You're compromising as a leader. You're not curious about the conflict so you can find the freedom that's necessary for you to really do whatever you want to do, for you to feel better about failing, for you to specifically be able to aim your ambition, your obsession to where it needs to go. And here's what happens when you compromise. Let's say you have a big disagreement with your spouse or boss. Now, whatever that topic was, you can't really talk about it anymore. You got to sweep it under the rug. But now there's a lump in your rug. You wonder why your spouse is tripping. Because there's a lump in the rug, and then the more you compromise, the more lumps you got in the rug, and to the point you have to negotiate the relationship and say things and do things just perfectly, or something's gonna happen. And then your relationship gets to the point where you start using phrases like, I don't know what happened. We just don't seem to have anything to talk about anymore. Could it be that you've overcompromised the relationship? Could it be that you haven't been internally curious about the conflicts? That is where the gold is. My grandmother used to always say to me, you gotta be a gentleman when you grow up. You gotta be a gentleman. But nobody teaches you how to be a gentleman. When I got older, I found out they had a club. I was like, oh, okay, that's where you, that's not where you are. You have to be internally curious, or by default, you'll be furious. There's a lot of things out there. There's some great content out there, but you have to be curious as to, is this compromise, specifically in marriage and in leadership? Am I going to get free, or is this compromise? For example, a good friend of mine, Gary Chapman, wrote a great book, awesome book, Love Languages. Chances are all of you know what your love language is. I know what mine used to be. I say used to be because I got curious. If your love language is touch, and your spouse is supposed to touch you so your tank is full, great. My question out of internal curiosity is, why is my tank leaking? You gotta be curious, or by default, you'll be furious. So I'll give you this. One of my favorite lines, I didn't write this quote, I put a word on the end of it just to give people room. I love this quote. This is one of my favorite quotes. Life will bring you people and circumstances to reveal where you're not free yet. And I added the yet so you could have a little bit of room, because there is a possibility. Life will bring you people and circumstances to reveal where you're not free yet. I'll give you an example. How many people right now are struggling with the fact that that logo is crooked? How many people are a little uncomfortable with the crooked logo? Raise your hand. Exactly. But what did you do with it? What'd you do? You like, oh no, this tech team, somebody, I need to text somebody. You tried to, this don't make no sense. Some of y'all stopped looking altogether. A few of you, I saw you just turned your head like this. You was like, you know what, I'm just gonna hold. You came up with some immediate compromises as opposed to getting curious as to how could that logo bother you. I want you to be internally curious, because everything plays. It's better to be curious than furious. So, people ask questions. Now, I don't know if I should share this information or not, but I will, because you can take the thing down. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to share it anyway, because why not? So when I do global leadership, something I've done like 5 times or whatever, more times than not, you guys or whatever the committee is actually rank me as one of the higher, close to, if not at the top, which is bananas, right? As a communicator, like, what the deal? And people ask all these, like, how is it possible? How is that actually possible? They ask me about my communication. They ask me about how I understand about marriage and all of these things. And I'm like, yo, and the best explanation I can give them, and let me say this. What if your present conflicts that may have come from your past are actually preparation for your future? What if your present conflicts that may have come from your past is preparation for your future? I'll give you a story to back this up. This is a true story. So when I was around 14 years old, I had these friends. They were really awesome friends. They were so cool, man. We went to the same school and stuff. And then, for whatever reason, they moved my class. And they put me in this other class. And I didn't want to be there. Like, I really didn't want to be there. I'm there with these other people, and some of them something wasn't right. But they became my friends because the other friends left me. So now I had to learn how to communicate with these people that weren't like me at all. I had to learn about this guy who just didn't understand social skills. I had to learn about these thugs. I had to figure out how to communicate with them. I had to figure out how to communicate with the people who were handicapped and some people who seemingly couldn't function at all. It was almost as if I was in training the whole time. And in fact, while I'm talking to all these kids, you would think, well, why weren't you doing your work? When you're just talking to all these kids and learning this stuff. Well, I had this teacher that was so awesome. No matter what I did and how much I talked to these kids, she was going to make sure I passed the class. She was awesome. And she offered to give me some time off whenever I wanted it. I've been set up for this thing. I was able to learn about different people that I would have never been around before. I was able to communicate with them and make them laugh and make them think in a way that I didn't even know, in preparation for these moments, in preparation for this stage. I had no idea that my present conflicts were preparing me for what God has for me in the future. And the reason I found it is internal curiosity. If you look outside, if the answer to your problem has an external character, you're not in control. If the answer to your problem has an external character, you're not in control. I want you guys to get curious. I want you to laugh. I want you to have an amazing time, but I also want you to have peace. Because peace does not come from changing your circumstances. True peace comes from not allowing your circumstances to change you. I love you guys. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
Before we dive into our final powerful session with Arthur Brooks, we are going to pause for a while. So set your notebook apart, create for yourself space. Take a deep breath and gather all parts of yourself. And I want to ask you, what invitation are you sensing right now in your heart? Maybe you are feeling excited, ready to do what God has been speaking to you about today. Maybe you feel inspired, equipped, and even eager to take things to the next level. Or maybe you're feeling cautiously optimistic. Some are maybe feeling a bit of frustration with your life and where your circumstances are right now. Perhaps you're in a place of uncertainty, unsure of what is ahead of you, with some worries and anxieties lingering in your heart. Maybe you came here today as an act of courage. Maybe it was a last act of help. To be honest with yourself and find out where you are. Maybe you're close to giving up or hoping something in your life will change. Wherever you find yourself today, I want to invite you to keep this space. Maybe God is busy doing something in your life right now.
Thank you for your call. You are number 13,871 in the queue. Your expected waiting time is 38 years. We will attend to your call shortly. Please be patient.
How do you feel about waiting? I'm sure we share the same frustration sitting in traffic, the long queue in the supermarket, the doctor's waiting room, software updates, tech support. But what about that other kind of waiting, the longer one, the one where you cling onto a glimmer of hope, the possibility, the opportunity of a chance? The test that came back negative once again, the intervention that didn't work, the promotion missed once more, the disappointment of another no, another rejection, another failure, when giving up seems like the kinder choice. He was probably left there by his parents, at the bath by Jerusalem's sheep gate called Bethesda, to lie there on one of the 5 porches and wait. The water moved, and the first one in was healed. Waiting, watching, praying, with the other blind, crippled, disabled, paralyzed, the broken of society. Waiting, watching, praying, imploring the water to stir. Living with a hopeless hope. Maybe today is my day. Maybe today I will get well too. Maybe today this hell will end. Do you remember how long he'd been waiting for? 38 years. It's half a lifetime. More than a generation. How long must 38 years of waiting feel? 38 years of hopeless. 38 years of disappointment, of waiting alone because there was no one there to put him in the water when it moved. How does your waiting compare? Are you still waiting, hoping, watching, praying, begging for the water to move for you? Is there someone you can call to put you in the water when it moves? And then a stranger arrives, maybe asking the most obvious of questions. Do you want to get well? Do I want to get well? I've been stuck here for 38 years. I'm always too late. Of course I want to, but I can't. This is the only way I know for a miracle to happen. I want to get to the water first when it moves, but I can't. And the stranger answers. Stand up, pick up your things, and walk. And the water moves. Not out there, but in here. And he didn't even know his name was Jesus. No recipes, no formulas, just taking the risk to believe and obey. Are you waiting for the water outside to move for you? Are you anxious of not getting there first and missing out? What is holding you back from the risk of believing and obeying? I ask again, how do you feel about waiting? Hold on a little while longer. The water will move, but maybe not where you expect it to. So keep on waiting, keep on watching, keep on praying. Your invitation, stand up, will come. So, if I may ask, what are you waiting for?
So when I read the Bible, sometimes some of the questions that Jesus asks confuses me. Being all-knowing, he comes to this man and asks him, do you want to be healed? And thinking as I do, I would say, Jesus, I've been sitting here 38 years. Where else do you think I would have been? Of course I want to be healed. But for 38 years, no one is taking me to the water. For 38 years, there's no miracle coming my way. For 38 years, I'm trusting you to see certain things happen in my life. And none of these things is taking place. What type of question are you asking me? Do I want to be healed? Lord, I'm trusting you for a move in my life, for certain things to stop and for certain things to change. And today you came into this building, everyone from a different place in his life, with a different desire, trusting God for something different. Maybe you're in your business and you are wondering, must you step out? Is this the end? Maybe you're in your marriage and you're wondering, must I step out? Is this the end? Maybe you've been battling some kind of sin for so many years and you were trusting God, praying, going to prayer meetings, fasting, and desiring for God to move. But every time the Spirit started moving, you were just too slow to come to the water to experience and feel the change. I want to say to you this afternoon that God is here and He wants to touch people and change people. And if you're in this building right now, we want to take a moment. And if you are trusting God for a change, for something to happen, for the water to be stirred where you are right now, if you say, God, I need a miracle, I need something to happen in my life, don't you want to stand on your feet right now? And we want to pray with you, please. If that is you, please stand on your feet. As the band joins me on the stage. I want to ask the volunteers as they are standing at the back, let's lay our hands on people standing right now. Come on guys, let's be church. Let's put our hands on people. If you are sitting down right now, come and lay your hands on people standing right now. Let's trust God for miracles because He is the miracle maker. He is the one that still has the ability to change our lives. Then guys, I want to ask you, Johan, I don't see you right now. Do you want to wave at me quickly? Johan is there inside the chapel. If you need someone to pray with you right now, because the burden is just too heavy to carry, please go through the chapel and we will minister to you. Thank you, Lord, for everyone standing right now. You are the God of miracles. You are the God who does wonders. You are the God who still has the ability to change our lives. That man was sitting 38 years waiting for someone to carry him into the water. You came up to him, Lord, and you said, stand up and walk. Today I want to say prophetically over this crowd, stand up and walk. Receive the miracle that He has in store for you. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, the King of Kings, the name above every other name, stand up and walk. Stand up and walk. Receive that which Christ has for you. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I'm going to ask you to remain standing as we're going to worship His glorious name.
You are here, moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. You are moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you.
that is who you are. We believe He is still today a way maker, a miracle worker, and a promise keeper. And may you experience that firsthand in every area of your life. That He's a way maker, He's a miracle worker, and He's a promise keeper. Can we give the Lord a cheer? Amen. Thank you very much. You may take your seat. So here's just a few thank yous before we start our last session. Firstly, thank you for contributing to the Global Leadership Development Fund. A reminder to participate in the survey. Please do that. And then, I think it goes without saying, a day like this won't be possible with people helping, volunteers. And I'm going to ask you just to celebrate our volunteers for a moment as they come to the front. Thank you. They were ordered to dance, so you can score them on their dance. Amen. Can I ask you just to stretch forth your hand, and we're going to pray over these volunteers. Heavenly Father, thank you for the privilege that we can serve in your kingdom. And Lord, we pray as audience, Lord, that you will bless these volunteers spiritually, emotionally, physically. And Lord, as David said, we want to pray over their lives that surely goodness and mercy will follow them all the days of their lives. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you very much. It's now time for our last speaker, Arthur C. Brooks. Let's give him a warm GLS welcome.
Our curiosity is an asset that helps us to see things in a new light. Our next guest is a renowned professor for Harvard Business School, whose class on human happiness is one of the most in demand on campus. Columnist for The Atlantic and New York Times best-selling author, he gives people tools to build the life they want. Today, he will help us all leverage our curiosity to uncover a new perspective on how to lead in a divisive world. Up next, please welcome Arthur C. Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you. What a wonderful honor it is for me to be with all of you right here in person and all the rest of you who are not in person. I can't wait to discuss leadership and my favorite topic, happiness. Now, you heard earlier from my colleague Amy Edmondson, a wonderful professor where I also teach at the Harvard Business School. When people hear that that's what I do for a living, it's always the same question. What do you teach? Accounting? Management? Finance? Supply chain management? Something businessy like that? And I say, no, I teach happiness. They think I'm lying. But it's true. I teach a class for MBA students in the science of happiness and how they can use it in their leadership journey. I have 180 students enrolled. I have 400 on the waiting list. And there's even an illegal Zoom link they think I'm not aware of. Why? Because we want to be happier. We want the secrets to it. especially when we live in a world that's less happy than it should be. So here's my job in the next 30 minutes. If I do my job, I'm going to give you a crash course in the amazing science of happiness and how you can use it starting today in your lives and with your family and the people you love. Then I want to talk about the leadership dilemma that we have, which is that we're living in a world, and right here in the United States, we're living in a country that's getting less happy. I'm going to tell you why I think that is, according to the best data available. But more importantly, my job today is to tell you what you can do as leaders to make the world happier, starting in whatever you're doing for a living. Big task in 30 minutes. Let's get started. Now, on my first day of class at the Harvard Business School, I always ask my students the same question. You're here in a happiness class. You must know what it is. Define it. And then I cold call them. You know what that means? That's what we do at Harvard, where you pick somebody out of the class that's just sitting there trying to blend in, and you make them answer the question. It makes them intensely unhappy. And I say, okay, what's happiness? You must know what it is. What is it? And they always say the same thing. Happiness, it's how I feel when I'm with the people that I love. Or happiness is how I feel when I'm doing what I enjoy. And I say, that's beautiful. That's lovely. That's wrong. Good news, friends. Happiness is not a feeling. That's good news, because if you're just waiting for a feeling, then it's really not in your control, and you might be happy and you might not. And the good news is it's not a feeling, and so there's something you can do about it. You can do the work, which is my job to describe. Happiness is not a feeling any more than the smell of your turkey is your Thanksgiving dinner. No. The smell of the turkey is evidence of Thanksgiving dinner, and your feelings of happiness are evidence of your actual happiness. So what is it? If it's not a feeling, what is it? Well, to continue with the metaphor, your Thanksgiving dinner is actually a combination of three things, not the dishes and not the ingredients. These are called macronutrients. Your Thanksgiving dinner is protein, carbohydrates, and fat. That's not a nice way to think about Thanksgiving. You know, pass the carbs, Mom, but it's literally scientifically true, because all food is made up of these macronutrients. And similarly, your happiness has three macronutrients as well. And you understand these things, you start to get happier. Think about yourselves now as I describe the macronutrients of happiness, and think to yourself, where am I deficient in my happiness diet? And what can I do to get a more abundant and balanced profile? Here they are. Happiness is a combination of enjoyment and satisfaction and meaning. These are the three things that you need to become a happier person. And each one of these macronutrients has a vast scientific literature behind it. I'm not going to take my whole time talking about it. I'm just going to sum it up a little bit. More importantly, for this crash course, I'm going to give you ideas on how you can get more of them starting today. This is the practical time that we have here together. But let's start with the definition. What's enjoyment? Everybody thinks they know. It's just pleasure. That's wrong. Pleasure is an animal phenomenon. It originates in the limbic system of the brain, a console of tissue that's between 2 and 40 million years old. All pleasure is a signal from Mother Nature saying something here is either good for your survival or passing on your genes. That doesn't sound very advanced to me. And that's the reason, my friends, that if you've ever had somebody in your life whose whole life goal is maximizing pleasure, it never ends well. You never see a commercial for Budweiser where there's a guy alone in his apartment pounding a 12-pack. Why? Because that's the pursuit of pleasure. And that's sad and irresponsible, and it suggests addiction. No. The beer company wants to associate its brand with happiness. How does it do that? By taking the pleasure and adding two things, thus turning it into enjoyment. You take pleasure and you add people and you add memory. And then the experience is delivered to the true executive center of your brain, the true human center of your brain, which is called the prefrontal cortex, the brain tissue right behind your forehead. When you experience things in your prefrontal cortex, they can become permanent, and they're part of your happiness. That's why the beer commercial has the guy opening up a bottle of beer and enjoying it with his friends. Because the formula is beer plus memories plus people equals enjoyment, and that's part of happiness. Now here's my point. Not that I want you to go drink a bunch of beer. Do it if you want, but my point is basically this. If there's something in your life that gives you pleasure, and it could be addictive, and you're doing it alone, you're probably doing it wrong. Not a perfect rule of thumb, but not too bad. It's the one that I teach my students. That gave me an opportunity and that definition of enjoyment to talk about the next pillar of happiness, which is satisfaction. Satisfaction is a complicated thing because it's the most human part of happiness. Satisfaction is the joy that you get after you struggle for something. Only humans want to struggle for their achievements. My dog, Chucho, he's a good boy, but he does not want to struggle for his achievements. If he could eat lying down, he would. Not you. You're leaders. You're achievers. You're strivers. And if I ask you what got you to where you are, you would not talk about that week at Disney World. No. You would talk about the hard times, the scary times, the sacrifices. My little girl, she's not so little anymore. My youngest daughter, she's 21 years old. She just got back from Officer Candidate School for the U.S. Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia. Yeah. 4'11", trained killer. You never can tell. But when I ask her about the achievement, she talks about the pain getting there. This is a funny thing about human beings, that we want that. And we all know this basically. Most of you have kids or had kids or will have kids, and they're part of our lives. And when you're raising them, there's always a lot of conflict. Here's a common area of conflict. You have a little kid, and your little kid wants a snack at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you say, "Don't eat before dinner." And your child says, "Why?" And then you tell a lie. You say, "Because it's not good for you." That might be true, but that's not actually your reasoning. The reason you don't want your child to eat before dinner is because you want your child to enjoy dinner. And your child is going to only enjoy dinner if your child is hungry for dinner, and you want your child hungry. You want your child to suffer. Because then the achievement is sweeter, and you're teaching your child to defer her gratification. Because you want your child to be happier, and that requires satisfaction. You knew all this all along. I'm just putting science to it. That's what we do to get tenure at the university. Okay. Now, that's an amazing thing. But of course, it's more complicated than that, because satisfaction is something that Mother Nature tells you that if you do get the achievement, then you'll enjoy it forever. But you won't. Mick Jagger saying, "I can't get no satisfaction, but I try and I try and I try." It's wrong. You can get satisfaction. The problem is you can't keep no satisfaction. You think you'll enjoy something forever, but you won't. There's only one thing that will give you satisfaction that endures forever, and that's not in this life. This life is getting someplace better, isn't it? But that means that you must not be fooled by the idea that satisfaction can be permanent in this life. Now, there's a good neuroscientific reason that we can't keep satisfaction from anything that we do or try, and that's called homeostasis. Homeostasis is the process of the human brain returning to its emotional baseline, so you'll always be ready for the next set of circumstances. It makes perfect sense. But if you don't know that, you're going to run and run and run and run and run to try to keep the feeling. I have people ask me all the time, "If I move to California, will I be happier?" And I say, "Why would you be happier?" And they say, because it's so nice and sunny. And I say, I have the data on that. The data say that you will have mood enhancement for 6 months because of the sunshine. 6 months. But the taxes are forever. So choose wisely. Anyway, Your choice. Why only 6 months? Because of homeostasis. And if you try to keep it, you'll be running on the treadmill. We call that the hedonic treadmill in my business. That's just a metaphor. Hedonic means feelings, and the treadmill, I'm trying to keep your feelings. There's only one way, my friends, on this earth, in this life, to keep satisfaction permanently. Here it is. You have to stop thinking that satisfaction is going to come from having more. You have to start thinking that satisfaction is actually all the things that you have divided by the things that you want. Haves divided by wants. You can work on the numerator of that fraction for the rest of your life. It's very inefficient and impermanent. Or you can start working on the denominator. The denominator means when you want less, your satisfaction will grow. You don't need to have everything that you want. You need to want what you have. That, of course, is a biblical principle, but it's also a scientific principle that can give us the satisfaction that we crave and have it last a little bit longer until we wind up where we truly are meant to be. Third, here's the hard one. The hard one's meaning. Why? Because I can go a long time without enjoyment. I can go a long time without satisfaction. I'm a very self-disciplined person. So are you. How do I know? Because you're here. You would not be here at the world's most important leadership conference if you were not a striver and a self-disciplined person. Evidence. Good for you. Congratulations. But you can't go 10 minutes without a sense of meaning and be a happy person. Can't be done. Can't be done. I defy you. Me neither. That's the why of your life. Do you know the why of your life? The why of your life is basically broken up into 3 parts. We call them coherence, purpose, and significance. Coherence is why things happen the way they do. Do you think you know? Purpose is the direction and goals in your life. Where are you going? Do you know? Significance is why you're alive. Do you know why you're alive? Okay, well, probably most of you do. A lot of my students don't. And many people that you love who have a sense of hollowness in their lives, this is the problem. I have a 2-question quiz that I give people to understand if they have a meaning crisis that encompasses all the things that I just said. Here's the test. And the way you pass the test is by having real answers. The way that you fail the test is not having answers or having no idea what I'm talking about. Question number 1. Why were you born? Question number 2. For what would you happily give your life at this moment? The way to fail is to say, I don't know, or nothing. And when you see somebody find the answers to these questions, they've found their sense of meaning and their life transforms almost like a miracle. I've seen it in my own kids. My middle son, Carlos, lovely boy, 24 years old now, my problem child. He's our middle child, which sort of makes sense. And when he was in high school, it was always the same crisis over and over again. There was a call from the principal's office. Carlos just failed math. Carlos is getting a D in history. Carlos might not graduate on time. Carlos didn't show up for his exams. Finally, my wife, who's such an optimist, she says, at least we know he's not cheating. But here's the sad part. He wasn't even having fun. He felt empty. So when it came time for him to leave home, I did what I always do with my kids. See, I'm a business school professor, so I asked all of my kids to write a business plan when they're 18 years old for the next 10 years of their life. Business plan. Because they're the entrepreneurs of the enterprise of life. And I'm the venture capitalist. So my first son, he went through a great business plan. I was happy to invest in that. And Carlos's business plan comes in. I didn't believe a word of it. He was trying to roll me. But I'm an old pro. I know how this works. And when he said, I'm going to go to college, and I'm going to study something, maybe some business, just like you did. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to come out and get a job. And I said, no, you're not. And he was very indignant. How do you know? And I said, how do I know? Because I'm you, son. Because I'm you. What does that mean? And I said, I went to college when I wasn't supposed to, and I didn't enjoy it, and 10 months later, I was urged to pursue my excellence elsewhere. It was a long road to Harvard, my friends, and a bumpy one at that. And so I said, give me something original, and he did. He came back with a plan. He worked on a farm for a couple of years in central Idaho, and then Then he joined the Marine Corps. Oh yeah, and he became a scout sniper. That's a special operations Marine. Scary for me as dad. But it came out a changed man. 10 months ago, he left the Marine Corps and he came out, he's married. His wife just had a baby last week, my second grandson. Yeah. And he's got answers. Here's his answers. These are not your answers. These are illustrative. This is what a happy person's answers sound like. Carlos, why were you born? Because God made me to serve. Amen. Yeah. Oh, it gets better. For what would you happily give your life? Easy. For my Christian faith, for my family, for my fellow Marines, and for the United States of America. And for those of you watching from outside the country, also for our allies. And now you know the formula. So let's go get it. How are you going to get all this enjoyment and satisfaction and meaning? Well, you can come take my class. But if you don't have the time, let me cut to the chase. You need habits. Here are the habits of the happiest people. Your faith, your family, your friends, and your work. Now, you can spend all your time on other stuff, but these are the big four. I have looked at the data, my friends, so you don't have to. The happiest people, they transcend themselves and they focus on the divine. Now, look, as a Christian, as a Catholic, it's literally the most important thing in my life. But as a scientist, I will tell you that if my path exactly is not your path, fine. Find a path that leads away from you. Because if you want to be happy, Mother Nature is not going to let you when you're focusing on yourself, the star of your psychodrama all day long. No. You need to get small and make the universe large. And faith is the best way to do it. Second, family. Your family. You know, the saddest statistic that I have, I'll talk about this in a minute, is that 1 in 6 Americans is not talking to a family member today because of politics. If that's you, you're being used. Somebody wants you to hate. We need our family around us because these biologically are the closest links and the only source of sustenance in very important neurobiological ways that we can to have the sense of self that we need. Third is friends. And by friends, I don't mean deal friends. I mean real friends. Leaders are the loneliest people I've ever met. You know what I'm talking about. Why? Because for leaders, everybody's useful. Everybody's useful. You come to leadership conferences and you learn how to make a good Rolodex and a good network. And that just means people are useful. Okay, fine. I have a lot of useful people in my life. But you know the people that make me happy? The useless ones. They just love me. I'm useless to them. They're useless to me. I don't mean worthless. I have those too. Do you have enough useless people in your life, fellow leaders? Last but not least is work. I know you're focused on that. You're here. But don't over-index on work. I mean, I talk to people all day long who are over-indexing on their careers. They're saying, okay, yeah, faith and family and friends, that can wait. But now it's all work all the time. I don't recommend that. I was trained as an economist. That's like putting your entire pension in Greek bonds. Don't do that. Free economic information, free financial advice. Don't over-index on this. But if you do, as you do think about your work, which you inevitably will, remember there's only 2 things in work that will bring you joy. Earning your success through merit and serving others as your brothers and sisters. That's it. Not money, not power, not prestige, not title. Earned success and service to others. That's what it comes down to. Okay, now, that's part 1. Part 2. We're in a world of hurt. Why? And what can you do? We're in a world of hurt when it comes to happiness. Here's a little bit of data. I'm not going to bother you with too many graphs on this, but this is basic data. The top line is the percentage of Americans who say they're very happy about their lives. The bottom line is the people who say they're not happy about their lives. These are not the trends that you want going back to about the year 2000. Why is it that in this country, and by the way, if you're not in the United States, this is going on in your country as well. What is the malaise in this world? The answer is that there's a climate for happiness problem and there's a weather for happiness problem. The climate for happiness is kind of ticking us down 1/2 percentage point or so a year in general happiness. And that climate has to do with the four things I just told you. What's good for you is good for the world. Faith, family, friends, and work. Faith, family, friends, and work. And all four of those things are going in the wrong direction in the United States and in many places around the world. You want a happier world? Fight for those four things. You want happier neighbors? Share those four things. That, my friends, is what we Catholics call apostolate and what normal people call mission. I just admitted that we're not normal. Okay, so that's the climate. Now let me talk about the weather, because there's been some storms in happiness of particular significance. Number one was between about 2008 and 2012, and I thought, well, it's got to be the financial crisis. No. That's when everybody got a smartphone and started staring at it to the exclusion of their relationships. Right? I got nothing against smartphones. I got something against the way we use the smartphones and what we put on the smartphones. I talk to parents all the time who say, I'm so worried about the predators out there and the danger for my children. I say, that's why you're locking them in their rooms and not letting them play where they have a screen and the predators are crawling out of the screen into their room. You want a better world? Deal with that. The problem, the first weather problem that we have for happiness is the way that we've started to use screens. The second, well, a big one that we all experienced relatively recently was, of course, the coronavirus epidemic, which exacerbated the technological trends and the loneliness that have made life hard for everybody. That's when you look at this graph up here and you see that dramatic downdraft in the top line and the incredible updraft in the second line. The bottom line, that's the coronavirus epidemic where people were lonely. But there's another one. There's another one that's been gradually pushing us down and gradually pushing us down, and we don't talk about it very much. But this is what leaders need to be paying attention to. And that's hate. Hate. How is our life fundamentally different in social life in the United States and many countries around the world now compared to 25 years ago? Politics is in everything. Activism is constant. Ideology pervades everything. You can't go to church without getting ideology. You can't go to the coffee shop without hearing about politics. This is by design. This is an opportunity for people to take something that should be outside of our personal lives, to inject it in everything that we do. And the side effect of that is that it's lowering our happiness. Why? Because all we talk about is the areas of differences. All we talk about is the conflict that we have. Our neighbors, whom we should love. We don't like them because they vote for that other guy, that other person, whoever it happens to be. I've done a lot of research on this. I've done a lot of research on what this comes from and what it means, and most importantly, what we can do about it. The problem that we have in America today is not anger. Anger is not a problem when people disagree with us, when there are things that are wrong. Anger is a hot emotion that says, I care what you think and I want it to change. Anger literally is uncorrelated with divorce inside couples. I've been married for 33 years to a Spaniard. And the secret, I'm telling you, young folks, those of you who are a lot younger than me, the secret of 33 years of happy marriage to a Spaniard is the lack of correlation between anger and divorce. No, the problem, what actually leads couples to divorce court is not anger. It's when you take anger and you mix in another noxious, negative emotion called disgust. And you create something called contempt. Contempt, according to the great German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, that's him, by the way. And I tell you, there's a reason I put his picture up, by the way, because, people say that when you're bald, you don't have options. I have options. Anyway, so, yeah. Schopenhauer defined contempt as the conviction of the worthlessness of another person. Are you contemptuous of people who don't hold your views ideologically, politically? Are you? How would I know? I would look at you, and when that person turns up on the television, you roll your eyes, you make a sarcastic or derisive comment. That will get you divorced, by the way, but that will give us a collective societal desire for divorce, which is the problem that we have, which is destroying the happiness in this country and around the world. We need to declare war on contempt. So how do we do that? How do we do that? Thank you. How do we do that? Well, people will say, we need more, in Christian people in particular, we need to foster civility. Civility, right? That's garbage. And if I told you that Esther, my wife, and I, that we're civil to each other, you're like, wow, you guys need some counseling. Or that we need to be more tolerant of each other. Like, oh, yeah, it's okay. It's good. I'm a Christian. I tolerate you. That's not the standard of good leaders, let alone Christian leaders. What do we need? You know what we need in a polarized society where we don't agree? I got the most transgressive, radical idea you've ever heard. This is brand new. I made it up. Love your enemies. Yeah, crazy. This is the teaching that changed the world because it's the hardest thing to do. This is your edge, fellow leaders. This is it. This is how you change the world. You go out there where you find this hostility, this hatred, this contempt, and you bring love. I know. You don't feel it. I know. You don't feel it. It doesn't matter. Happiness isn't a feeling. Love isn't a feeling either. Here's love. This is Thomas Aquinas. We Catholics call him Saint Thomas Aquinas, patron saint of Harvard professors. To love is to will the good of the other. He doesn't talk about feeling the good of the other. He talks about will. You don't feel love? Good. Do it anyway. It's an act. It's a decision. See, love is as hard as flint. Jesus didn't say to like your enemies. Martin Luther King said to like is a sentimental something. Jesus said to love your enemies because only then are you in control, and can you redeem your enemies? Can you persuade your enemies? Can you lift up your enemies? When you make the decision to love. So how are you going to do it? I'm going to leave today with your homework. I'm a professor. I give homework. You have until Monday. Now, here's the first assignment that people often say. Go disagree less. That's wrong. That's wrong. Why? Because disagreement is competition, and competition brings excellence. I want competition in markets. That's called capitalism. I want competition in politics. That's called democracy. And I want the competition of ideas, which is fundamental to a free society and which we can handle. The problem is not disagreeing too much, it's disagreeing poorly. So what are we going to do instead? Number one, stand up to the man. That's what they used to say in the hippies, right? The hippies used to say, stand up to the man. They also used to say, if it feels good, do it. My dad used to say when he heard that, that's the end of America. He was kind of right. Anyway, so stand up to the man. What is the man today? The man today is saying, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. The man is saying you got to hate the person who disagrees with you politically. You have to hate the person who disagrees with you religiously. Stand up to that. That's the problem. When you hate, somebody's profiting, and it's not you. Turn off the people on your side saying those forbidden things. That's number one. Number two, get a little harder now. A little harder assignment in here now. Go be a missionary for this. And what does a missionary do? Now, I've had missionaries on both sides of my family, And here's a strange thing. You know, here's words that nobody's ever stated in human history. Good news, there's missionaries on the porch. Pretend we're not home, right? No, right? But they're always happy. Why? Because they're bringing light where there's darkness. They're bringing truth where there's lies. That is a joyful thing to do. You live in a world full of contempt that's dragging down our happiness. You get to bring love notwithstanding your feelings. What a privilege that is. Get the missionary spirit. Go looking for it as an experience, as an excuse to bring your secret weapon, which is Christian love. And last but not least, when it's hard, don't try this by yourself. Don't go by yourself. You have friends who care about you. Who are they? The people seated around you. We need communities of people who do this together. And if you're like me and you start every day asking for courage from the Lord, ask for courage to do this. Look, Lord, I don't know what I'm going to find. I don't know what I'm going to find today. Give me love no matter what I find. Stay with me. Walk with me. Not to lift me up when I'm feeling down, so that I can lift other people up when there is hostility and anger. Give me the words when I see the contempt to show the love. That's God's gift to you. How do I know? Because Matthew 5:44 is the teaching that we should love our enemies, and we would not have been given that promise. We would not have been given that injunction, that teaching, if he did not promise us the courage and the strength to do it with his help. This is the essence of divine leadership. So if you want to be happier, and I know you do, you've got the basic ingredients to it. If you want to make the world happier, what do we need to do together? We need to think of this leadership conference as more of a commissioning for the secret service of divine leadership. We need to think of this as missionary training, because together, look, there's a lot of love here. Together, there's a lot of agreement here. This is great. But when you walk out those doors and you go back to your ordinary life, you're going to find the things that I've been talking about. What I want you to think about is this. You know, I was doing recently, my wife and I, we counsel young couples who are engaged to get married, and 30 couples a month, and at a Catholic retreat center. And I was just afterward recently, I was praying in the chapel, and I noticed a sign in that chapel of that retreat center before I went out to my car in the parking lot. It was a sign over the door as you leave the chapel, not as you're coming in. And it was for the parishioners. It was for the congregation. And here's what it said. Don't forget, you're now entering the mission field. It's good advice. It's good advice not just for religious reasons. It's good advice for all of us that have something beautiful and important to share. This is the essence of leadership. Leaders are supposed to lift people up and bring them together in bonds of happiness and love. And in a world where that's so hard to find, what you need to remember and what I need to remember, what we all need to remember as we leave this wonderful conference and go back to our lives is simply this. You are entering mission territory. God bless you and thank you.
So may you walk with the courage that you have permission to obsess and share the stories only you can bring.
May you be creative and innovative in how you design love in, knowing that it's progress that matters and not perfection.
May you confidently listen and speak in a manner that you communicate and connect with those around you while you remain curious about whatever goes on around you and inside of you.
May you walk with the humility to leave things better than when you're gone, and go out into the mission territory and bring That's something beautiful and important that only you can share.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has brought us to the end of the GLS conference. Let's give the Lord a hand. I want to encourage you as you leave the building, and you'll leave your lanyards at the back, please. There's a box at the back. Thank you for attending the conference. God bless you, and all of you are champions. See you next year.